Beautiful, bustling Budapest, the capital of Hungary, the vibrant city, full of culture and history. Hungary also has a rich chess history, one full of great players. Now it hosts one of the world's most storied chess events, the Chess Olympiad. Every 2 years, players from almost 200 nations gather in one place. Their goal? Win glory for their country. Hungarians have done this many times, including the women's teams in 1988 and 1990. I was there. But no host country has won since 2010 in the women's section and since 1998 in the open. The last Olympiad in 2022 was full of excitement. The winning nations only clinched victory in the very last round. In the end, Uzbekistan and Ukraine reigned supreme. Who will come through this time? Welcome to Budapest, my friend. This is the 45th Chess Olympiad.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are live with round number 7 of the FIDE World Chess Olympiad. It's the 45th edition of the biggest competition in chess. Nearly 400 teams representing almost 200 countries are fighting for just a handful of medal positions at the top of the table. The tournament is across 11 unbelievably grueling days of intense competition, and we are now at the start of round number 7. Some things are beginning to clarify, some things are far from crystal clear. We'll be bringing you all of the action today. My name is John Sargent. Joining me is Grandmaster Robert Hess, who has picked green as his color today. I like it. We haven't managed a match since day 2, but speaking of color, we're adding a heap more of it to today's broadcast, because taking a brief break from destroying literally the entire world at bullet chess, we have Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky joining us for today. Very excited to have you on board. Welcome, Dania. How are you?
John, Robert, good afternoon to you and good morning to anybody in the American continent. It's an honor to be joining you. I just want to compliment you, John, and compliment you, partner Robert. You guys did a phenomenal job the first couple of days. You pulled off the show, and it's a great privilege for me to be joining for the rest of the Olympiad coverage. I can't wait to jump in.
Super eager to see what you have in store for us. Thank you so much for joining us, Dania. It's going to be amazing. Robert, we've had a rest day now, of course, a chance to give our voices a little bit of a rest, but raring to go once again.
We're raring to go. The players as well. They get a bit of a break, a day off, but is it really a day off in the Olympiad, especially for those in medal contention? Oh, we have so much at stake now going forward.
We do indeed, and it's not just what's at stake moving forward. I feel like there have been so many both individual and match upsets that we've already had in the first half of the tournament. We're officially moving past the halfway mark now, so things are really starting to get to the sharp end of the stick. Let's go ahead and show you guys what happened, well, not yesterday now, but the day before, and some of the upsets that you watched live on stream. Robert, I guess I'll come back to you first, because we did cover some of these games, but some very interesting game results, and actually altered the course of some of our matches as well.
Yeah, some of these are grandmasters defeating higher rated grandmasters, so we won't consider them that much of an upset, especially when players have the white pieces. But you see Erdomush, he lost the youngster, the 13-year-old from Turkey, the youngest ever to cross 2,600 in the live ratings, and Julio Sidora for the Philippines. He's been on fire. And the flip side of things, John, Warmerdam, he's been struggling for the Netherlands. They may have scored the match victory, but they need him to step it up. And in the women's, we saw a couple upsets, namely Anna Zatonski losing with the black pieces. She's now on the bench for Team USA, but Team USA, they cannot afford such slips in the rounds to come.
All right, well, we actually have the game starting a little bit earlier today than they would yesterday, so we've got plenty of stuff to talk through, especially once the chess gets going. But for now, because the chess is starting a little bit sooner, we are going to be heading over to Mike Klein, and based on where I hear he's at, I think we're going to rename this piece Klein at the Museum. Take it away.
Thanks, guys. We are here getting ready for a very exciting round 7 after the rest day. And why did I choose this location? Well, this is the ancient game of Chaturanga. It's where it all began 1,500 years ago, modern day India. And the Indians have nearly perfected the game since then, because both the ladies and the open teams are the only two teams remaining with a perfect 12 out of 12. On the ladies' side, India will take on Georgia, that perennial women's powerhouse. Georgia is on 11 out of 12. That matchup will do a lot to decide who ends up with the gold medal at the end. The big hero for India is their third board, Divya Dekmush. She is on 5.5 out of 6. She has a tournament performance rating over 2,600, and she is in line for a Grandmaster norm if she keeps it up. She has not sat out even once in this event. Over in the open side, India takes on China. That also is a titanic matchup. The only thing is the world is deprived of a World Championship preview, despite the fact that Ding Liren told me a few rounds ago that he relished the chance to play Gukesh. He will sit out after his round 6 loss, which ended up making the difference between China still being on a perfect score and having a slight blemish on their record as they drew Vietnam. The third board for India open team is also their big star, Grandmaster Arjun Erigaisi, all the way up to world number 4 as he marches toward 2,800. He is on a perfect 6 out of 6. And for those of you in the know, we can't really calculate a tournament performance rating when you have a perfect score. Although technically online it says it's 3,300, but we'll see if he can stay over 3,000. That would be a tournament for the ages. Well, there you go. India and a little bit of Chaturanga. That's the story. Let's see how everything plays out in round 7.
Thank you very much, Mike, setting us up really, really nicely for what is to come this afternoon. We have India on top in the women's section. India joint top in the open section as well. Danya, I guess over to you first to take a look at this. I mean, it's no surprise that India are at the sharp end of the standings, but really where it counts is at the very end of the tournament. Is there any added pressure sort of being on top after the halfway point?
Well, there absolutely is, John. You've got a big X on your back when you're India, because everybody wants to be the team who defeats the leaders in both the open and the women's section. But on Team India, you've got 4 boards, and only one of them, Dronavali Harika, has lost a game thus far in the Olympiad. The other 3 boards have not collectively lost a single game, John. This is a powerhouse team.
So even though they are facing off against Georgia today, frankly, their results so far in the tournament are really speaking for themselves. Robert, I think the tiebreaks sort of give a hint of that, but without going into too much detail, just how do you begin to prepare against a team like that? Do you have to take risky strategies of let's just close them down and try and draw with black and hope with the white pieces? Is there something more clever we could be doing here?
That's the typical strategy, but today the team from India in the women's section, they're the highest ranked team. They play number 2. So this is as even as it gets, because previously India was the heavy favorites. Today, it is more of a toss-up.
So India-Georgia is going to be definitely our featured matchup in the women's section today. Taking a look at the rest of this top 10, Danya, are there any specific matchups or any nations that are catching your eye here that you also want to be keeping close tabs on?
Well, obviously, board 3, Ukraine versus Poland. John, another powerhouse matchup, despite the fact that the Muzichuk sisters, unfortunately not playing for Ukraine. They still have no shortage of incredibly strong players. And of course, Poland, now with the addition of Alina Kashlinskaya, an incredibly strong team as well. So India, of course, is the leader, but so many teams that are hot on their heels, John.
Okay, so that's 181 teams fighting for medal contention in the women's section. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings now in the open section as well. We obviously have previewed some of the very, very juicy matchups here. Let us take a... Oh, hang on just a second. We've got that in the women's section. There we go. India still on top in the open section. The sole leader after 6 rounds. Robert, over to you first. That is an absolutely insane tie break for India. It feels like you're getting blood out of a stone just to squeeze a half point out of them at the moment, it feels. They're so good, and they've got so much depth as well.
They do have an incredible depth, and that's the nature of their squad. Team India has been on a roll. Arjun era, Gaisi, he has won all 6 of his games. Gukesh held to a draw in that 6th round by Richard Report, so by his fellow Super Grandmaster. The stars are aligning for Team India, but if you look at the teams chasing them, Vietnam, China, Iran, and a little bit further down, you see even the host country in Hungary and England. These are teams that are jam-packed with talent, so don't count any squad out that you see on this list.
And taking a look at the pairings today, I mean, Danya, we have to talk about and we have to feature India versus China, but there's tie breaks are useful when a whole bunch of teams are on the same score. The easiest way to dodge that conversation altogether is simply to leapfrog someone and be better than them at the end of the day. Who do you think India's closest competitors might be and why? Who is the biggest threat to a gold medal potentially for them?
Well, John, I think just like every Olympiad, there's these young teams that seemingly emerge out of nowhere. Of course, they don't emerge out of nowhere. I'm talking Iran.
Yep.
You know, Parham Maksudlu on the top board, Amin Tabatabai, who recently crossed 2,700, and 2 young, bloodthirsty players on board 3 and 4. And I'm looking also at Vietnam, which is a crowd favorite. It's got wonderful time, doing great on board 3. Just ignore, the 25-50, 25-10. The ratings don't matter. It's all about team spirit. I'm looking at Iran and Vietnam
Absolutely.
To seriously challenge India, of course, in addition to their opponents, China.
Excellent stuff. And yeah, you're right. We covered Iran at length yesterday, of course, defending resolutely against Magnus Carlsen, and then Vietnam able to snatch that match draw against China. Such a big moment for them as well. Let's take a look at that specific matchup and see who is playing on what board heading into today. Robert, we have an interesting list of names, and we have to talk about the obvious here. Dingley Ren having a little bit of a day off. We don't get our World Championship preview.
I thought you were going to say the obvious that Vida Gujarathi's not playing. India, they're stacked. Hari can step in on board 4, that's fine. But you notice the opponent there, Wang Yue, because at the top of the list, it is Gukesh against Wei Yi. Let's face the facts. Wei Yi has been the stronger player when you compare him to Dingley Ren. Dingley Ren may hold the ultimate title in chess of world champion, but Dingley Ren's not even playing better than Wang Yue in this Olympiad. Wang Yue's won all 4 of his games. And you look at the rating next to Wang Yue's name on board 4, 2637. That's a joke to me. Wang Yue was as high as the 2760s at his peak, and he fell off his peak a bit. He's played in the Chinese league where he plays all these underrated youngsters, loses his rating, but they say form is temporary, class is forever. And as you look at this board right here, 2 of the classiest players on the planet in Wang Yue and Pentala Hari Krishna. So don't just look at the top. Don't look at missing the World Championship preview. This match could be decided on this very board. And it's not just because, Dingley Ren is not playing. It could be the correct decision for Team China.
I love that. It absolutely spot on. We obviously have the World Championship up in lights. We're obviously looking forward to that match, but at the same time, this is a very, very different event. Teams are going to have to be focusing on how they can get the result across 4 boards. You are playing for national pride as well. Extremely different to just a plain 1v1 over the board. So we're getting ready now for the first moves to be made over the board. Danya, I'm going to ask you a question while we're looking at some of the cameras around the playing hall. Obviously, you've been following bits and pieces of the Olympiad. Aside from India, China in the open section, is there any particular team you have an eye on that you want to be covering today, or you're hoping for a particular upset or someone to do well? What are your thoughts there?
Well, apart from the Iran versus Vietnam match, obviously Uzbekistan, they have won the Olympiad. They're coached by Vladimir Kramnik. They've got Noterbek Abdusatorov on board 1 and another Noterbek on board 2. Definitely the first time in history we've had 2 Noterbeks playing on the same squad. So I'm going to give them the nod, Urbek. And okay. I'm going to be looking at Uzbekistan versus Ukraine, the vanquishers of Team USA. And John, finally, Team USA, let's not forget about them. They've got a tough matchup in Greece. Nico Theodoru, he defeated Levon Aronian in the previous Olympiad. This time he faces Fabiano. Jam-packed round 7 with interesting matchups.
Excellent stuff. So, folks, we have plenty of great matches in all corners of the playing hall here. We can see all smiles from Fabiano as we get ready to start round number 7. Grandmasters Robert Hess and Daniel Naroditsky, over to you to cover the chess.
Well, John, appreciate it. We see the players on camera right now. We've got Fabi staring pretty much right into the camera, thinking about what his opening decision will be. But Danya, as you look at Parham Maksulu and Liam Lei, you mentioned Iran. Vietnam, also a country that many didn't expect to be up in the top of the leaderboard, but there they sit and there they want to stay.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Le Tuan Min, also known as Wonderful Time, he's gaining a boatload of rating, and for good reason. He's defeated Sindarov. He defeated Mateusz Bartel. He held Yu Yangyi with the black pieces in the previous round, and now he's got another tough assignment, black against the Iranian upstart Bardia Daneshvar. Robert, Vietnam has an FM on board 4. So when you're talking about the Olympiad, you need to take these ratings and throw them into the trash can. Mamedyarov drew a 1900 in round 1, for goodness sake.
Yeah, no, it's true that we see many upsets. They may just be half points, sometimes full points, but here there are no upsets. When you talk about Gukesh and Wei Yi, no matter the player that wins the game, it's just two of the superstars of the chess world. And you see a ceremonial first move played on that top board. Gukesh takes it back. But Danya, Wei Yi, he's been a star of 2024. Now that he has graduated from university, he's ready for anyone you put in front of him, including the favorite at the upcoming World Chess Championship.
And Robert, I think obviously the chess community at large is sad on the one hand that we won't get a Gukesh versus Ding Liren preview. But, you know, if you're Team China's captain, let's be real. This is a no-brainer. Ding Liren has not managed a single win among his games at the Olympiad thus far. Wei Yi has been on a roll. He's been incredibly solid. I mean, this isn't even really a question. I think that Ding Liren himself would protest if he was put on board 1 to play. So I think it's the right decision. It's easy to be the armchair general after the match is complete, but let's just appreciate the matches that we do have today as the clocks are started. Round 7 is underway, Robert. I'm so excited to be here. So grateful that I get to watch the Olympiad, and I get courtside seats with the best fellow viewer, Robert Hess.
Well, if you weren't feeling wise enough, you are told you're smart by those water bottles that are just right in front of the camera. I think that would be what they call advertising and marketing. But here we see David Howell. He did a good job marketing his Chessable course, Grind Like a Grandmaster, a few rounds ago. And here we see him with the white pieces for Team England. This is a tough matchup for England, Danya. They're playing against Armenia. Olympiad in 2022, David Howell, he won the gold medal on his board. He only drew against Armenia, but Armenia drew blood. They won 2.5, 1.5 against Team England. Luke McShane lost his game in that matchup 2 years ago. He won in round 6 at the current Olympiad. He sits today. Perhaps that memory of defeat against Armenia is the reason for him to sit out.
Yeah, and a big age disparity. You've got the veterans on Team England, Nikita Vitugov, David Howell, Michael Adams, he needs no introduction, and Gawain Jones to round off their squad. And for Armenia, they've got the young juggernauts, Haik Murturosyan, who's going to be looking to avenge his unexpected loss against Julio Sidora in the previous round. So many narratives and storylines, Robert, so many players looking to avenge losses and follow up on wins. This is what makes the Olympiad so fascinating. I mean, you've got the top board matchup, and we'll focus on that. But, you know, so many interesting individual matchups on the lower boards as well, as I think moves are finally coming in. The gong has sounded. Here we go.
Here we go indeed. And we see our lovely display of colors. And we can choose a board, anyone that catches your fancy, Danya. I mean, let's just talk about what we see here. Players like Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri with the black pieces, Richard Rapport with the black pieces as well. Rating disparities on those boards. But any opening catching your eye the most? We don't necessarily have to dive into the specifics, but what's catching your attention?
Well, I'm looking at the top left. I started by looking there, and nothing that's happened on the board has made me stop looking. A very unconventional Sicilian, uncorked by Gukesh, who put his bishop on e2, and now that bishop has repositioned to c4. So you've got this inverted triangle structure That's, I think, going to lead to a very rich strategic battle. Obviously, some of the other headline matchups, we have a Rosalimo, an anti-Berlin by Parham Maksudlu. Nico Theodorou on the bottom right has played a Catalan against Fabiano Caruana, and a very interesting French, Anish Giri. I seem to remember that he wrote a chessable course on the French, so good to see Anish practicing what he preaches against Alexander Predke.
Oh, the French defense has made an appearance throughout this Olympiad. It's surprising because you don't often see it. But Danya, I think your attention in the top left, in that brown board up there, it makes perfect sense. It looks like a natural position. But if we talk about how we got to it, White wasted a tempo in the now left-hand side of our screen. But I think before we dive in maybe even to more detail, you look at the other openings. Board 3, that board in the red, Arjun Erigaisi with the white pieces there. I mean, it's a Petrov. This is an open board, kings on opposite sides. That should make Indian fans happy, right?
I mean, in general, because clearly draw and loss is not in Arjun Erigaisi's vocabulary. He will take any position and win it. But definitely, this Petrov, it reminds me of the sort of Boris Gelfand, Vishy Anand Petrov days in the early 2000s when this knight c3 line was at sort of its apex. Arjun, he always seems to know exactly what to play, what old line to bring back in order to make his opponent uncomfortable. And of course, on board 4, we have arguably the most conventional opening, an Italian essayed by Wang Yue against Hari Krishna. But the board on the far left, Robert, again, it looks like it may have come from a conventional anti-Sicilian, but the move order was anything but conventional.
Yeah, let's go back because the game really has just gotten underway. And White's bishop on c4, it looks like it's on a promising diagonal, but Danya, it didn't start there. So you kind of induced this pawn structure, and you can call it a weakness, you can call it a strength, it depends on your vantage point. But here with bishop e2, what a quiet little move played by White, allowing Black to close the center down with his next move, e5. So this is clearly a strategic discussion, Danya. What do you think Gukesh wanted from this opening?
Well, first of all, I'll point out that, the move bishop e2 has sort of taken e4 openings by storm. A lot of players, Igor Kovalenko, the Ukrainian grandmaster, he kind of started this bishop e2 on move 2, is a popular sideline nowadays. But bishop e2 really in any position is just a very flexible developing move. So you're basically making Black put his cards on the table. Presumably Wei Yi wanted to play Najdorf. So if he would have played a6 in this position, Robert, maybe the world would have exploded. I don't know. I never know exactly what happens if you just basically play the moves you wanted to play. Maybe Gukesh would have just played d4 and said, well, joke's on you. But Wei Yi said, no, the joke's on you. I'm not giving you a chance to play d4. And he plays the move e5. And what's interesting about this position after the bishop repositions to c4 is that you can reach essentially an identical structure via a much more conventional move order, Robert, which is knight f3, knight to c6. Now, oftentimes, White plays knight to c3. And one of Black's main responses here is to play e7, e5 in the same vein. And the main line goes bishop c4 in one fell swoop, d6. White typically plays d3. And here it's important for Black actually to play bishop e7 to stop knight g5. But the minutia is not important. What's important is that the structure is exactly the same. As we go back to the live board, bishop c4, bishop e7, d3, knight to c6, it's a very unique positional structure, Robert, that I don't know much about other than this knight maneuver around to e3 that I've seen employed in similar structures. What do you make of this early development?
Well, you say you don't know much, and then you give the advice of playing the correct plan from the White side. And Kovalenko, he may essay this opening from time to time. MVL sort of wrote the book at the highest level. I mean, he has played this a number of times where there you have this setup and White has firm control over the central d5 square. When you look at the pawns on c5 and e5, they do a great job of controlling d4. But White has this little pawn on c2 that eventually can push forward to c3. So White has this great control, Danya, of the d5 square. Black does have control of d4 in the sense that it's going to be hard for White to ever put a piece there. But White can also kick out a piece, the knight, if it ever lands on that square. So you're playing for these little positional nuances. I think that Wei Yi, he can handle this kind of stuff. But for Gukesh, it seems that he didn't want to take this game away from tactical territory into positional waters.
Yeah, and I should make a public service announcement, Robert. The first world champion, Wilhelm Steinitz, he liked this little pithy aphorism, what is new is not true, and what is true is not new. And of course, I look this position up in chess base, and lo and behold, Magnus Carlsen versus Maxima Shilogrov, Grenke, March 2024, classical tournament. Magnus played bishop g5, and they reached this via exactly the same order of moves. Earlier, Levon Aronian played this also against MVL in the Warsaw Blitz at the start of 2023. First occurrence actually all the way back by two obscure Finnish players in 2001. But I'm going to finish talking about the previous games. So I think that there are two main approaches for white. One is that knight maneuver, and the other, as you pointed out, Robert, bishop g5, and fight for this really juicy d5 square. Yeah, Gukesh managing his risk, trying to play for a small advantage out of the opening, and taking his time. So I'm not sure if he's still in his prep. It's very, very hard to get a read on exactly what the players are thinking about, whether he's actually trying to remember, wait, did I look at bishop g5 or knight g5, or if he's just sort of gathering himself.
Look at that featured chat. A great comment, and I don't often say that, but we see that Wei Yi prepared for Gukesh, while Gukesh prepared for Ding, and that is likely the case. They had an entire rest day to prepare their openings, but they only found out the board pairings this morning. So it's a good reminder that Gukesh, he must have so many variations in his head, but for the wrong opponent. Let's leave Gukesh and Wei Yi to it, just because they will deliberate for quite a while, trying to figure out how to proceed in a closed position, not a single piece traded, because there's another board that's catching my eye as we zoom out of this one, and it's between Anish Giri and Alexander Predke. The Netherlands, they look like they were down on their luck. I mean, they did lose that match early on against Team Italy, but for the Netherlands, they are going to rely on their top boards, namely Anish Giri and second board Jordan van Forest. And we see a true battle on the left-hand side of our screens. A French defense, Danya, at this level, on this stage of the Olympiad, Anish is playing for not just a position to equalize and live up to all of those memes of him drawing. This is quite a choice.
Yeah, I mean, Anish has had a bit of a downturn in his last couple of tournaments. He lost the match against Hans, and here he's clearly trying to play for the win from the first set of moves, playing the win hour, not the lose hour, the win hour, and going directly into one of the sharpest opening lines, not just in the French, Robert, but in any opening. It's the double pawn sack in the win hour. Predke is actually deliberating here. Queen takes g7, in my understanding, and I am a Tarash player. I never played knight c3 against the French, so my knowledge here is pretty tenuous. It's definitely not the only move, but it is the gateway to just a Byzantine series of complications. But it does appear that white has other moves in this position, bishop to d3, and maybe even more positional approaches. I've seen king to d1 make some appearances as well, so that black is not able to hit the c3 square with check. So will we get the double pawn sack here, Robert? What's your prediction?
I think that we have to just show everybody why white can't just take one and then a second pawn, because queen takes g7. This is obvious. Rook slides to g8, hitting that queen. Queen takes another pawn on h7, but here black has pawn takes d4. This may at first glance look like a simple trade of pawns, but after c takes d4, black has checks, captures, threats. You check on c3, you capture a rook on a1, and you threaten to win the game in 15 moves because your opponent's down a rook. So, Danya, in this setup, white typically brings the knight out to e2 to protect that c3 square, put pressure on d4, and I won't go down all these lines. We need to call Yuri Shulman back and go to the year 2007 or something like that, because he played these all the time from the black side, and you can see how sharp it is. Material has just been equalized, but white has this h-pawn that often runs up the board. Black has control in the center and will likely castle queenside. It's a true mess. And Anish Giri, he prepared this line, and I don't think that Predke was ready to face this today.
Possibly not. And Giri has done courses on many openings, right? He's done a Dragon course and a Najdorf course. And the most impressive lines to me are those that have withstood the test of time. And this line certainly has. First appearance was in the game Lilienthal versus Levenfish. I feel like I need to say the names in a Yasser voice. In 1936, that's when this position was first reached, and it still remains one of the most hotly contested, actively disputed opening lines almost 100 years later. Just think about what that implies about the complexity of this position. As you said, Robert, we won't go down the rabbit holes until Predke decides to do that, because he continues to deliberate in this position. And with every minute that passes, I think the likelihood that he chooses an alternative increases. It does appear that bishop d3 has been employed by Magnus and scores pretty well. Bishop d3, c takes d4, knight e2. I will be honest, I've actually never really seen this particular line where you withhold the capture on g7. What do you make of this? Is Predke going to deviate here?
Sometimes these positions can transpose into one another,
Yeah.
right? Because if black does take on c3, at some point white, and probably on the next turn, has to take on g7. So it's interesting to see these little wrinkles and how a player will choose the variation they go down. But look at Predke right now. And I know we don't want to read too much into body language. If we return to the live board here, he knows that he can take a pawn on g7. He knows that he can try to develop his pieces. He sees that there's going to be some issues on the c3 square in particular. So Predke, he doesn't look like a player who's happy to see the French defense, and he is going to burn serious time playing at somebody as well prepared, somebody who's written courses on the French. This is not where you want to be if you're Team Serbia. Objectively fine, Danya, but at least by the look of things thus far, Anish Giri should be happy.
Yeah, I mean, Predke, I think, has chosen the wrong moment to pause. And you're right, Robert. Bishop d3 is just a fancy way of entering the exact same line. So it's like you've sat down on the roller coaster, you've buckled yourself in. The coaster is reaching the top of the hill, and you're like, I don't really like theme parks, and I haven't tested my heart in a while. You should have thought of this before you went into the main line win hour against one of the leading French experts. But either way, Predke is in too deep. I'm hoping for queen takes g7, and I'm hoping for a spicy theoretical battle here.
Well, we'll come back to this game because it promises excitement. It looks like black going to give up the king side for the center. And Anish Giri, he wants to continue rebounding from that earlier loss to Lorenzo Ledici. So let's zoom out of this one. And why don't we head to the matchup? Danya, technically it's on the third table, but in all reality, it's the second table because Hungary, they get to keep the second board throughout the Olympiad. That's what you call home country advantage. And here we see Liam Lay on camera. He's leading the charge for Vietnam, winning a very important game against world champion Ding Liren. He won a long ending to tie that matchup. But Danya, they've made an important change. They sat their fourth board, Grandmaster Tran, and they put in a FIDE master on that fourth board. In this stage of the Olympiad, Danya, we're getting later and later into this Olympiad 2024, and a FIDE master on that fourth board, outrated by his Grandmaster 2600 opponent in Puya Idani.
An audacious choice, a bodacious choice, but honestly, I think a gutsy call and a good one by the team captain, because if you're a young FIDE master, there's really nowhere you'd rather be than on this big stage with a chance to do your country proud. Obviously, the heavy underdog against the former under-18 world youth champion Puya Idani, who's very experienced, has been 2600 for a long time. But just imagine what this would mean for the young FIDE master Gia Huiban if he's able even to pull out a draw. And I'm also looking at the third board, Daneshvar versus Tuan Min Lee. Wonderful time, who is first board in a lot of people's hearts. He's had an excellent Olympiad, and he's got the black pieces for the second game in a row. But you will not hear him complaining. He is a workhorse, right? He sits down, he hammers out his Slav, and he holds anyone that they send after him to a draw with the black pieces.
Well, previously, he just held Yu Yangyi, Super Grandmaster from China, did Min Lei, and he has been one of the stars of this Olympiad. 5 out of 6 overall score. He is playing superbly for Team Vietnam, and at least on paper, Danya, this is one of these matchups where Vietnam, they've been a surprise of the Olympiad. Iran has what you can call them the two-headed monster of Maksudlu and Tabazibai, 2,700 plus each. But I think Vietnam matches relatively well with them because Liam Lay, He is the highest rated player within the match. They have Trong Sun on board too, very powerful grandmaster in his own right. And Min, he's seemingly better than his rating. So as we look at this match overall, I do think that Vietnam has very good chances. Iran should be the favorite on paper, but I think that board in the red that we've been talking about, Dineshvar versus Liam Lei, that one promises excitement because the pawn structure, it's committed, right? We see that black pawn on the red board all the way up the board, and there's going to be some weak squares that both sides are going to be looking to take advantage of.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a handle on the position. I've been counting the pawns for like the last 5 minutes as you've been talking, trying to figure out, did white sacrifice a pawn to reach this position? Black has 7 pawns and white has 7 pawns. So oftentimes you get these positions with white sacking a pawn. Here, material is equal, and it's hard to get a handle on who the pawn structure actually favors. At first sight, it may seem like white must be better, right? Because both bishops are fianchettoed. Min has just positioned his own bishop on b7, but it's hemmed in by the c-pawn. But Robert, black's position is going to wake up, right? It's going to wake up from hibernation. Eventually, black will carry out the c6, c5 pawn break, probably after positioning a queen on d7. And when he does that, he will open up new prospects for his other minor pieces. The knight can come out to c6. I'm looking at the d4 square in the long run. So black has some of these latent advantages that can come out in the early middle game. I think the position's probably dynamically equal here.
And the ease with which the next few moves may come is true for both sides. White wants to play d3, knight d2, develop the kingside knight and castle. So some of the next turns will be quite straightforward, but you have to time these things correctly, because if white starts with knight f3, maybe black can play c5 without any preparation. So you don't need to waste a queen move just to get that pawn push in and open up your bishop on the light square. So you want to time things correctly if you are Dineshvar and Min Lei here. And I do think that you're right, dynamic balances, but we don't have a symmetrical pawn structure. Is the c-pawn a weakness because it's a backwards pawn on a semi-open line, or can it just safely push to c5 eventually with a knight coming to d7, a rook behind it on c8? These are difficult questions to answer, so don't be surprised if both players start digging deep and using their clock, because it's a bunch of moves that make sense, but you don't want to play them at the wrong turn.
Exactly. Every move has a drawback, right? You pointed out knight f3 allows c5. The move d3, well, it creates a potential outpost for black on c3. Yeah, that square is well defended, but Min will likely land a knight on d5. Boy, does he love himself a knight on d5. Trust me, I know. And does he love himself a nice little outpost deep in his opponent's territory? I'm also thinking about d4. To my kind of untrained eye, d4 looks pretty logical. I don't know exactly what would happen if white put a pawn on d4, but these early opening decisions, they set the tone for the rest of the game. And even if they don't cardinally change the evaluation, they're really important. I'm with you, Robert. I think we're going to get some pretty deep thinks by both players here in the next couple moves.
Okay, so why don't we leave them to it as they continue thinking. And we have so many great matchups with a lot at stake in this 7th round of the Olympiad. No more rest days for teams, but individual players, they get the day off here and there, including world champion Ding Liren, one of the major storylines of this first round. But why don't we dive away from this matchup and perhaps head to another, because I see a game that is looking increasingly sharp in the Uzbekistan versus Ukraine matchup. We see here, Daniel, we are treated to 7 different boards, and each Giri's queenside is gone. And it's in the green board, but the queens are also gone. So we will have to come back to that game at some point as well. But look at Abdusattarov on the left-hand side, bottom row. He on the orange board with the white pieces. We are seeing a Sicilian. That is going to be sharp. But we also have other sharp games within that match. So Uzbekistan and Ukraine, they're slugging it out from the opening stage.
Yeah, I think it was very obvious just looking at the names, right? Volokitin, really sharp attacking, 1 e4 lifer. And of course, he's played a Sozin against, he's black. Sicilian lifer against Noterbek's Sozin. You have Vasil Ivanchuk, who struck gold by defeating Wesley So, winning the clutch game that drove Ukraine to defeat the United States. Then you have Ruslan Ponomaryev, the former FIDE world champion, and Anton Korobov, who's just a fascinating player, Robert. maybe not as well known to a lot of people watching, but just such a multifaceted and really a fascinating human being as well. He faces off against Shamsuddin Vokidov, who is incredibly well prepared. But this game is capturing my attention because we just have opposite side castling. Noterbeck has just castled to the west. Volokhin has castled to the east. And we are going to get a good old-fashioned night or barn burner, aren't we?
You said the West, it could turn into the wild, wild West out here. And you see a response from Volokhin after white castled queenside. I believe that was the move knight to c5. Yeah, we see it on the board there. It's also saw on the camera. He's going after the light square bishop. So, Danya, we know what the plan is when kings are on opposite flanks. Castle there, get attacked. White wants to play g4, g5. h4, h5, throw all the pawns up the king side, go for checkmate. Black already has the semi-open file on the c file, and bishop a2 was
This isn't bullet brawl. This is the Olympiad. This is not the Hyperbullet Championship, but he's clearly in prep.
That's exactly what I was going to say, and that's not your blue arrow. Are you kidding me? With queen to b6 here, you are walking into pins and discoveries. I mean, just put that move on the board for a second. Let's just put the queen on b6. Isn't pawn to b4 something you have to be worried about?
I mean, I don't know anything anymore. You know, when the blue arrow appears, I have learned to keep my mouth in the shut position. But I was just checking this in the database because the confidence with which Noterbeck is playing tells me he is deep within his preparation. Yes, there actually are games in the database after bishop a2. And I'm seeing one guy who's played this like 7 times exclusively in correspondence games. I'm seeing the Estonian player Mai Narva, who actually is currently playing for the Estonian women's team. She had this last month against Jujiner in the WSCC. So this is a position that is on players' radars. It's clearly on Noterbeck's radar. But Robert, to circle back to your question, b4, I have a feeling black is not supposed to move this knight from c5. I just have a lingering sensation. But it looks like the move is... What?
Yeah, come on. So
get out of here.
Yeah, this is the type of idea, if you know it, because you prepared with your Silicon friend, an engine, you can find it. But queen b6, walking into this b4 pawn push, then just retreating to c7. What even happens if you take the knight after queen c7? Is it suddenly just completely winning for black because you just take with the pawn and the floodgates open up for black's pieces?
Yes. It's funny that I actually am familiar with this idea in the bishop g5 Najdorf, but I won't illustrate that right now. It's just the case that if you look at the a3 pawn and how weak it is, and you look at this pawn phalanx that's going to run white over, knight b3, black just goes c4, and I think even to the kind of untrained eye, it's obvious that black will pick up a3 with check and the queen will drop into a5. The attack is going to be completely devastating. So if Volokhin remembers or comes up with queen b6, my guess is that Noterbeck might want to play a more peaceful move, like king c1 to b1. And at some point, he's going to initiate his own pawn storm with g4. Presumably, Volokhin will do the same with the move b4, and we're just going to get complete and utter chaos on the board. The other possibility, Robert, is after bishop a2, queen b6, b4, queen to c7, maybe in this position, rather than taking the knight, maybe Noterbeck just says, yeah, everything's copacetic, let's start attacking with g4.
Okay, but my ultimate point in the live position, queen b6 is not a natural move in this particular position because there's a bishop staring down the diagonal. Queen b6, pawn b4, a common break for black. If Volokhin, and based on his time usage, I'm not sure he's super familiar with the line. If he's not familiar, Danya, queen b6 is a super hard move to play, and then Abdusattorov gets everything he wants. g4, pawn pushes up the king side, and black's attack, it looks like it's slower to get off the ground. So you oohed and awed, what are you seeing?
Well, I'm seeing that all of the humans who've reached this position, queen b6 has been played once in a correspondence game. All of the humans have played the more human move queen to a5, and it seems to me that Volokhin is close to reaching a decision. Queen to a5 is the sort of human way of preparing b4. Clearly here white cannot play b4 because of queen takes a3 check. But here white has the devilish response, queen to e1. This is typical Noterbeck business, setting up the threat of knight to d5. Which is a very thematic idea. and then the bishop on e7 will fall with check. So the main move here is king h8, but what's fascinating, Robert, is after king b1, black's attack is suddenly at a standstill, because if you play b4 in this position, white simply drops back with a knight, and this is why it's so important for the black queen not to be on a5. It's pinned. You're going to lose b4, and you're going to lose the game. And Volokhin has just played queen a5. Queen e1 is going to shoot out of a cannon.
There was no universe where he was playing queen b6. He just was thinking, you have to know that's the move. And this is a lesson learned for everybody, including myself, that you can walk into a pin, give up a piece, but if your opponent has weakened their king side, you're going right after it. So this is given a question mark that would seem harsh to me, Danya, but we actually, just based on what you said with queen e1 coming, it feels like this is just playing right into Abdusatarov's hands. It's easier to play from the white side. He will launch a king side attack, and black's attempts at a queen side attack, they feel slower and harder to make work. So Abdusatov should be happy. He's won the opening battle.
And he's just consulting line 365 variation A13 of his chess-based file. He will play queen e1. I think Volokhin will respond with king h8. And in response to king b1, Volokhin's probably going to deploy his rook to b8 and try to prepare b4 at all costs. But no question that if queen e1 is found here, Noterbeck remembers his prep, we can say that his opening experiment has been a success. Found queen e1. Was there ever any doubt? It's on the board, and he still has more time than he started with.
And he leaves his chair, so we might also leave Volokhin with the difficult path forward for black, because that you don't typically want to lead an attack with your queen unless it's an immediate checkmate. The queen can kick about. And look at this, b4, another only move. And I mean, Danya, the knight moves out the way.
Down, blue arrow. Just
yeah,
let
come
me
on.
think.
I mean, this is just a ridiculous position for black to have to figure out after walking into white's preparation. Not only after b4 can you take that pawn with knight d5 tactics, you can also just move your knight back to e2, and you have to figure out, am I losing a pawn in that variation? So not easy for Volokhin. I think he will spend some serious time knowing he's walked into his opponent's prep. So why don't we take a step away from this game? We have promised to come back. This is such an important battle for the defending Olympiad gold medalist from Uzbekistan. And Danya, while Uzbekistan has high expectations for their team, now captained by Vladimir Kramnik, I think Team USA also came in with sky-high expectations after a disappointing 2022. They're back. They have the highest rating lineup in the entire event, but they have stumbled thus far with a match loss and also a tie before the rest day.
It's the lot of being the favorites. Everybody wants to defeat you. Vasyl Ivanchuk turned the tables on Wesley So, and Ukraine dealt the United States a very painful loss 2 rounds ago. The U.S. did manage to rebound, but it has been very tough sledding for the U.S. Lenier Dominguez, Wesley So, they've kind of been in spotty form. And who can forget round 1 when Levon Aronian lost a piece in 10 moves to a 2100 from Panama. He turned that game around and won, but it was the kind of rocky start that portended a rocky middle of the tournament. But the U.S. Is out of strikes. They need to win out, and they're facing a very enterprising Greek team that has a King's Indian expert on 2 boards. Nico has the white pieces, but on board 2, I've been practicing this with my friend Peter. Stamatis Kourkoulos Arditis is a King's Indian player for many years, and you will never believe what he played against Wesley So, Robert. The King's Indian.
I would never have guessed. You know, you could have given me 50 chances, and I don't think the King's Indian would have come up in my mind. But this looks pretty nice from the white side. I have to say, Danya, it's going to hurt your feelings. I apologize in advance. But I already see a white knight on d5. I see white storming the king side with a pawn push to h5, trying to break open that line for the rook on its starting square. And in a position like this, black has the pair of bishops. Doesn't seem like much of an advantage, because at its core, while the King's Indian, there are so many attacking chances, the dark square bishop becomes weak because it defends a great pawn on e5, but it's not a long-range piece at the moment. So, Danya, maybe you'll disagree with me, but I like the look of this position for Wesley So.
Listen, I'm very partial to the King's Indian, but I'm also partial to providing unbiased commentary when possible. And sometimes that means dancing on the grave of my favorite opening. And in this case, the fact that Wesley played 1d4 when he has shown a clear preference for e4 in recent years tells us that he was playing specifically into Stamatis's King's Indian, and he believed that he could poke holes in it. If we rewind here just a bit to show the line that Wesley played, he played this very fashionable bishop b2, bishop b3 Gligorish setup. Ardidis responded with e5, the main move, d5, knight to a6, the knight heads for c5, and Wesley wastes no time. h4, also not uncommon. White just wants to deliver checkmate on the h-file, knight to c5, queen c2, c6, and now a move that, 20 years ago, nobody would have even thought of, bishop takes c5. Contrary to common wisdom, you're not supposed to give up this bishop in the King's Indian. Wesley says, take your common wisdom and, put it where the sun don't shine, because I'm Wesley So. And that is not what he's saying. Then he plays h5. Ardidis allows this knight to jump into d5 and leaves the knight to its own devices. I mean, unless this is prep and unless Black's knight gets around to d4 right quick, I'm really worried, Robert. Wesley's going to complete his development. At some point, he's going to open the h-file or maybe even push this pawn to h6. No question that White is better here, but can Wesley squeeze the most out of this initiative?
It's a good question, and one of the big questions that you just posed is, does White capture on g6 or push that pawn up? Because if the White pawn does land on h6, that dark square bishop, if it goes back to h8, it doesn't look like the most promising piece. And if it steps forward to f6 ever, the knight can even capture it, depending on how White wants to proceed. So Wesley here, he is thinking, and Donna, whether or not Black prepared this, as they studied this very deeply, I don't think you make a knight move back to e8 without a great understanding of these positions. It might be inaccurate at the current moment. Maybe there was something slightly better, but his intention is clear. He did not want to take on d5 and allow White to take back with the c-pawn, which makes that bishop on e2 stronger. It allows the queen to stare into Black's position. It gives that c4 square for an eventual knight maneuver, knight f3, knight d2, and so on. So I feel like this move, knight e8, was quite a good decision, given that a trade would have favored White on the d5 square. So it's tense here. There's not much in the way of pawn tension outside of h5, g6, but coming up with plans doesn't seem that easy for either side, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it's a vague position, and you're right, that was so well explained, Robert. Knight e8 just pulls the chair out from under the d5 knight. If I had to predict how this game is going to go, I think Wesley will aim to castle queenside. So I think he's likely to complete his development. Black is probably going to play knight c7. I'm just going to throw a couple moves on the board. And the important moment is going to occur when, let's say, Wesley shifts his queen to the center. Black gets the knight to e6. It's important that Black's knight actually doesn't just access d4. It can also jump to f4, sacrificing a pawn, very common idea, in order to swap queens and open the diagonal for Black's bishop. So Wesley could take a moment and cover that square with the g-pawn. And the one thing I want to point out is that knight to d4, unfortunately, is not as powerful as I think it may appear, because White's just going to take on d4. And yeah, a passed pawn is going to replace the knight. Congratulations. But White's knight ages like fine wine. And if Wesley can make all of these moves in castle queenside, now he's finally ready to start operating down the h-file. This attack is not going to happen fast. Black is not in imminent danger of getting checkmated. But definitely the onus is going to be on him to whip up counterplay here against White's king with maybe speculative sacks like b7, b5. Either way, Robert, we're going to get a very exciting tactical game.
And I like that variation you went down where instead of having symmetry with the pawn structure, there will be a trade, and that could open up lines for both players' pieces. So this is going to be a battle about who can come up with a more meaningful plan, something with concrete threats. But for the moment, things are quiet with Wesley So on this board here, because the position, it remains locked in the center. The kingside may open up, but I don't see a checkmating attack, not with that bishop sitting on g7. It's going to be a bit of a tough road in.
Yeah, knight e8, the last move. Wesley now spending 6.5 minutes. Knight f3 is natural, but clearly long castle, queen d2, h6, lots of candidate moves. And the weight of the world is on Wesley's shoulders. He lost that game to Ivanchuk. He feels the need to score redemption. And with Nico Theodorou having the white pieces on board one, you cannot rely on your teammates. You have to perform. if you're Wesley. So with the white pieces, this is going to be one to keep an eye on, Robert.
Yeah, a lot weighing on this game and this match. USA cannot afford any more slips in this Olympiad if they want to have the gold medals in their sights. So let's zoom out of this game. Wesley, he's on the clock trying to figure out how to continue. And USA, they need to win this match and win all the rest if they are to have a chance. John, I know you've been sitting here listening, hanging out with us. You see these 4 boards right now. I mean, the eval bar still in the center. Early stages here for Team USA versus Team Greece.
Exactly right, Robert. And I've been so fascinated to hear you guys discussing not only the openings, but the level of prep that some of these players have brought out. Like the Wesley game was an excellent example where he's going d4 and very, very happy to play to an opponent's strength because he wants to challenge it head on. We're not trying to bypass anything. We're not taking someone out of prep super early. This is really, really cool stuff where he's saying, you know what? I think I found an improvement, and guess what? It's not on your side. And then when we take a look at the Abdusattorov game as well, the level of prep involved there with Queen b6 back to b7, knowing that these are going to be really difficult positions for their opponent to make. That's absolutely mind-blowing. Where in round number 7 now, you can tell how unbelievably seriously these players are taking the competition and their opponents, and still loads and loads of top games up. This is really tricky for so many of our players in the playing hall, but we're now starting to see more and more of these middle games get even more spicy. Folks, we're going to be going to a brief break, so do top up your tea while we're away, but don't be gone for long, because our coverage of the 45th World Chess Olympiad will be back after this.
We just got started, so I'll let you know.
And the rebound to Richardson. Still an opportunity with a minute to play.
Well, what about 2,900? Will somebody reach 2,900 in our lifetime?
Of course.
No doubt in your mind.
Even Magnus could have reached it, I think.
Do you think it'll be Magnus that gets?
I don't know if it's going to be Magnus, but I'm not sure he's interested too much about it. Rating is good to measure on a certain degree, but Magnus is not going to be probably the best player of all time, because whatever rating he's going to be reaching, even if he's going to be reaching 2,900, that's not the reason.
No more fancy openings, no swashbuckling middle games, no attacks. We're here to tell you about what comes after that.
I'm taking the time for prophylactic moves in this apparently pretty sharp position. Probably at this point the knight is better, but the game shows that it's possible to play around it.
Hello, folks. We are back with our live coverage of round 7 of the FIDE Chess Olympiad. We're going to be taking a look now at the women's section of the competition after seeing some of the amazing and devastating, potentially opening prep in the open section of the competition. In the other side of the playing hall, 181 teams representing different countries are fighting for 3 medal positions. Pretty brutal. In fact, 11 days is arguably horrifically challenging to whittle that many teams down to a top 3. That's why the tie breaks tend to be pretty useful indeed. But there's one good thing we have in our favor. Robert, at the moment, we really are getting down to the sharp end of the teams that are in contention. There aren't that many more with a perfect score, even though we're only halfway through. So we can expect the field maybe to get a little bit more spread out from this point onwards.
Well, we definitely can, as the top will run away from the teams that have been keeping chase for the moment, but they may fall behind. But it also means that our matchups are going to get closer and closer because we're going to have the top seeds, at least the top performers, playing against each other.
And Danya, I think you called out earlier, India-Georgia is an absolutely powerhouse matchup, both currently and historically. But we've got some fantastic games up and down the order today.
Absolutely. I mean, just looking at the top matchup, we've got some very unbalanced positions. Looking at Vaishali's game against Javahishvili, I have no idea what's going on that board. I need a grandmaster and maybe a broadcaster to help me sort out that chaos. The other boards are somewhat more orderly, but a very rich Nimzo Indian on the far right between Hotanashvili and Vantika.
Right.
John, Robert, help me out here. This Javahishvili Vaishali game is off the rails.
This is going to be an awful lot of fun. I'm going to sit back and enjoy the chaos and let the Grandmasters do what they do best. But I am eyeing up that board on the bottom right for sure and eagerly anticipating what comes next. Folks, take it away.
Well, Danya, I guess you have the dealer's choice, or in this case, the commentator controls the mouse's choice. Where do you want to go? Because to my eyes, board 2 in the blue, Vaishali and Javakashvili, they lack queens. Those were just traded. But of course, the game on the right, that one looks the feistiest. That one looks like we're going to get a true battle and perhaps a decisive game.
Yeah, we shall go there. I overhyped the Vaishali game a little bit. I want to quickly point out why the smoke is going to clear here. It looks very chaotic, but in fact, I think it's a dynamically balanced queenless middle game, I would call it, and then we'll head on over to the Nimzo Indian. This started out as a Grunfeld. I'm going to rewind a couple of moves back. Very fashionable bishop d2 line. Robert c5, d5. This is all very familiar. And queen comes out to h4. Always bring out your queen early in the opening, said no one ever. Said Vaishali. And bishop to d4. I smell Stockfish 17. I smell the smell. Knight f3 and a queen trade. This is how we always trade queens. The bishop is obviously going to move, but Vaishali might throw in e takes d5, bishop takes d5 first, and then has to decide whether she will seek the trade of dark squared bishops and run the risk of losing the d-pawn, or reroute the bishop back to h6 and potentially to its initial square on g7.
Yeah, white does look better for the time being just because 3 minor pieces are developed. If we can call the knight on h4 developed, it's on the rim. But still, 3 minor pieces are out. The d5 pawn, you're leading with your passed pawn. And so we will not have pure symmetry. This isn't just some queenless position where immediately you can make a draw. You have much to figure out here if you are both players, but I think more so Vaishali. So she has taken this pawn on d5. Bishop takes d5 seems quite natural, Danya, to take control of the center, to stare at the black queen side. But we'll have to see how this game continues, because for the moment, this one is a little bit less spicy than the game that we're seeing on the 4th board. And I do think that all of us, and I don't just say that for myself, I think the viewers would love to feast their eyes on what is going to be an imbalanced game for the foreseeable future.
And feast our eyes we shall. Bella Hotanashvili, very experienced grandmaster, has represented Georgia countless times at Olympiads, faces, I think, a newcomer to the India squad, Vantika Agarwal. Of course, the pressure is on, and White is the one building the Agarwal in the center here. This is a same-ish variation of the Nimzo Indian, where White forces the bishop to decide immediately with the move a3. Of course, the bishop doesn't have anything to decide. It takes the knight on c3. That's the whole point of the Nimzo Indian. And here you get this incredibly rich, very unique structure, Robert. This is a structure that only arises out of this particular variation in this particular opening. And of course, Black's main idea is clear, to go after this weak pawn on c4. The bishop is often hyperfianchettoed to a6. White, on the other hand, uses that very robust center and uses the bishop pair to try to nibble around the edges and push h4 at the right moment. So these positions can get absolutely wild, and they can get wild really fast. Speaking of the devil, and here it appears.
You said at the right moment. Now is the correct moment. And I want to point out that White is threatening to take on g5, and the rook on h8 is undefended. So rook g8 is the move recommended, and saying the only move that keeps the status quo. But Danya, if you make the decision here for Black to play g4 instead, let's say you say, I don't want to open up the h file, I want to push this g pawn. White is h5, and only White has a dark square bishop. So bishop h4, that's not just going to be a pain. That pain is going to win White some material if you're not extra careful, because the queen on d8, it can't move off the diagonal, otherwise you lose your knight. Your knight, of course, can't move because then you lose your queen, and there are going to be all sorts of ways for White to pile up pressure on the pinned piece. So rook g8 on the live board, that is what's required. It makes perfect sense. But Danya, I think many people watching this position would say, excuse me, if those h-pawns trade for one another, that rook on h1, that looks quite scary. Is this going to be a problem for Black's ultimate king safety?
Yeah, and that's the thing. You always have to be ready that whatever move you choose is going to have some drawbacks, and that rook is going to go vroom vroom. There is a lot of room for it to operate on the h file. It can move up to h6 and put pressure on this knight, but the rook operating alone is not going to cause, I think, sufficient problems for Black to derail Vantika's plan of attacking the c4 pawn. At the same time, if Black just sort of blissfully proceeds with bishop a6, it's also not as easy as it seems to actually win the c4 pawn, and this is a really important defensive resource. White can deploy the knight to h3. This is a very common method of development to pressure g5, and a big issue for Black is that you cannot take the c4 pawn in this version because White's going to take back and deliver a Forkovich on a4. So the typical way, Robert, that you prevent this is you play the move queen to d7, but that blunders the other knight on f6. So I am expecting a rook to land on h6, not for attacking purposes, but actually largely for prophylactic purposes, to prevent queen d7.
Well, I mean, prophylactic shock could be a problem to deal with in this game, because I do feel like some of these decisions will be harder for Black than for White. I'm not saying that White is even better here, because Black's plan can be obvious. Bishop a6, go after the c4 pawn, and if the queens come off the board, Danya, we already know that Black is certainly no worse and will probably just be better because the queenside pawns are so weak for White. So there's rook g8 now. That's the first hurdle to overcome. And then we'll see how Vantika deals with a rook trying to leap into the position on the h-file. So let's zoom out just for the moment. With so much action to cover here in the 7th round of the 2024 Chess Olympiad. India in the lead. They have 1 match point more than Georgia, but a Georgia win, even by the smallest margins, can allow them to leapfrog the Indian roster. So let's go to a different matchup. Danya, I'm looking across here. I'm seeing Uzbekistan and Azerbaijan. They're near the top as well. And we just saw a really cool moment here, because as the players, this is still in the Indian matchup, but as we head towards the matchup between Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan, as we look at the playing hall, lots of players still going at it early in this round. Well, we do have a funny queen offering that wasn't taken. So as we bring that up for everybody, we'll see that the last couple moves, Danya, in the Kazakhstan versus Azerbaijan matchup have been quite amusing.
Yeah, and actually, we already have a draw on the top board. It was a early repetition of moves, nothing interesting there. That's not what you're pointing out, but a draw between Gunay Mamadzara and Bibisara Sabayeva. But on board two, the Scotch Gambit that you are referencing, that is what featured some interesting fireworks in the opening. So let's quickly delve into those complications. Merowert Kamalidenova, and I'm really getting my tongue twisters in, against Ulvia Fadalieva. And let's see if we can point that moment out. So we don't have the time to delve into the entire game. So I'm going to bring us in to the important moment, Robert. There was a Rui Lopez series of exchanges in the center. Black grabs the bishop pair, and this was the critical moment. Knight to e4. Looks like a sacrifice. Black's going to lose the pawn. No. Bishop f5, intermezzo. But that looks like a blunder because bishop x-rays the queen. That means the queen x-rays the bishop. White has the winning move, knight f6 check. It's not the winning move, knight f6 check. Black had it anticipated. Boom! Goes the dynamite. Queen takes f6, counter desperado, and everything turns out to be under control for Fadalieva.
What a weird position, because even here, white could play queen takes c7. That looks like a hanging pawn. The black queen would still be under attack next. These hanging queens are what is leading to all the fun here. So white decides instead to just shift her queen one square over, Danya. Why is that not a free pawn on c7?
Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, queen takes c7. I think it was a capturable pawn. I think maybe white's worry was that she would have to spend another tempo evacuating the queen, except where do you evacuate it to? Because queen c3 suddenly walks into bishop b4. Yeah, remember me? I'm alive and well, says the dark squared bishop. So white didn't want anything to do with that. She played queen d2 instead. And after queen b6, if anyone is in the driver's seat, it's definitely black, because bishop b4 is now a threat. I think bishop a3 will be played, and white should be doing all right here, but she needs to be careful. It seems like black is getting frisky here. Maybe we'll plan a bishop on e4, even though white is the one up 40 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, you need to get rid of the dark square bishops and then get your knight from f3 up to a square like c5, right? If the knight could successfully plant itself on a dark square, unfortunately for black, you have a light square bishop. You cannot deal with that piece. So a dark square bishop trade makes perfect sense. It's just step one of a multi-step plan. And I do think this position has great dynamic chances for both sides. I mean, you could see black winning this game after establishing a bishop on e4. You could see white establishing long-term strategic dominance with the dark square control. So I really do believe it's anyone's contest in a very important matchup between Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan.
Yeah, very complex games. It's not all about the top board. And oftentimes, the outcome of the Olympiad not decided until the very last minutes of the very last round. As we can see, the lovely view there, bishop a3 has been played. And I think a good moment for us, Robert, I think, to switch back to the carnage happening in the open section, because we've got developments on a lot of the top matches, including our marquee top board matchup between India and China.
Okay, and we see Gukesh there, seated. He is looking down at his king, which is still in the center of the board, and Pragananda on board 2 for India, Arjun Erigaisi on board 3. And you know, Arjun seems like he's winning everything these days. Can't be stopped no matter who you put in his path. He is winning every game in this Olympiad and seemingly every game in his entire career. But Danya, in the year 2024, Arjun's lost just a couple of games. One of those losses was to Bu Zhangji, his opponent in today's matchup.
Yeah, Bu Zhangji might be a less familiar name to newer chess fans, but this is someone who's been on the Super GM scene for well over a decade now. He knocked out Magnus Carlsen out of a World Cup, which someone told me is pretty hard to do. I played the longest game of my career, an 8-hour classical game against Bu Zhangji. I had rook and bishop against rook, and he managed to hold it for 100 moves, 50 moves with a pawn, and then 50 moves after I captured his final pawn. We played until 2:30 a.m. at Millionaire Chess in Vegas. So Bu Zhangji is an incredibly solid, well-prepared player and Petrov expert. as we can see here. So a very double-edged position. Black has the bishop pair, but obviously a very weak pawn on d6 counterbalances it. Robert, it's hard to get a handle on this position. Like, what's going on? Can white take on d6? Who's playing for the advantage here? Is black trying to go b5? Help me out here.
I think that black is going for exactly what you're talking about. b5, b4. If you could get those two moves in, black does gain the upper hand, first to the attack. So we do see a position where black is going for it, and the pawn on d6 can be captured. Black will then move the bishop to e6 and things like that. So it's not an easy position to figure out, Danya, but white does look extremely well coordinated in the center.
And I feel like white has done everything to prepare to capture the d6 pawn, but Arjun's kind of hesitating. Now he actually has to pick that pawn up, but the prospect of b5, b4 is really scary, Robert. And I think that the position that Arjun might be trying to wrap his head around is after queen takes d6, okay, black has to move the bishop. I think he will plant it on e6. And Bu Shangji's roadmap is very clear. He wants to play b5, b4. But even that is not so easy to achieve because after b5, you might have to give up your c5 pawn. So maybe black's idea is actually to go after white's queen. Is Arjun thinking about this position, or is he contemplating an alternative to queen takes d6, in your opinion, Robert?
Looks like a free pawn. I mean, you really just want to grab it, and any sort of delay of capturing that pawn will allow black to go forward with these pawn pushes. So I do believe queen takes d6 is the first move, but maybe he wants to come up with a quick follow-up, and I'm going to put the question back into your hands, Danya. What would white's next move be? Because black's bishops are staring towards the white king side. You even have to look out for bishop takes c3 in many positions because the white king is quite exposed.
Well, first of all, the tempting move is bishop d5. And if you can swap one pair of bishops, you solve your problems. Obviously, this walks into rook b to d8. And it may seem like white loses the game. I don't believe that white loses the game. I think white can actually drop the queen back to f4 using this tension in the center to tactically save the piece, because if bishop takes d5, white will first swap on e8, then take on d5. But Robert, I keep thinking about this bishop takes c3 sacrifice. The eval bar does not change, even though it appears that white has effectuated some favorable simplifications. Maybe black just gets frisky here with a move like rook e2. That doesn't seem to be the secret sauce. But is there a tactical shot here that stabilizes the situation for black? Apparently, it's just queen to b5 aiming for f1. And, black just has enough activity here to compensate for the pawn.
And if you go back to that moment where bishop d5 was played in your analysis here, that's not an easy move to make from the white side. You showed why rook b to d8 doesn't work, but rook e to d8 is a second option. But the reason why black doesn't just win a piece is that loose pieces drop off. The b8 rook will be loose. So after rook e over to d8, the queen, bishop b5, rook e d8, queen somewhere like g3, let's just go to safety. And then after a take on d5, I can take back because the queen stares at that rook on b8. So this is easy to see, or easier, I should say, for the players once they get there. But in advance, in your mind's eye, you may think you don't have this bishop d5 resource. But indeed, if you look a little bit deeper, you do.
Wow, that's awesome. Rook e to d8, the b8 rook hangs. Rook b to d8, the e8 rook hangs. Try saying that 10 times. Almost as hard as saying Stamatis Kourkoulos Ardidis 10 times in a row. That's Wesley So's opponent from Greece. But bishop d5 is by no means forced. Arjun could say, listen, I'm going to call your bluff. I'm going to argue that black doesn't actually have a concrete follow-up. And he could make a brazen move like queen f4, just calmly evacuating the queen as if nothing's the matter. I would not advise this because something is the matter and something is going to give either after bishop takes c3 or after a move like b5. This just hands the attack over to black. Also because white loses contact with the c5 pawn. So let me tell you, Robert, this queen takes d6, bishop d5 line is not all that unlikely. I will finish my little soliloquy here by pointing out that in this position, the computer move is incredibly difficult. Maybe it's just me, but rook to d3, uncoordinating the rooks, just an amorphous, vague move that apparently keeps a slight advantage.
Wow, that is a hard one to find. The rook on e1 looks a little bit loose back there. You're allowing a pawn or a bishop to c4 with tempo. Rook d8 still hasn't been stopped, so I'm with you. Rook d3, I get why it's a good defensive move. Not an easy move to play, and this is why Arjun is actually calculating in the live position, Danya, because the rook d3 follow-up, not at all obvious.
Yeah, and if he decides that this is too dangerous, he could also just play a move like g4. Right? Let's not forget that we have opposite side castling. White is also allowed to attack the enemy king. So we might see Arjun sending his pawns up the board on the king side, but it's only move 17. You could easily imagine, the players taking 15, 20 minutes per move. I can see this going two ways. I can see Arjun taking on d6, and we could get some sort of liquidation, or we're going to get a drawn-out, chaotic middle game for 3 results. But I think Bouchangi has every right to be satisfied with the outcome of the opening, even if objectively he might be a little bit worse.
Well, if he's satisfied, Danya, that means Team China is satisfied, because trying to stop Arjun Erigaisi has been an impossible task for pretty much everybody else in the world. And if he, Bouchangi, can stop him with the black pieces, then that gives China solid chances at taking down India. I won't call it an upset because China has been here for years. They also are very highly rated in their own right. So you see the Chinese team, they want to repeat as Olympiad gold medals, something they did in 2018. And you see Arjun Erigaisi on the clock trying to figure things out. So Danya, we can step away from this game. Erwin Lamy right there staring very intently at this one. He wants to know who is better and why, but this is the top board clash between India and China.
Indeed. Just you can feel the tension. Where I'm thousands of miles away from Budapest, but just looking into the playing hall, you can see what this means for every player. In the meantime, on the top board, actually not that much has happened. The game has proceeded along pretty predictable lines. Gukesh did trade his dark squared bishop for black's knight on f6. He's planted the knight on d5, and I think he's gotten sort of the position that he was looking for, as well as a hefty 25-minute time advantage. No question that it's equal from an objective standpoint. I'm getting kind of Sveshnikov vibes, especially if Wei Yi tries to kind of re-fianchetto his dark squared bishop. But this is what he was looking for better or worse, Robert, this type of position.
He was looking for it, but I don't know what he's looking for next is Gukesh, because it's a very closed position right now.
I thought you were. Never mind. I thought the fact that he was away from the board, he was looking for some. Okay, go ahead.
I just like your plan with g6, bishop g7, things like that. So I'm not saying that Gukesh has done anything wrong, because his play has been solid, but I'm just trying to understand where he's going to in the future and what he hopes will lead him to an advantage. Because from where I sit, and this is why I'm in the commentator's chair, I don't have that Herculean task of playing, right? This is so stressful, so much pressure on your shoulders against such, illustrious opponents. But Danya, we just looked at Bouchangi with black. Now we're looking here at Wei Yi with black. At least on these Chinese boards 1 and 3, they should be very happy with what they've been able to achieve thus far. At this moment, black can expand on the queen side with b5. That just gains some space. It does perhaps weaken some squares, but it gives you some more ground to claim as your own. And on the king side, as you mentioned, g6, get that bishop out of there, play for the f-pawn push later if you can. So I do see this as being a solid position for black, but still so much life remaining.
Yeah, bishop g4 also an idea to fight for the d4 square. And Wei Yi, yes, the time advantage is not as significant in a position like this as it would be in Arjun Erigaisi's game. I think Wei Yi understands that if he makes a wise set of decisions early in the middle game, he will reach a position that's relatively easy to play and one that can be properly handled, even with 30 minutes on the clock. So you don't want to take this too far and leave yourself with, a minute for 20 moves. But Wei Yi cannot be too unhappy. He might be just a microscopic bit worse evaluation-wise, but with the bishop pair and with several enticing ideas, I think that his position is very solid. Seems like both players are pretty happy with the outcome of the opening here.
Yeah, Gukesh playing for a slight little pull. He's got 2 knights in a closed positions. Knights typically better than bishops when all 8 pawns are on the board like this and the center is locked up. So not too much to write home about in this game. Wei Yi doing well on the top board in Ding Liren's stead. So not a World Championship preview, but China saying that, hey, we have depth to our roster. This is a good, I don't even want to call him a replacement because if, as mentioned earlier, we're talking about Wei Yi, he's been the better player as of late than Ding Liren, not just in the Olympiad, but overall.
Yeah, and every time I watch him play as B5, good call, Robert, I learn a lot of things about chess. But he expands on the queen side, pushing Gukesh's bishop away. And I think that the interesting part of this game will probably occur, in 10 to 15 moves. I am interested to see how Wei Yi solves the problem of his king side as Gukesh drops his bishop back to b3. But there's also a possibility that we get a bunch of trades in the center and a quick draw. So hard to predict the flow of the game just yet.
Well, 2 teams that will be rooting for a draw, not just on this board, but in this match, are the teams that are chasing, because Iran, Vietnam, they entered this match, just like China, 1 match point behind India. India has been at the top of the standings. They do not want to let it go. And as we look at these 4 boards here, looking, Danya, on the right-hand side of our screen, we're talking about a FIDE master born in 2009. And for Giaban here, for Team Vietnam, you wouldn't expect him to be playing at this stage. They have a Grandmaster as their 4th board and the FM as the reserve, but he's done well in his first couple games, won the first one, drew with black in the second. And here with white, Danya, this is like the dream position that you ask for from these sort of Jabawa London or London setups.
Well, I have a sad little statistic. I've played Poyedani twice in my life, and the first time was in the under 12 World Youth Chess Championship in 2007. That was 2 years before Poyedani's current opponent was born. They're getting younger and younger, but this, of course, is the big question mark for Vietnam and for the youngster, a chance to prove himself on the biggest stage. Clearly a very solid opening choice by black and by white. I mean, Giaban is white. I apologize. So, no, he's very much in the driver's seat. I thought that Poyedani was white, and I thought that this was a Caro-Kann. I was wrong on every count. I also thought I was commentating checkers, not chess. So this was a London system. Giaban has the white pieces, and I think has a very pleasant position.
Everything looks good for white at this stage, because you think about that e6 to e5 potential pawn break. White has that fully covered. You see double rooks in the e-file, and that rook on e3, Danya, it's not just stopping e5. That can slide to g3 at any moment to go after the black king. And at this stage, if I'm looking at this from black's perspective, I don't see an active plan. I may want to trade queens off, but where can I even do that? If the queen goes to c7, I know the white queen isn't just going to capture. It'll slide on over to h4. And we do see the outline of an attack against the black king. And as you're highlighting, I think you knew exactly where I was going. Queen f6 allows queen to d6. So there are problems that black has to solve. White is better. White has good control over the center, has a more active rook on the 3rd rank, lifted, and a kingside attack is not out of the question. I would say clear, slight plus, nagging advantage for Vietnam.
Ugh, London system. Why does it exist? Yeah, the queens are locked in this kind of weird Mexican standoff where black tries to go one way, white dodges and goes the other way. But white's definitely holding the cards here, because even if black kind of bides his time, and this is not unlikely, right? A move like h6, white can expand slowly with a move like h4. White could potentially play a4 to grab space on the other side of the board, although you want to be careful about leaving your knight exposed. Queen to b6 could hit you unexpectedly. So you have to keep an eye on all sides of the board. But so far, the 15-year-old FIDE master, for whom this is the 3rd game at the Olympiad, is acquitting himself excellently. So good news, I think, still very early days, but good news for Vietnam on the bottom board. Robert, as for the other 3 boards, positions on all of them, very hard to kind of put a clear evaluation to. I think it's equal on all 4 boards, honestly.
the board 1 matchup between the heavyweights, Para Maksudlu and Liam Lei, that's a weird position. Why is there a white rook on g1? Is he really trying to throw that g-pawn forward? That's the brown board on the left. The center 2 boards, they seem quite locked up. So why don't we tune into that Super Grandmaster clash? Because, as I said, there's a rook on g1, Danya, and I'm all sorts of confused.
Yeah, I like how I'm just assuming that this is equal because I trust, these top guys so much that no matter how unbalanced the position is, I'm like, it's equal. And when I say dynamic equality, right, we don't literally mean that the position is symmetrical. We mean that the two sides have imbalances, but their respective ideas and plans kind of counterbalance each other. The problem is I have no idea what both sides' respective ideas and plans are. I don't understand what this rook is doing here. Is he preparing g4? What is Black's bishop doing on a diagonal completely hemmed in by both his own and the enemy pawns? And more immediately, looking at the last couple of moves, Robert, just look at this. Rook g1, b5, knight a3, bishop a6, knight b1, bishop b7 was the last set of moves. Try that on for size. I'm not even going to try to predict the course of events here. I don't even think Parham knows what he's going to do.
Rook f1 back, maybe? Based on the last bunch of seemingly random choices from the white side. I think Black's moves actually have been quite natural, but I don't understand Rook g1, the knight going back to b1. If you are the team from Iran, you don't necessarily need a win in this game, right? You don't have to rely solely on Parham to win, just like they didn't have to rely on him to win against Norway, right? He held a draw with Black against Magnus, and somebody else scored a point. All you need is one victory if everybody else remains solid. But Danya, I don't understand what Parham's been doing. He's way down on the clock right now. Black has a bishop pair, so when you talk about an unbalanced position, if that bishop can open up and an f5 move comes in at some moment, that bishop can become very strong. For the time being, the queen side is to White's advantage, and that's going to prevent Black from focusing all of his attention over towards the king side. But I don't get what White is doing, and maybe it's my lack of chess understanding, but looking at Parham, I don't quite think this is the closed position he wanted. He is a much more aggressive tactical player.
No, I think for Lequang, ignoring the completely meaningless, slight dribs and drabs of the eval bar, 0.4, 0.2, it's just an unbalanced position. But one, I agree, I think more to the liking of the Vietnamese GM. And right now, I think Parham has to decide between c3 chasing the bishop way or maybe knight to c3. And knight to c3 has a pretty heavy price tag associated with it because Black actually could trade on c3 and take on a4. And lo and behold, you have an outside passer on a5. So sometimes the side that has to define the structure and course of the game, that's not always a good thing because that forces you to spend more time and you're going to get FOMO. Whatever move you play, you're going to be like, nah, I should have played the other move. I should have went to the other party. So for Parham, he's got to keep an eye on his clock. And I think the next 5 moves or so are going to be really, really important.
And Liam Lei's riding a high. He beat world champion Ding Liren with the black pieces, an important endgame win to hold the match for Vietnam. He's at his all-time peak rating. He would like to keep gaining those ELO points and crack into the tippy top of the chess world. So let's take a break from this matchup, but let's go to a player that we usually talk a lot about, but have yet to talk about much in this Olympiad for Team France, because Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he is playing on the top board. And okay, we're not going to be bored looking at this matchup, Diane. That's very clear. I think the only game that really deserves our attention at the moment is the one between MVL and Michtilashvili, because we know that he beat Alexei Shirov in the previous round, but right now with the black pieces against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Diane, that looks like a struggle.
Indeed, and too many consonants, not enough vowels in Mikhail Michtilashvili's name, and a lot of pieces on the board here on various unconventional squares. I'm just looking for that matchup because there's so many matchups. There's literally over 100 of them that I'm scrolling through. So as soon as I pull this game up, we'll delve a little bit deeper. Just in the meantime, a quick overview of the other boards before we delve in. We have Etienne Bacro, the veteran, on board 2. equal position against Luka Paicadze. On board 3, the youngster Marc-Andrea Maurizi has a very nice advantage against the legend Badur Jabava. And on board 4, Laurent Fressinet. I love this mix of veterans and youngsters that France has. A super complicated ready opening against one of the ready experts, Levon Ponsolaya. So hard to say who has the momentum in the match. I think it is France because of Maurizi's position. And on that note, let's see what MVL has done here. His last move is G4. Time to get Gary moving. What do we make of this, Robert?
G4 for the score, as Canty likes to say, and if he can play G5 in the future, that D5 pawn is feeling a bit weak. But if we actually pause and not talk about moves, but talk about pieces, White is actually down a pawn at the moment. This was intentional. This was not a blunder. White has the bishop pair, the tucked away king, but Black has this extra pawn in the center. So Daniel, I just wanted to note that for everybody, because White may be down that pawn, but is also up a lot of time. 40 minutes here. This looks like a tough position for Black to play with that king stuck in the center.
Just a quick PSA that we already, I think, have a draw on our top, one of our top boards between Yu Yingyi and Pragnananda. That game really never got off the ground. So 50-50, the current score on our top board. But Robert, I think Chedlishvili is in serious trouble here. Not just because of the objective assessment, but because this type of position is right up MVL's alley. And I just wanted to show how this was reached, because this started off as a very theoretical Slav, a well-known line. And in this line, White typically castles to the queen side, and Chedlishvili playing the kind of Moran idea with b5, knight b to d7. I feel like this is still theory. He plays c5, computer approved, and here's the pawn sacrifice, d5. Just look at that move for a second. Just giving up the center pawn. You take it, have it. E takes d5, now tucking the bishop away and opening up this pressure on d5, and now g4 to push the knight away from f6. What did Black do wrong here, Robert? It feels like he played all the theoretical moves and he hasn't gotten what he's been promised.
No, and I don't think Black has done anything wrong to this point. You see the evaluation bar is ever so slightly in White's favor, but I'm actually expecting that blue arrow that tells us there's an only move at some point from the Black side, because even in this turn, I don't know where Black is supposed to move his pieces. You castling kingside, you're walking right into the attack. You're not going to get away with that. White will play h4, h5, and just go and try to checkmate your king. And if your king needs to remain in the center, how are you going to stop this g4, g5 push? Also, e4 at some moment, knight takes d5 tactics as well, with the rook winning the stare down with the queen. So I do feel like it's much more fun to play this from MVL's perspective.
This is actually not the first time the position was reached. Parham Maksudlu against the 2400. Parham was the first person to play g4, and so far the only person, 2023 in Qatar. And that game does not portend good news from Chedlishvili, because in that game, Maksudlu's international master opponent, I'll quickly show how quickly this went downhill for Black. It looks like queen c7 might be the best move, Robert, but Black pushed d4. Just trying to solve the problem by giving the pawn back. E takes d4, c4. Classic idea to keep the center locked up. Parham said, this d5 square, you ain't having it. He pushes d5. Bishop d6 pushes g5. Pushes f4. Good to see that Parham has learned how the pawns move. And after queen d7, I just wanted to spotlight just the badass move that he played. Rook h to g1. Opening up the possibility of bishop g4, preventing Black from evacuating the king to the queen side, and things went from bad to worse. I mean, you can see Parham didn't play perfectly, but he got off to a commanding advantage and converted it quite smoothly. So from a practical perspective, Chedlishvili now with 35 minutes on his clock, facing this massive threat of g5 and the possibility of collapse in the center. He needs to be perfect here.
Well, he needs to overachieve just like the entire Georgian team has done thus far, because this is a lineup, strong grandmasters on every board, but not a single one crosses 2,600. So you wouldn't expect them to be at the absolute top of the cross table. But we know from looking at the players, Badur Jabala, we have Michelishvili here for this team. They're deep, they've got a lot of experience, and they're all gaining rating points, which is definitely not typical of a team lineup.
Yeah, I mean, Jabala obviously was well over 2,700 at his peak. Chedlishvili defeated Alexei Shirov in the previous round. And Levon Pantalaya, again, 25-16 is just a joke. I mean, this guy is 26-15, not 25-15. Very solid player. He's a ready expert. And B4, by the way, is Chedlishvili's choice, trying to preempt the attack on D5 by driving White's knight away. You might be driving it toward D5. We might get some fireworks in the center here, but a big shout out to Georgia, definitely punching above their weight as we get back to the bird's eye view here in this really interesting matchup. Yeah, Maxime. Maxime!
Yeah, we just saw the speed with which he played his move, and it's actually a knight sacrifice. So Maxime, I don't know if it's specific preparation, but I would guess it very well might be.
Yes.
You named that Parham game that was played in this exact line. So Maxime knows what he's doing. He knows what needs to be done. And that's bad news for Team Georgia because Maxime is the stronger player and he's got the preparation. This is not what you wanted if you are the Georgian squad.
Yeah, France has the advantage. Maurizi is better against Jabava, and now Maxime developing a really, really scary initiative against the top board. Chedlishvili and the other boards, everything under control for the two French veterans with the black pieces. So maybe a good time to move to one of our other countless fascinating matchups. Robert, I'll let you take the driver's seat here and direct our ship to the next station.
There are so many stations that we can go to, and we are looking at the moment. We've been looking at France versus Georgia, but why don't we head to Magnus Carlsen, the number one rated player in the world? Yeah, easy to forget that he's playing.
Yeah.
But they are playing. The Norwegians are playing against the Austrians. In Austria, they tied Poland. That was an upset because Jan Krzysztof Duda was just an accurate move or two away from winning his individual board, which ultimately would have led to a team match for Poland, but then Austria squandered some advantages of their own. That was one that could have gone either way, but right now, Norway, they have to get wins. They cannot afford what happened for the rest of Dania. They lost to Iran in a heartbreaker, but here you see their four boards. Magnus Carlsen on the left-hand side of our screen. I think we can ignore the evaluation just because it's so early in that game, and Magnus played this opening intentionally on the brown board on the left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there is no way that Norway can afford another loss. And I was just wondering, did Magnus Carlsen walk fast to the playing hall? Oh, slow. Okay, sorry.
Oh, my goodness.
You can take over from here.
Yeah, that was a horrible pun.
Copenhagen with all my puns now.
Why are we going to Denmark from Norway? What is this nonstop short flight that we're getting here? Come on, man. Let's go right into the game.
Airline system, baby.
Well, let's go right into the game of Johann Sebastian Christensen after we first look at this Magnus game because they're board two. Johann Sebastian, he has been giving us some of the best chess of the Olympiad in terms of how entertaining it's
Mozart versus Beethoven or Frederick Chopin at least, but we'll settle for Johann Sebastian Christensen.
Well, first, we'll just update everybody on Magnus. We see here it's a locked position, knight in the center. White can take that knight, but that will help black get a pawn to the 5th rank, and then that opens up the dark square bishop, and black, of course, can take on f3, but that allows the dark square bishop for white to be a bit stronger. I would say that this is really early stages here. Both players are finding their footing, that this doesn't have much clarity to it. I mean, white will try to control the center. Black actually has stabilized quite nicely, even though white has a little bit more space to his name. So, Danya, I know that everyone wants to watch Magnus play. That's typically where we should focus our attention, but board two, that is where the fascination is.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus, he played a Philidor. He knows he's going to be slightly worse out of the opening, and all credit to Valentin. He's looking at that d6 pawn and asking it, like, would you be my Valentin? So, Magnus will have to whip up some complications here. We'll see how he manages to do that, but definitely we'll let that game pick up steam. I am totally with you, partner. This is where the action is at. Christensen, of course, renowned for his opening prep, but not this time, I think. He played a center game. Yes, a center game in the Olympiad. Should I rewind and kind of see how this was reached, Robert? White seems to have forgotten to develop like his entire king side.
Well, the center game is not for the faint of heart. It's also not for coaches who are teaching their students to develop their pieces and not bring their queens out too early. But Danya, this has been played at the highest levels before. Jan Nepomniachtchi has played himself a good center game or two. And we see that the white queen is where the bishop belongs. So I cannot advocate for this opening.
No, and it's funny, Jan actually won a all-prep game against Benjamin Bach in the previous CCT qualifier, but that's a rapid game. This is a classical game, and you've got more time to remember your prep. This does not go great for Christensen. Bishop b4, black just plays natural moves, developing all his pieces, putting pressure on the e4 pawn. Now a5 to cemento this bishop and give the knight the freedom to jump to e5 if necessary. Dominik Horvath, he has not done anything extraordinary. He's developed all his pieces, Robert, put them on the most natural squares, and opened up the center. And now he drops the knight back. Obviously, e takes d5, bishop takes d5. Christensen has slid his queen away from the x-ray. And is he not afraid of a pawn landing on d4? I mean, I don't know, man.
D4 is one of those moves you can't take back. You know, it's you get your pawn up, but it may be quickly attacked by white's pieces. So what Johann Sebastian Christensen is doing well is he's creating complications. What he's doing not so well is developing his kingside, because there's a bishop, a knight, and a rook that have not left their starting squares. And the white queen has moved, to my count, 4 times. That was the 4th move with it back on over to f2. So this is not how you typically see chess games played at this level, but to beat an opponent who is very strong, sometimes you just have to take them into that deep, dark forest, as Mikhail Tal once said, where 2 + 2 it doesn't equal 4.
Yeah, and right now 2 + 2 does not equal Johann Sebastian Christensen, because d4 is the most tempting move, but you could also preface it, Robert, with bishop to c5. And then when you push d4, that pawn is even better protected, and the b4 square could then be used as a jumping off point for the black knight. You can see the eval bar. It's not having any of white's opening preparation here. And with 47 minutes, I think if Dominik finds bishop c5, which seems to be the most accurate move, and then he pushes d4, he might be a couple of accurate attacking moves away from maybe even a miniature. But Christensen, he's a wily, sly tactical player, right? This is not the kind of position where you look at it and you're like, it's over. You know, black is 2 or 3 moves away from victory. The hardest part for Dominik Horvath is definitely still ahead. So let's not call this one count the eggs when the chicks have hatched. The other way around. I butchered that completely.
I'll forgive you. I'll just push past it. But JSC survived a game where his king was on g6. So this is not the worst that he has seen. It's not the worst that we have seen. And Team Norway needs games just like this to go their way, but not looking so promising in the early stages. No. Whew, wow, what a round we have thus far. I mean, we have so much action on the top board between India and China. A draw relatively quickly played there between Yu Yangyi and Pragananda, but still so much left to fight for. So as the players, they're deep in thought here. We see that this matchup between Norway and Austria, it can determine if Norway will have any chance at getting back towards the top of the leaderboard, or if they will fall behind some of the teams like India, China, Vietnam, Iran, and so on. So we see that these players are thinking, let's leave them to it. John, I know you're out there somewhere. I'm going to ask you for what your thinking is about the rest of the Olympiad that's happening, because I know you've been looking at all the matches and all the games.
I have been, yes. Thank you very much. I've been taking a look, scrolling down, admittedly not on some of the top boards, but we have some really wild individual positions and sacrifices all up and down. I will admit, though, Robert, that I came straight back to the games you guys were looking at as soon as JSC was on the board. And that's because, for me, Johann Sebastian Christensen has absolutely been my player of the Olympiad so far. Every single time we look at his games, they've been completely amazing. He's been losing, he's been winning, he's been drawing, he's been all of the above. So I completely get what you guys were talking about. Frankly, the chicks can get back in the eggshell and it can like reassemble itself and glue itself together, okay? I've got no idea what'll happen with his games. We'll eventually go to a break and come back, and I bet you it'll be completely different. Absolutely love watching him. When we go to this break, though, folks, do us a favor, as well as refreshing your drink, why don't you think about playing a bit of chess yourself and winning some money while you're at it? Has that gotten your attention? We are taking a look. We're on a hunt for our community's best duck chess competitor. So we're going into variant territory here, and it could be you. Our community championship, the Duck Chess Community Championship, begins tomorrow, so the 19th of September. But here's what you need to know. There's $2,000 up for grabs, and you can actually be in with a shot at winning yourself a slice of that cash. Use !duck chess in chat to learn how to play, and maybe we will see you from tomorrow onwards getting yourself with some of that prize money. So all good fun as we continue here. Lots of action all over the playing hall at the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, and we're now going to start to see results trickle in with potential match results on the line as we head into today's middle game. See you in a few minutes for the rest of round 7.
We know that Richard Rapport is likely playing. He's transferred back to the Hungarian team. And we know that Petr Leko is more than likely playing. We may not know the entire team, but how do you rate the team's chances just knowing that those two are playing?
Well, first of all, I have to express how overwhelmingly happy I was when I heard it, that they gave a press conference and announced that the Rapport is back. And actually, Leko said it, that he's also not so active anymore. But of course, if the best team can represent Hungary, then he's ready to do. And so this way we have Rapport, we have Leko, and we have some of the younger generation representing the team. I think apart from the fact that this is going to be the strongest Hungarian team what we can have right now, and I think it will be very special for the players also playing in Hungary and representing Hungary and trying to give their best. I would think that they have good chance to become in the top 10 if I want to be realistic. Obviously, if I want to be a dreamer, then I say, okay, let's have the stars standing the way that they are going to get a medal.
Okay.
Were you afraid of the whole country watching? Feel embarrassed as well? Wonderful.
It's edited. I think it's edited.
Yeah, it's clearly.
But it's close to how it was, but it's a little bit edited. Yeah.
Not a little bit. It's completely edited.
No, but it really was like that. Yeah. Like the Ival Bar in Hikaru's videos. Yeah. Right? Edited. Edited afterwards by the editor. Not how it really happened. Afterwards, taken from somewhere else and placed in the middle. And then squeezed.
You know, before this, I thought I would be the one getting into trouble. Now I think it's you.
Lawyered. Okay.
As VD, I would play rook e8, bishop c3, queen h4, queen b2, queen h5, and then bishop e2, queen g5, bishop f1, bishop f7, h4.
Better than Hikaru's lines. Better than those lines that Hikaru rattles out.
Hikaru learned from somewhere.
Yeah, because Hikaru likes that thing.
Hikaru was in Norway. This was
yeah, but Hikaru's was like completely off. Like I checked it afterwards with the engine. The line makes no sense at all. Yeah, it makes no sense at all, that line.
I think only the head bob was missing here. Like Hikaru is doing this.
Ah, true. Wow.
That's a good one. We have to watch again.
No, this is a good one. Yeah.
It's a really good one.
Yeah. Some good editing there. Wow.
Nice. Nice.
Ooh, slick. Okay.
Nice.
Awkward. Yeah, this whole thing is like.
But I think
it's embarrassing when you play candidates and you.
He does it on, like, he knows the content game. So it's not like he doesn't know the spelling of Nepo.
Hello everybody, round number 7, and the moves are flowing thick and fast in the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. I'm John Sargent, with me are Robert Hess and Daniel Naroditsky, and we are safely reaching that portion of the broadcast where we've had some super intense opening prep, some really impressive games where some players have had to use almost no time at all. But we are very firmly now into the middle game where we can see an awful lot of fireworks begin to appear. Not on every board, Danya, but we're getting to that point now where we can almost hop from 5-6 games at any one time and see some pretty cool stuff on all of them.
Listen, if anybody still thinks classical chess is boring, just show them round 7 of the 2024 Olympiad, or just show them Arjun Erigaisi's game, and that should already be enough. So I just wanted to warn anybody with, a heart condition or with young kids in the room, once we start looking at this Arjun game, you might want to avert your eyes, because this is not for the faint of heart, John.
We're going to get to that Arjun game in just a moment. Robert, out of everything we've seen so far, is there a standout moment or move that you would say actually has impressed you the most today? Have we seen a similar queen takes h3 moment yet, or is that still to come?
I'm just going to be a good friend. I'm going to say whatever Danya said, because I know during the break how excited he was, how antsy he was getting about that Arjun game. So as a good friend of Danya, I'm saying, no, the most interesting by far has been Arjun Erigaisi's game.
Absolutely love it. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bird's eye view of that specific matchup now, of course. A highly anticipated matchup here between India, China. I was also looking at this game in the break. I can say for the first time today, I'm going to say this because I'm not on camera during the games that much, I actually found what I think might end up being the next move in this position. So I'm going to be heartbroken if it turns out to be something else. Robert, Danya, help a guy out. Put me out of my misery here. What's going on?
Oh my gosh. B4 has been played. John, kudos to you. You called it.
Happy about that.
That's it. The Olympiad's over. John, predict B4. That's it. All right. See you guys later. This is fun. Just kidding. And Arjun's going to take on F6. We got to jump into these complications because already one game has ended in a draw. The top board is a rather docile position, but Arjun, he manages to create fireworks in any situation, in any position against any opponent, and he has just initiated the first sacrifice. This is going to be an unforgettable sequence of moves. Can we jump into this position? And I'm merely going to scratch... Oh, wait, I'm actually not pulling up the position myself. I got so excited that I forgot to actually open this position up. And Robert, I'm only going to scratch the surface because literally it can take an hour and you will still not be able to understand what's going on in this position, but I will do my best.
Well, I can't wait to dive into these details because I see the white rook has given itself up for the black bishop. Danya, we have to dive in and look at Arjun Erigaisi versus Bu Zhangji.
And I'm just trying to pull up this game. I'm seeing his previous game. There it is. Okay, so, folks, buckle your seatbelts, put your tactical caps on. B takes C3 has been played, and the stage has already been set. First, a quick debrief on the last couple of moves. So Arjun, instead of taking on D6, he played the move Queen F4, setting up Rook takes D6. Bu Zhangji shoves the pawn forward to B4. Now White can take either of the two bishops, but clearly Rook takes D7 is a dead end. After B takes C3, Black's attack is devastating. So Arjun takes the other bishop on F6, trying to explode the king position, the pawn cover around Black's king. If Black grabs the rook on F6, after Queen takes H6, it's easy to see the attack is pretty devastating. So Bu ignores what happens on the king side, focuses on blasting open White's pawn cover with B takes C3. Now, unfortunately, Robert, the move I was mostly investigating during the break was actually B takes A3. And there is just one line here that I would like to spotlight if I may. In this position, White has actually 5 ways to proceed, and all of them result in a draw. But by far the most fascinating is the move B2, B4. So just watch these two insane lines. B4, C takes B4, Bishop H7 check, right? Stop me if I'm speaking in tongues. King takes H7, Rook takes H6 check. Now, if Black takes on H6, it's a perpetual. Queen takes F7, and Queen endlessly pursues the Black king. But Black can play for a win with King G8, and White's only move here is Rook E1 to E5, a collinear move. Rook takes E5, Knight takes E5, setting up the mate threat with Queen takes F7. So Black simply slides the Rook over to F8, and it continues. Knight takes D7. Black pushes A2. Looks like Black's king is safe and Black is about to have 2 queens on the board, but White saves the day by giving that knight away, opening up the G-file, Queen G3 checkmate. Just kidding, it's not checkmate. Black slides over, blocking with his own queen, leading to a queen trade, and leading to a drawn rook endgame, also known as a rook endgame. That is line number 1. Robert, and line number 2, really quickly, just because this is unmissable. In this position after B4, Black also has this fascinating idea of A2, sacrificing one of the queens. And no, you do not promote. You actually give a check on B1 and take the rook on E1. And I just want everybody to look at this position. Knight takes E1, G takes F6. White has an entire army of pieces, and he cannot stop this lonesome A-pawn from promoting itself into a queen. But White doesn't care. White allows the promotion, and because of Black's ruined pawn cover and White's incredibly active minor pieces, in this position, White would still hold a big initiative. But all of that will remain behind the scenes because the Chinese Grandmaster took the other pawn. Arjun immediately recaptures with B takes C3, and now Black is at a further crossroads, Robert. There's Queen takes C3. There's Queen takes A3. You can take the rook on F6. What on earth do you do, and how do you make a decision in only 30 minutes?
That was a ridiculous set of variations there where Black doesn't even promote a pawn that can go to the other side just to take some material. We saw rook sacrifices in all sorts of different ways. And at this point, I do feel like Bu's going to take the rook on F6. I know that you can take on A3 with check first. You can also like Queen takes C3, but there's so much to calculate in each and every line. For example, after Queen takes C3, Danya, and I know the rook on f6 is hanging, so if I ask you, is there a threat? Yes, this is to take a free rook. But if that rook slides somewhere to safety, what is black's next move? Say if, rook a6 to protect your a3 pawn.
White is up a piece. I don't want to say anything too controversial here, shake the hornet's nest. But the big problem that Bouchangi faces is that this check on a1 is futile because the king just evacuates through the center. So apparently the correct move here is the prophylactic rook b to d8, moving the rook away from what seems to be its best square on the open b file, sliding it up to the d file, and obviously setting up now the serious threat of queen a1 check. You're not going to believe what white's best move is here, Robert. King b1 back into the danger zone. And this is a repetition of moves. This is a draw for the ages if we get a repetition like this. Oh,
truly ridiculous. That is truly ridiculous.
This is not a real chess position. And I apologize to anyone if I'm, throwing these moves out too quickly. There's just so much to get into. And of course, Robert, the simplest move, I think the move Boo is probably calculating right now, is g takes f6, queen takes h6. And why is it good to have an extra exchange? Because you can sacrifice it back. Rook takes c4, I think, is forced. And try evaluating this position, ladies and gentlemen.
Rook g4 would be checkmate, except for that bishop on d7. Rook h4, on the other hand, threatens a checkmate in 1 on h8, but the black queen can give a check on a1 or take the pawn on a3. There are so many tactics, no matter where you turn your head. But if we just go down one more line here, rook h4, right, that looks like you're heading towards checkmate, because if black takes on a3 with check, it does feel like after king d2, you're running out of checks because, there's one on a5. You can't go to b4. The rook covers that square. So you go back to a5 with check, and doesn't it just feel like the white king is escaping somehow? Like, there are different directions. King e3. There you go. King e3, king f4, king g3, but this is how you lose games.
Oh my gosh. Queen c7 mate. Oh my gosh. The diagonal mate to prevent king g... Oh, it's not mate just yet, but white has to throw away all of his pieces. Robert, this is crazy. And king e2 also loses. Now the bishop jumps into the party. And again, you're in trouble. Black holds the draw here. That's unbelievable. White has nothing better than either king to d1. Now, by the way, black should not play rook b1 check here, as Boo does capture on c3. Rather, black would give the check on a1. But forget all of that. We're back in the lion's den. Queen takes c3 is on the board. And will we see rook a6? Will we see that repetition?
Oh my goodness. Rook a6 makes sense. You save your rook. You protect the a3 pawn in the process. So these are moves that you can pick out one by one. But overall, the amount of rich tactics on display and just the nerves of steel from Boo Zhangji to give up his d6 pawn, throw his b pawn forward, give up his bishop on f6, and just say, your king is the one that's in the line of fire. I mean, this is some really wild stuff right now. And rook a6, that seems to be the move that protects a3. It seems to be a very logical choice. But there are other rook moves, and I don't believe they change the objective evaluation in that white has an extra piece, but the king is so open that there should be some repetitions. And if rook b to d8 is found, as you said, Danya, that is the way that black threatens checkmate. Like, he's not even giving the checks right away. We're taught checks captures threats. But here we're actually ignoring the checks because they allow the white king to slither away. And instead you're going to try to line up your rook to take away escape squares. And also the b8 rook versus the e8 rook, it's another difficult decision. But it's because the queen on c3 and the rook on e8, they together put pressure on the e1 rook that is a bit loose down there. Because otherwise the light square bishop could move for white. So these are some really tricky tactics.
And Robert, I dropped connection there for just a millisecond, so I apologize if I'm repeating what you already said. But to me, the craziest thing, perhaps, is if we take the move rook takes f7, right, which is an alternative to rook to a6. If we put this on the board, you would think that in such a position, black has to act with a tremendous amount of precision in order to hold the game. And we already know that queen takes a3 is going to be a perpetual with the queen a5 check. But guess what? Black has 4 other moves that maintain equality. In this position, you have 4 different ways of making the draw. Bishop e6, rook b to d8, bishop a4, and even bishop to c6 maintains not only equality, but forces white to find an only move rook takes a7 in order to keep zeros on the eval bar. The point is bishop takes c6 gets checkmated in 2 moves. Rook takes a7 sets up white's own potential threat. Robert, and off we go again. Check. 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 Rook takes d2 check. Are you freaking kidding? King f3. Queen d4. King g3. Rook takes e4. And of course, we get a perpetual check at the end of this line. Yeah, I don't even know why I'm showing people this. This is an insult to their intelligence. These lines are too obvious. Let's look at something a little bit more complicated, shall we?
This is unbelievable. And it's, some people, they lament the fact that engines are so much better than humans, but we would not be able to see all of these tactical lines without the assistance of the engine. And it's an amazing line. Boo, see the feature chat, doing well. Well, it depends. If he is trying to play for more than just the draw, he could be in some danger. And it looks like Arjun made his move. Where did he bring that rook? I can't quite see it yet. So when it appears on the board, we'll know ultimately where it lands. And he goes to d6. So that's the question I was going to ask as well. Is there just immediate draw, queen takes a3 check, queen a5? Because if not, then I really do like this rook d6 move. The evaluation may not have changed, but it makes black's life a little bit more difficult unless there is that repetition coming in the next few turns.
Yeah, Arjun actually limits black's options. This is the point of rook d6 as opposed to a move like rook f7, because here, black has to take on a3. Black does not have the time for a move like bishop b6 because the rook is going to drop back to d3 and suddenly black's attack will fizzle out. So we will see queen takes a3, king d2 on the board. Now queen a5 is the only good check. By the way, the reason it's the only good check is because after queen b4 c3, the queen has stolen the rook's thunder, right? You want to be able to play the move rook b2 check, but last I checked, the rook cannot jump over other pieces. So you want to give the check on a5. And now Arjun can make the draw with king c1, or he can go for the win with c3. But one way or the other, we're going to get a perpetual check in this game. And it might be via another sacrifice, and another check, and another check, and another check, and another check. And this is the kind of perpetual check that we will see. But something tells me Arjun might have had enough adventures for one game. And maybe a peaceful result is in the cards here, sooner rather than later.
Well, his perfect score may come to an end. He has won all the games that he has played in this Olympiad, but this could be the perfect storm for Team China. If Boo can draw with the black pieces, and if things go their way on the other board, suddenly they can leapfrog India in the standings. But this has been a mesmerizing display of tactics. The vision from both of these players, of course, they can't see every last line that we've gone down, but Boo, look at him. He's confident right now. I believe that he sees that he has at least a draw, and if white tries to somehow get adventurous, this can go in Boo's favor. So why don't we, I guess, leave the players to it for the moment. Boo already has like his lanyard, his player card in his hand. He's ready to sign the score sheets and go.
Dude, let me tell you, this game might end in peace, but I don't think there will be any fans booing the performance by both of these players, especially the Chinese Grandmaster, to wade so confidently through this just ocean of tactics that Arjun always seems to impose on his opponent. You know, b5, b4, just command of key Petrov ideas. And this is going to be a big hold for Team China with the black pieces holding the unstoppable Arjun Erigaisi. And giving China perhaps a little bit of momentum depending on where they are in the other boards. That'll leave us down to 2 games, actually, on our top match.
And we've looked quite extensively at the game between Gukesh and Wei Yi that remains so closed. I mean, not a single pawn has been traded on that board, and Wei Yi did overcome Gukesh in Tata Steel earlier this year. They tied for first place, but ultimately in the quicker time controls, it was Wei Yi who was on top. And he is the number 1 board at the moment for Team China. Ding Liren sat this one out, but we'll see if that pays off, because right now, Danya, as I look across their boards, we see Bu Zhangji likely to repeat moves and make a draw against Arjun Erigaisi, Pragananda, and Yu Yangyi. They have already drawn their games. That leaves us with board 4, and why don't we actually take a look at that briefly, because for Team China, they are entrusting Wang Yue a former 2760 player who has dropped to his current 2637. But I said at the top of the show, that's a joke to me. He's lost a bunch of rating points playing in the Chinese league, where these young, underrated players steal everybody's points who steps through those events. And right now, I like his position from the white side. I would say slightly better for Wang Yue, but maybe not too much to write home about, but a position where he could feel safe and sound in.
Yeah, and just to round off your point, Wang Yue was 2756 in 2010. So this is a guy who's no stranger, much like Pintala Hari Krishna, who's been close to 2,800, right? You know, these two players might be in the sort of final stages of their super active classical career, but, you know, class ages like fine wine. And what is going on here? It's a very, very chaotic position, given that it started as a very conventional Italian. The center has opened up. White currently has the bishop pair, but Black might be doing something about that pretty shortly. So I think this knight takes c3 trade is going to happen, Robert, and maybe White just lets it happen and gets the queen out to f3 and tries to operate on the light squares, where I think White has the biggest superiority here.
Well, you just had your fun with all the tactics. You know me, I like those small positional advantages. Queen f3 was the exact move that I was looking at, because knight takes e3 seems to be the goal from the black side. You're getting rid of this dark square bishop. We will be left with opposite color bishops, but the queen on f3 actually stares across the entire diagonal over to a8. So if you're not careful, Black may not be able to untangle his pieces so successfully. So you do need to be careful in these positions if you are Hari, because for India, they're relying on him to hold this game. He is the slightly higher rated player at this stage of these players' careers, but I do like this position from the white side. Just a tiny little plus. It should be closer to equal than anything significant for White, but if you just put queen f3 on the board for a second and just show knight takes e3 and the recapture there, that you can't move your bishop from a7. You're in a little bit of a pin here because the a8 rook is loose. And how do you untangle? White has knight e4 next, and then you want to take back with the bishop. The f5 pawn could become an f6 pawn if that knight is moved from its blockade. And then the a file is White's for the taking. Rook a6, rook takes f6, exchange sacrifices. Not just one in this match. Why not on this board? So we're going to get arrows. Now you get the Crayolas out. We're getting all sorts of colorful drawings on this board. But I do think that it's not just a clear-cut equal position where there is no risk. Black should be okay with accurate play, but accuracy not always easy in these positions.
Girl,
what happened there?
My mouse has a life of its own. But just to second your point, Black, he needs to hurry up. He needs to hurry up and solve all of these problems, because you're right. Wang Yue is, 2 or 3 moves from establishing a bind and laying down the wood. After queen f3, it might be worth considering starting with c4. Which sounds counterintuitive, but this way you ensure that the rook on a8 is not in the crosshairs of the queen. And if Wang Yue follows through with his idea and plays knight e4, suddenly this gets, very chaotic. We get a bunch of trades. If Black plays bishop takes e3, White can take on f6, and Black cannot recapture with a knight. He'll have to take back with a pawn. Ugh. But maybe not so ugh, because now White's bishop remains hemmed in. And White will likely take the knight. We could get another trade, world record for most consecutive captures, and we could get a position like this, which, to my eyes, still looks very pleasant for White, right? Long-term weakness of the Black King. White can perhaps slide the rook to the D file and take control of that file. I think that Hari has enough time, has enough experience to hold the draw, but if you're a Team India fan, Robert, you're a little bit uneasy for the next couple of moves.
Yeah, there are some things to figure out here. So at live board, none of this has happened. Queen f3 not even yet played. So we'll leave Wang Yue to it. We'll see if he's up to it and can help lead China to a victory over India. I said I'm not going to call an upset, even though they're slightly lower rated, just because of how strong and experienced this team from China is. But let's talk about Hungary. We are in Budapest, Hungary for this Olympiad, this edition in Budapest after Chennai was the host of 2022. And as we look at these boards, Danya, we haven't actually tuned into this match. Peter Leko, usually we commentate with him. Now we get to commentate his games. I think that's where
Robert,
Hungary
hang on a second. Hang on a second, Robert. This Yeah, I can't do justice to Peter Lecko. He is a legend on the board, in the commentator's chair. It's awesome to see him playing. Sorry, please continue.
No, I think we should continue with his game just because it looks like a lot of fun. The board one game is without queen, so we'll save that endgame position for later. But if we look at Peter Lecko's position from the white side here, Tanya, things seem to have gone wrong for Pulten because opposite color bishops deep in the endgame, maybe we could talk about equal drawish tendencies and whatnot, but with queens on the board, we talk about attacking chances.
Indeed, and I'm going to pull that game up momentarily. I searched for Peter, and there's like 6 Peters playing in the Olympia. There's Peter Prohashka playing as well. So let me see if I can pull up Peter Lecko's game. I have to shout out that he held Pragnananda yesterday with the black pieces. So once again, class never ages. This time he's got white. We all know how much Peter Lecko likes to handle the white pieces. And opposite colored bishop middle game, black is in huge trouble. Look at Peter's last move, a4. And he is ensuring that this position will not peter out after short castles, which now drops an exchange to bishop a3. This is such an important idea, Robert, in all of these positions where you've got uncontested control of a certain set of squares. Is black lost?
It looks terrible. It really does. Bishop a3, that bishop can plant itself on d6, where it's both protecting and protected by the e5 pawn. And black is going to struggle the castle. You can bring your knight back to e7, but you're retreating. Bishop a3 still will happen. A rook lift, rook e3, knight d4, rook g3, things like that are going to happen. White is calling the shots in this game, Danya. And for Lithuania to have a shot in this match, they're going to need to hold on to this board because Hungary does outrate Lithuania on the 4 boards. That's Lithuania going for this strong, balanced lineup of grandmasters. But Hungary, they're led by Super Grandmaster Richard Report on the top board. Former World Championship challenger Peter Lecko. He was a draw away from being a world champion. And we see that experience here, Danya, playing an opening that did not allow black to castle easily. And now white is trying to reap those rewards after that move. Tiny pawn push, but with a big threat of bishop a3.
And before we move on to a different game, I want to pay homage to Peter. He would want us to rewind a little bit and see how this got so bad for black by the 16th move. All right, so this was a Rosalimo. I'm going to rewind us back to the 8th move. When black's position already kind of smells a little bit, the structure doesn't look too healthy, but okay. It doesn't look losing. Queen to b6 is a really bad move because you're walking into knight a4, a move that white wants to play anyway. Now it comes with tempo. Pauly has just bit off more than he could shoot d4. Look at the dark square control. And now, in this position, black needs to castle at all costs. Instead, he opens up the center, does the Lithuanian Grandmaster a misguided approach. I think he simply missed a4. And Robert, why is this so bad for black? It's not because the win is going to come in the next 2 moves. It's because you're going to park a bishop on a3. You're going to get the knight to d4. One way or the other, you are going to use one of the flanks, maybe even the king side with a pawn advance like h4, h5. And you are going to use those dark squares to deliver eventual checkmate to the black king. I'm calling it.
An eventual checkmate, that would be quite something to see on this board. But I think you're right that black preoccupied himself with getting rid of his doubled pawns. But if you don't want double pawns, don't play these lines of the Sicilian where white can take your knight and double those pawns. So spending too much time focusing on pawn structure, not enough time focusing on king safety. Peter Lecko in charge right here for Team Hungary, and they are just 2 match points behind the leader, India. And Hungary has already squared off against many of these top squads, so they're looking really strong and in medal contention. But let's maybe zoom out of this particular matchup and talk about the matchups as a whole, because India-China deserves our attention. We've already focused quite a lot on that one. But as you look across here, I mean, Anish Giri, his board's in green. We started the show with that French defense. Now we're in a queenless position where both sides are fighting. Fabiano Caruana, the black side of that purple board, closed position that may open up at any moment. So, Danya, as you look across here, Abusatarov against Volokhin, that one looks fun, and we looked at that in some detail earlier on. What is catching your eye, and what's sticking out the most?
Well, 2 things. First of all, it looks like Mchedlishvili, you like to say that you like the moments when defense turns into offense. Looks like he's managed to take MVL's incredible preparation in stride and emerge in one piece. I'm not looking too deeply, but I don't think Maxime has managed to extract the maximum out of his really impressive opening play. But I'm also looking at Abdusattorov Volokhin. I think we have to at least take a quick look at that board and see if Andrei Volokhin's lightning attack on the queen side is going to amount to anything, or if this is going to be a quick strike for Team Uzbekistan.
Okay, so let's look, because Abdusattorov, he's already won Olympiad gold. He would like to make it a second in a row. And Uzbekistan in striking distance of the leaders. And we see the current position. There's a white rook on a5. It just ventured over there because it pins the a4 pawn. This is an unusual pin, not one that I think I've really ever seen.
Yeah, and this was an only move. And first of all, Noterbeck is up over an hour on the clock, which is going to become really big because there's 13 moves to the time control, 13 very complicated moves. But why is rook a5 so important? It's not because the rook is hanging. It's not hanging. You're going to get mated on g7. It's because black was threatening a takes b3, and then the queen and the rook would link up and deliver a fatal check on a2. So rook a5 slices off that connection, prevents a takes b3, and I think the most important factor is black's weak pawns. Robert, that's going to become really important as pieces come off the board.
And there's no more attack that I can see, because you can't even get a rook to c8, knight e7 check. Doesn't matter which rook you put there. I'm getting knight e7. The tactics play into white's hands over here. And if the rooks do come off on a5, Danya, after queen takes a5 back, as you said, d6 is falling. a4 cannot be defended. And I think the queens would come off as well. So this looks like potentially just losing endgame for black. You may not want to even venture down these paths because you assume it's a lost endgame with an outside extra pawn for white. So Volokhin with no time on his clock, I think that he's in trouble. Doesn't come close to explaining this. He looks like he is maybe about to lose this game.
And we could sense it, right? Again, I don't want to put my armchair general hat on, but the moment queen a5, queen e1 happened on the board, you knew that Volokhin was caught deep in the web of Noterbeck's opening preparation. And the Ukrainian Grandmaster is so experienced. He's been a Sicilian player all his life, but when you're up against Noterbeck preparation, there's only so much the human brain can do. I think that Volokhin needs a miracle, and even a miracle might not save him here.
Unfortunate for Team Ukraine, because a hold would have been massive for their chances, but he is in grave danger, and now his clock is dipping to the 5-minute mark, whereas his opponent has well over an hour. So as we look across the other boards in this matchup, that gives Uzbekistan a huge sigh of relief. Looking at the board in the red, Danya, it seems like Sindarov has a nice looking position, good coordination of queen and rook, has a bishop versus a knight on an open board state. And the other boards where the Uzbek team, and blue and an orange, they have the black pieces, I'm not really seeing problems over there either. Those are just going to be some struggles going forward. So I think Uzbekistan, they're looking across here, Danya, they're looking at a match victory that could help them inch closer to Team India and the rest of the teams just slightly ahead of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's crazy. All 4 games still going, but Ukraine is at death's door here. Just because you're right, Vokidov is holding a draw from a position of strength. Sindarov better with no risk. Noterbeck, Abdusattorov is going to win. And Yakuboyev has a super solid position with black as well. Ukraine needs several miracles to turn this match around. And you don't win gold in the Olympiad by accident. And Uzbekistan once again showing what makes them such a juggernaut. The team chemistry, the preparation, and just the youth of this team is so dangerous.
Wow. Yeah, this Uzbek team changed nothing and still gained like 70 rating points on their average. They are such a powerful lineup, and we see that Abdusattorov still, it's his opponent Volokhin on the clock, and this game could end in the very near future. But we talked about other Super Grandmasters who went into this round with expectations. All of a sudden, as we see Volokhin's clock ticking away, we of course will keep you updated on this match. But we were about to take us on over to Maxime Vacher-Legrav's game, because that one also has been dynamic and exciting, but it's also one where the higher rated player is well ahead in the clock, and suddenly things are turning in the Frenchman with 3 names direction.
Of course, the moment I compliment his experienced opponent, things once again go astray, and the time situation definitely not Chedlishvili's friend here. So let's understand what happened after we left this board, which was a couple moves ago. Knight takes d5. Looks like it came from a different game, but no, this is the same game. Chedlishvili actually responded really well, Robert, by giving this knight away with a check in order to weaken White's king, which was the only move to keep a semblance of kind of a dynamic equality. And he continued to play really well. Castle's kingside, getting his king to safety, setting up the x-ray. And actually in this position, bishop takes c5 is fine, but this was the critical moment where he succumbed to the temptation of a fork on e3, and we'll get to why that's bad in a second. The correct move was to pin the pawn with rook ac8. It's a very hard move to play. And the point is, after king a1, the queen slides over to e7, and suddenly the c5 pawn is under fire. Rook c1, you're supposed to find rook c6, just doubling on the c-file as if nothing's the matter. These are difficult computer moves to find in under 20 minutes. You cannot blame Chedlishvili for sinking his teeth into e3. But Robert, the crazy thing is that even if White parts ways with the exchange, the endgame is still bad for Black just because White has 2 pawns and a monster sitting on c5. Even queen b2 leads to a very advantageous position.
And it's clear that White can play for a win with no risk, but can we just go to b takes c5 for a moment? Because do you think that you're sitting at this board, the bishop took on c5 a moment ago, just go back a half turn here, do you think you expect your opponent to walk in to discover check? Like queen takes c5 here from White. Yeah, Black's going to get a rook on c8, maybe a knight a4, knight trying to get to c3, things like that. But I don't think many players just walk into discover check in this manner. So it's a really great decision, I would say, from MVL, because he lured his opponent into a tempting fork that is not going to work out in Black's favor. White has the upper hand, 2 pawns and a bishop for a rook in an endgame where White has the best pawn on the board.
And queen b1 would save the exchange, but it would allow Black to keep the queens on the board and maybe some attacking chances. Anatoly Karpov, or Tigran Petrosian, the Iron Tigran, would definitely play queen b2 here. And Robert, just to complete the thought, here White would have 2 pawns for the exchange, a c pawn that can be easily defended by the rook. This is, I think, a technically winning endgame. I would not be surprised if MVL throws that exchange away in return for a queen trade. What an impressive moment this would be. What a big win this would be for Team France, because the other 3 boards seem to have everything under control as well.
Well, we haven't looked at France very often in this Olympiad, but if they can get a match victory over Georgia, they're right at the top of the pairings. But let's go away from this one. And no, I'm not going to bring us to the Anish Giri game in the Dutch matchup against Serbia. I'm actually going to take us on over to Alexei Serrano, the Black Pieces, against Jordan van Forest. I was saying how Wei Yi, there's an argument for him as being the #1 player from China over Ding Liren. There could be an argument for Jordan van Forest leapfrogging Anish Giri the way Jordan has played in the last few months. And look at this control that he has. All these pawns in the center. Yeah, Black's up a minor piece, but Black has no activity to speak of. But Danya, I know you saw a lovely tactic that Jordan uncorked. So take us back through this game and show off the brilliancy.
Listen, you talked about it earlier. He definitely took Alexei Serrano into a deep, dark Van Forest where 2 + 2 = 5. Let's rewind approximately 10 moves. This was a kind of a King's Indian attack, Grunfeld, that seemed pretty normal until it went off the rails. Now, Jordan, he outplayed Alexei in the early middle game and built up a very powerful advantage. But how did he convert this advantage into something tangible? Well, first, he grabbed the bishop pair, and then out of the clear blue sky, bam, knight takes f7, just giving the knight seemingly for nothing. No, not for nothing, for a pawn. And in order to create lasting weakness on the king side, the queen is pushed to the side of the board, the knight is pushed to the side of the board, and just look at White's bishops. Look at how they dominate Black's minor pieces. And Robert, this is what he sacrificed the knight for. Look at that pawn phalanx. Jordan, Jordan is on a roll here, but I wouldn't count Alexei out just yet, especially because apparently, oh my gosh, apparently there was a mutual blunder. Knight takes f4 was missed. This would have let black in the game. Unbelievable.
But that, you could see the first tactic, and you could see why black, even after knight f4, let's say you recapture, the bishop is taken on h3, things like that, the black king is still wide open. So, all right, you point out e6 check. That's clearly what the players were looking at.
Oh my
but my
God.
ultimate point is that it's such a complex position that opening up lines in front of your own king may seem like the wrong choice because all of white's pieces are ready to pounce. So you probably have to find knight takes f4 for being honest. Like, the engine helps lead us to these moves, but still, like, this is the type of move you need to save cramped positions with a material imbalance. But down in the game, as we see them progress here, it looks like white is having all the fun. Black hardly has squares for his pieces.
Yeah, I wouldn't overstate the case. I think Alexei's defensive bulwark here is going to be hard to bring down. But Jordan, the trend of the game seems to be favoring him. He's getting the bishop to d5, and eventually he's going to set these pawns in motion. But to your earlier point, yeah, knight takes f4. I have a feeling Alexei spotted it, but the lines after e6 check were immensely complicated. So a good lesson for over-eager commentators who like to look at the engine and quickly criticize the players for missing moves. Sometimes they see the initial tactic, but it's something later down the line that made them scared. Either way, Alexei is in critical danger, and he is the hallmark for Team Serbia. I didn't realize he was over 2,700, Robert, but it's about time. This guy's a beast.
He's been there for a little while playing some great chess, but right now Jordan van Forest back over 2,700 and trying to increase his rating to his peak. So we see some quick moves happening on this board. I see the white g-pawn pushed forward. Ooh, this is going to be dangerous stuff for Alexei Sarana as Jordan van Forest departs from the board. And that gives us a moment to bring John back in here because, John, we've covered
Robert,
what?
Before you do anything, g4 is a huge blunder. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to cut you guys off. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, a second time because the rook on d6 is hanging.
And this time Alexei's going to play it. No. And queen takes d6 picks up an entire rook. Jordan forgot that the queen is pinned.
Oh my goodness. There are all these white pawns in between the black rook and the white queen.
He should have started with bishop d5. And Alexei, he sees it. And he's going to play. He would see this in a Title Tuesday game.
Oh my goodness. And this is like an Olympiad changing move and result. John, we brought you in at just the right time because a quick move there from Jordan leaves the board, but he also left his f4 pawn hanging because of a tactic.
Look, right? If every time you guys are going to bring me in, something like this is going to happen, I might as well just hop in and out every couple of minutes because this is actually unreal. Danya, not just the tactics that we're seeing here on Sarana von Forest, right? We've got, today it feels like we have so many, I want to call them computer lines, but frankly, a lot of these super grandmasters can see these lines and see these tactics going on. We're seeing so much of this. Is this additional preparation going into the latter stages of the tournament where everything is on the line for not just yourself, but your country? Or is this just a happy coincidence we're seeing so much of this today?
It's just nerves, John. It just shows us that you can be 2,700 at 2,800, 2,900, but nobody is immune from just the pressures of knowing you have a winning position. If you win the game, this is a really significant event for your team, and this is heartbreaking. Just so sad to watch, but simultaneously you take your hat off for Alexei, who stayed vigilant and found knight takes f4 the second time around. This wins on the spot. White is busted. The entire pawn phalanx is busted, so either you're down a piece or you're down a rook. Jordan will try, I think he takes f4, and he will try to make the most of his pawns, but this is a sad product. John, this is what nerves do to you, right? In a quiet room, in a small Dutch tournament, I don't think Jordan would have missed this, but the pressures of the Olympiad, they get to everybody. What a turnaround as Alexei slams knight f4 on the board. Jordan, we can't see his face, but he's devastated.
I'm glad you said Dutch tournament, because this is anything but a quiet room right now. Unbelievable stuff going on all over the place. This almost brings, well, this does bring up like another sadly familiar feeling, Robert, where it's possible to have looked at tactics on a chessboard and seen that something maybe doesn't work, but forgetting that a sequence of moves, it's so easy to overlook that it's possible for that same motif to work later on in the game. You have to keep going back. You have to keep checking. You're double checking and you're triple checking every time a half move is played. And it just goes to show that even these 2700 super GMs, they're not infallible. This can happen to anyone.
They are not invincible. They do make mistakes. And I think for Jordan, he got a bit overconfident. We saw him quickly push a pawn forward, and he is paying the price for it. And you could see the disappointment on his face. He knew that his position was far from winning, but his position was better. He had complete control. But then he pushed a pawn in front of his king, and it weakened the whole base of his position, allowed for some tactics. And as you see from the feature chat, just everything changing in 5 minutes from what looks like a great position for the Netherlands to score a full point to now immediately being in one where if he survives this, we'll be talking about how lucky he is, because he sacked his knight first on f7, a return sacrifice on f4, but this picks up a greater reward. Not just 2 pawns for peace, that rook on d6 is loose, and this means that Serbia is the side for choice right now in this matchup.
Danya, your closing thoughts, not just on this game, but how wild the games have been in this section of the show.
Well, first of all, for Alexis Serrano's tactical vigilant, I give him a Belgrade of A+. But speaking of A+, Norbek Abdusatorov is getting an A+ from Coach Kramnik because he has defeated Andrei Volokhin as we expected. Volokhin was losing on time and losing on the board, and resigned shortly after we left the board. So a critical situation for Ukraine. Uzbekistan is up 1-0. John, so many things are happening so fast, and I'm just glad we caught this moment in real time. The Olympiad is just such a fun event. I don't know what else to say. This is just an awesome event.
And the best thing is we are only about, in fact, we're even not quite halfway done today. There's still plenty of action to come in both sections of the tournament, on top boards, on bottom boards, and everything in between. I've been thoroughly enjoying this. Thank you guys so much. We're going to go to a brief break. And when we come back, more action from the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. We are back with our live coverage of the 7th round of the Chess Olympiad, folks. And it's not just fireworks on one particular board. It's all over the playing hall right now as we properly get stuck into some middle games here in Budapest. We are, of course, fighting for the opportunity to win medals for our country as well. It's not just individual games of chess that matter. We are attempting to elevate ourselves World Cup style, Olympic style, to glory for our nation. So we are now going to hop over to the women's section to see how the 181 teams are doing in their quest for glory. And specifically, we need to take a look at board one. I mean, this is a matchup for the ages. India, Georgia, both extremely proud, extremely history chess nations. And this is a fantastic matchup, Robert. There's so much to talk about.
There's always a lot to talk about when you speak of Georgia and their chess history. I mean, they've had strong women's teams for decades. And you think about the legends. You've got Nona Gaprindashvili, Maya Chiberdanidze, and so many more from Georgia. Not just the women's world champions, but also the players who have made up the rosters for their Olympiad squads. And for India, they don't look back to the past. They look forward to the present and the future because we see their lineup full of youngsters. Vantika Agrawal, Divya Deshmukh, Vaishali is in her early 20s. And while Harika, she still is part of the generation that has been competing for feels like decades at this stage. I mean, Humpy Koneru not participating in this Olympiad. So for so long, it was just Humpy and Harika at the top of Indian women's chess. Now Vaishali has joined them as a grandmaster. Divya is up next. So it's great to see that these two squads are clashing at this pivotal moment. And this game is one that I actually would not have chosen first, even though it's featuring the strongest players in the match, at least from the Georgian side, because you see that it's just a position where all the pieces have come off and the rooks might come off next. And maybe you could point it upon here, upon there, that is loose. But this looks like an equal game, and that's good news for Georgia because you want to draw with the black pieces when you're playing such strong players like Grandmaster Harika Jonavali.
And Danya, I mean, the young players shining through really is what Olympiads are all about, right? We've heard over the first half of the tournament from some of the youngest players in the playing hall, but realistically seeing some of the emerging talent not just shine through, but sometimes even outshine some of the established talent and really break through to the higher echelons of the sport. This is the best stage to do that on, is it not? And it's lovely to see that not just for the India team, but for pretty much everyone in the playing hall. There are very, very few notable exceptions where there aren't young new players on the squads.
And John, a lot of teams have a mishmash, a medley of established veterans and young upstarts. I'm thinking France in the open section. And of course, India with 21-year-old Vantika Agrawal, who faces an opponent 15 years her senior. But just to tack on to India's storied chess history, Humpy Koneru, I believe, is the youngest ever female grandmaster. She achieved the title at the age of 15. She's not 15 years old now. I don't believe she's a vampire. But all the way back in 2002, Humpy Koneru became a grandmaster. And ever since, India has produced so many very, very strong female players. Vantika Agrawal, a bright future ahead of her. And this was a very unbalanced game from the start. This was that same-ish Nimzo Indian. So it's time to take stock. I think this might be a pivotal board. I'm liking black here. Robert?
All right, folks. Well, I'm going to leave this up to you guys to break down. It looks like we've got a couple of interesting pawn breaks as well on the horizon. Go ahead and enjoy the games, and we'll be rooting from the sidelines. See you guys in a little bit.
Thanks, John. And Danya, to answer your question here, I see that blue arrow, and that always gives me pause because I would be looking at certain knight jumps in this position from the black side. You can attack a queen, right? You gain a tempo. But here, the suggestion is that c5, inviting that knight, not just now, but permanently into that b5 square where c7 and d6 are vulnerable. White has this dark square bishop. I understand the reasoning for it, but I am nervous to pick up that c-pawn and push it there. It just leaves so many squares behind.
And I'm looking at the clock, 8.5 minutes, right? What you don't want to do is create more chaos. Easiest thing in the world is retroactive explanations. Like, well, yeah, of course you want to give up the d6 square because it's very important to what? Why is c5 important? Well, the reason c5 is so strong, and I'll show this on the board as Vantika gets ready to make a move. After knight to b5, I think black has knight to e5, and white is just not in time to establish the knight on d6 because the king, apparently not even the only move, but king to d7 should do the trick, and white has too many pieces hanging. But this is not an easy line to make yourself go into. You have to calculate queen d6. And if black does not play c5, are there any solid alternatives at her disposal? Well, you don't want to go knight e5 because the queen sends the knight back. Robert?
I was saying knight c5, right? Use the same square but with a different piece. Because what's the downside of knight c5? If queen b5 check, you block queen d7, and white is going to struggle on the light squares. You have a dark square bishop. It means you can't compete for the light squares if the queens come off the board. So that seems to my eyes, Danya, to be the simpler plan of action for black.
Yeah, those knights are going to slice and dice all these light squares, c4, d3, weak pawns on the queen side. I'm with you, but she's got to hurry up, Vantika. It's only move 19. She's got 7.5 minutes, and unless she can get the queens off in the next couple moves, the time is going to be a major, major factor here, even if she might be better objectively. I think we're in for a really fascinating one-sided time scramble here.
It's a good reminder, though, to let everybody in on what's not a secret at all, but the players need to reach move 40 to gain 30 minutes on the clock. They're gaining 30 seconds every time they press it. That time is added to their remaining clock, but still, you see 6 minutes and about to be 45 seconds. That time is ticking very quickly at this stage. So Vantika, she's nervous. She wants to play for a full point. She knows she's better, but c5, I think that's quite a risky move. I wouldn't be surprised given her talent if she plays it, but given the clock situation and also the match. I mean, we got to zoom out for a second because and she's about to grab her. What was that? I'm not sure. We'll look and see it, but it was not pawn to c5, I don't believe. But Donna, as we look across the board, this is what I wanted to address here. You see in the blue board that Vaishali is better with dark square control. We see that Harika and Zagnidze, that looks like it's heading towards a draw. And you look at Divya's board against Batsiashvili and you see, all right, that doesn't look too problematic. So India does have, she did push the c-pawn just one square instead of two. Wow, what a big decision that was, Danya. But I'm just pointing out that the other boards look like India's doing quite well. So maybe Vantika doesn't want to take huge risks in her own game.
Yeah, and you feel more nervous when you start sensing that your game might be the decisive one. I've been there. I don't have much team tournament experience, but I did play in the 2016 World Team Championship in Armenia, and I remember a match against Armenia where all four boards are going. I'm slightly worse in an endgame, and I'm just seeing one after the other my teammates shake hands, make the draw, they leave me all alone, and I lost that game. And that is among the most painful sensations when you know the weight of the loss is squarely on your shoulders. When you lose the only game and your teammates all draw, that is a bitter pill to swallow. Fortunately, I redeemed myself in the next matchup against Russia. But Robert, Vantika has to keep her nerves in check. And I like the move c6. It keeps the white knight in check. And I think she will deploy her knight on the very next move. This is one to keep an eye on.
For sure. And we just saw on the third board, that's the board in the red here, the rooks are getting traded between Divya and Batsiashvili. So there's a lot left to prove on these boards, but I do think Vaishali has a very healthy plus on the blue board. That's second from the left there. She is a pawn structure that is uncompromised. Her opponent has doubled f-pawns there. The knight seems superior to the bishop. So even if engines can save that position, Danya, I feel like Vaishali, she is clearly in charge.
Yeah, she's got that 3-on-2, the pawn on c3 very weak. Good knight against bad bishop, and it might be good knight to white's drawing chances pretty soon if that knight gets around to c5. So looking pretty good for India right now. Good time perhaps to visit our defending Olympiad champions Ukraine, who are definitely still making a serious claim for one of the top spots.
Yeah, so much has been said about this Indian roster. We were talking about Georgia, second highest in terms of rating coming in. But Ukraine, they're the defending gold medalists from 2022. They're missing the Muzychuk sisters, and there is no lineup as powerful for Ukraine as when those two are playing. So it is a huge loss for their team roster. But they do still have strong, experienced players who are also part of that previous Olympiad. But as we look here, Danya, Poland. Kashlinskaya on the top board, that's all in the left-hand side. Poland is punching there, and I think it's already beyond hope for Ukraine on the first board because black's not even down material, and white seems to be in all sorts of trouble there.
First of all, I'm looking at these names, and there are so many low-hanging puns just waiting to be made, so I'm just going to warn everybody, and I'm going to warn you, Robert. They're coming, and they're coming fast. First and foremost, this Osmak Kashlinski game is incredibly chaotic, and also, I think, winning for black. This might just be an smackdown by Alina Kashlinska. Such a valuable addition to the Polish team. Shall we take a closer look?
Let's dive right in because down here I see a king on h2. I see a black queen on the other side there on a1. It does seem like black has some of the tactical advantages, but then I did a quick material count and black has 6 pawns and white only has 5, so it's a material advantage as well.
Black is up a pawn. She might even be up 2 pawns. Can black take on d5? Can I ask the forbidden question?
I don't think that's forbidden fruit, so why not take that pawn? I think you can live and tell the tale.
Mivel Bar seems to be, decently happy with this move. You can also take it with the bishop, and perhaps the advantage of this move is you prevent, various knight d7 shenanigans. And also, if white trades, the other pawn on c3 falls. No, this is white maybe has to try a move like g5, just desperately stirring up some counterplay on the king side. But Robert, bishop takes g2 threatens mate on h1 and h3 and gives the knight time to drop into d5. Alina should take this one. She's got 20 plus minutes. That's more than enough time to convert.
Alina, such a strong player, recently scored her 2nd Grandmaster norm. In this Olympiad thus far, she won her first game and then has drawn the rest. But even though she may be expected to win some of those games that she only, air quotes, drew, you appreciate that solidity from the top board. You're not looking at her games and fearing for a loss, and that puts more pressure on you. You can trust her. And right now, I think we should trust her because she's up 2 pawns, and I don't really see a white attacking just yet.
I just want to put one line for your consideration, Rob, just because it's really cool. Knight takes d5 was played, so Alina taking with the knight. Apparently, the only way for white to generate chances, this is, again, I wouldn't show this if it wasn't cool, bishop to e4. And you don't see this kind of mating idea every day. Black actually has to evacuate the queen all the way back, because if you take the bishop, boop, and now deflection, and now back rank mate. I mean, look at how quickly the tables can turn in chess. Jordan Van Forest and Alexei Zorana can tell you all about that. But, man, if Osmak finds bishop e4, just that alone is worthy of some plaudits.
It's such a great line to show because black's king does lack defenders. So bishop e4 is a lovely try. Queen a8 to defend the back rank from all those sacrifices makes sense. But it's good on you. I mean, maybe we shouldn't call this one too early. Perhaps there is more life left in it, and Ukraine is relying on Osmak here to survive this game. They cannot afford a loss with the white pieces. But Kashlinskaya, she's just taking the pawns and trying to run away with this game. So Danya, why don't we just zoom out again, because for Poland, for Ukraine, it's not just a one-board match. We see that board 2 was quickly drawn. I mean, Ushenina and Sachko, they played each other many times, but for the Polish, that would seem like not the best result, and yet here we see across the 4 boards, I don't think Poland has anything to worry about unless Osmak delivers that kind of checkmate.
Indeed. Looking pretty good. Natalia Buksa, she needs to squeeze that slight advantage she has against Olivia Kolbasa, but she definitely is well read in the endgame. She has read a lot of books on the endgames, so she might need to score that victory to counterbalance what seems to be a surefire Osmak loss. But we have a really interesting game from the Azerbaijan-Kazakhstan match that features Alua Nurman. Shall we go to that one?
Yes, indeed, because Alua Nurman, she did so well in the Women's Speed Chess Championship. She was a fan favorite. She's just 17 years old and playing the 4th board for Kazakhstan, and yet she is awaiting her WGM title. She's just super strong, and her rating will only continue to rise. And in this position, I mean, of course her rating's going to rise after this game, because how many pawns is white up?
White is up 2 pawns, and 1 pawn,
Just
2
2?
pawn, red fish, blue fish.
It looks like 4.
Exactly. I mean, there's 4 pawns on the queen side.
Oh, goodness. Danya, I mean, does black have any hope here?
No.
Just, you're giving me the one-word answer. Nothing. We can't even
Yes.
sniff an opportunity.
Nope.
Well, that's bad news for Team Azerbaijan, but great news for Kazakhstan. And when you're up 2 pawns and it looks like 4 and c4, c5, pawn to d6 after that, it does look very straightforward indeed.
Yeah, the position plays itself, right? The most tiresome cliche adopted by lazy commentators, but the position plays itself.
It does, and the a6 pawn is loose as well, so there's just nothing that black can do to survive this one. That's great news for Kazakhstan. Many Alua Nurman fans out there, and Kazakhstan, they are a dangerous team. We know that because from top to bottom, they are left with talent. I mean, they're led from the first board. They have Bibisar Asabayeva. She drew her game quite quickly against Gunay Mamadzada. That's a good result for Team Kazakhstan because she had the black pieces. So whatever Azerbaijan had planned by making a quick draw with white on board 1, that seems to be backfiring right now because Kazakhstan's clearly taken board 4.
Bibisara is the oldest player on the Kazakh team, and she was born in 2004.
That's scary.
Yeah. That tells you all you need to know about just the youth and the talent level of Kazakhstan. Speaking of talent levels, Alexei Sarana has demonstrated some talented resistance as he turned the tables on Jordan Van Forest. That is where we left the open section before the break. Robert, back to the open section we dive. And shall we start with our marquee matchup? Looks like Arjun, he is coming to terms with the fact that a perpetual check is the rightful conclusion of the game.
Yeah, we actually have not seen many moves played on that board in the red, but we have seen a lot happen on our top board between Gukesh and Wei Yi, and on our fourth board between Hari and Wang Yue. It looks like Hari with the black pieces suddenly is the side for choice in the orange board, and all the way to our left, Danya, Gukesh against Wei Yi. It looks like Gukesh, he is mixing things up here. Black has the bishop pair, white has the healthier pawn structure. I don't even know which side I'd prefer to have.
Yeah, now the position looks like a full-fledged Sveshnikov slugfest, and I don't think Wei Yi minds this kind of battle. He played the Sicilian, but I'm with you, Robert. I'm looking at the right board, and I'm disappointed with the way that this has gone for Wang Yue. We were singing the praises of his light square control. It's almost like Hari has made 5 or 6 moves, and white has made 1 or 2. The position is unrecognizable. Wait, it's black who controls the d-file? It's black whose bishop is stronger? It's white's pawn still stuck on f5? This ain't looking good for Wang Yue. What happened?
And look at the clock, Danya. It's not just about free moves. Look at the time. He is in some huge time trouble. 5.5 minutes when you have to make 13 more moves, and in this position, which can get sharp. I think what he needs to do, and I don't know how he's going to do it, is trade off those rooks. Like, if you can get a rook d1 in the near future from the white side, you're happy, but you can't do that. The bishop on e4 is hanging. So I much prefer black's position, and I'm equally confused. I do not know how Hari was able to just seemingly take over without any giveaways whatsoever.
Well, let me just show the TLDR. It all came down to one move. This is move 27. On move 22, we were pining for queen f3. Instead, bishop to e4 followed. This is a terrible move. And I really don't know what was overlooked because it invites knight takes e3. It invites the rook to the d-file. This is inexplicable by a player of Wang Yue's caliber. He just forces black to solve his problems and creates problems for himself. And he is in full-fledged defense grovel mode here.
This is just advantage India on this board, and Hari was put in for a reason. I know that Vidit is a fan favorite. He's also a friend of ours, and he plays, he commentates, he makes his way to the candidates, no big deal. But right now, Hari is proving his worth in this Team India lineup. He was sent in there to hold solidly, but he's somebody who can turn an equal position into one that goes in his favor if his opponent is not coming up with a plan. There has been no plans executed from the white side over the last few turns. Black has everything that he could ask for. And now, Danya, the big question is, as we look at the other boards, does Hari just say, you know what, let's just make a draw here. I've done everything that you've asked of me to equalize. Or does he actually turn up the Jets here? And I think he should, given White's time.
And I'm going to flip on to the top board here because this is the added wrinkle of a team event, right? If you're Pentala Harikrishna and deciding whether to channel your inner Mikhail Tala, you got to look at the top board. And these can be some very difficult decisions because you're evaluating that position. And oftentimes you're facing more than one opponent, right? You're basing your moves on the team situation. What on earth do we have here? What happened to Black's pawn structure? Do we even care about the pawn structure? Wei Yi certainly doesn't.
I'm just trying to count the material. It's even material somehow, but Black has all isolated pawns. In the F pawn's case, they're double isolated pawns. So this is a horrible pawn structure, but Black has the pair of bishops. It is an opening board. I don't want to call it fully open because down near the bishop on g7, isn't it, as you would say, biting on granite?
Yeah, biting on granite. And it's interesting, Robert Wei Yi did this to himself. Because if we go back for a second, it looks like Black had a pretty commanding advantage here. And Wei Yi could have had a very different pawn structure if he had gone e4, which to my eyes is a pretty natural move. Instead, I think he really, really wanted this e5 square for his knight, but maybe paid too heavy a price for it.
And, well, knight can't come to e5. We just saw Wei Yi make a move. He's down to about 10 minutes remaining. So as we look, he actually brought his knight to a5 in the live board. There are some weak light squares over there, Danya, but is knight b3, if the bishop slides back to a2, actually a good decision? I don't know. Those light squares, yes, you're happy about that, but the weaknesses of the pawns everywhere.
No, this looks like a little bit of self-implosion here by the Chinese team on the fourth board and now on the top board, because I'm not seeing it, right? The bishop drops back to a2, and while we have the analysis board open, this is not an achievement for Black. The knight was supposed to be the piece for which you sacrifice the integrity of your pawn structure. Now you're giving it away. The knights are definitely stronger than the bishops here. Maybe knight f4 is not the accurate move. Robert, maybe knight b4 can be explored. The fact of rook d1, the fact remains White is clearly in the driver's seat here. Could Wei Yi be intending something like bishop takes d5 and queen b6? That looks like a dead end as well because the rook can move up to f2, reinforcing the b2 pawn. I'm not seeing it. I'm not buying what Wei Yi is selling here.
I think he is going for this knight b3 line, and he's trying to rely on activity and his pieces to compensate for his terrible pawn structure and maybe even a pawn deficit. You just showed a line, Danya, which I didn't recognize that would be a problem for White. But this knight b3, and once the trade happens down there, we'll see how quickly Wei Yi plays his next move. But knight takes f4 looks very reasonable because of what you're showing. Bishop takes d5, b2 is loose. So this is a trickier position than may initially meet the eye, but we are seeing this exact line. Knight b3, the rook has now just recaptured after the bishop took, and it's a big moment for Gukesh. How is he going to continue? Is he going to pick up this f4 pawn?
Yeah, and maybe the reason it's not accurate is because it allows Wei Yi to potentially even triple on the b file. So what Gukesh might need in this position is a prophylactic move. Reinforce the b2 pawn. Gukesh is a black box for a lot of players and a lot of chess fans who haven't seen a lot of his games. This guy's a positional wizard, right? And he is like the 21st century Karpov. And a move like rook f2, which apparently is the way to keep the biggest advantage, that is a move right up Gukesh's alley. Mark my words. I have a feeling rook f2 will appear on this board. Or some form of prophylaxis.
We will definitely look forward to the next few moves in this game, but there might not be many moves left on the Jan Krzysztof Duda game against Bogdan Daniel Deoch, because in that one, there has been a one-move game-ending blunder. And for Duda, he was unfortunate, I guess, to allow a draw against Valentin Dragnev from Austria. But in this game, Danya, look at what happened in the last two moves. He took a pawn on f5, and then pawn on g4 happened, and he's just losing the game.
And Jan was struggling in this endgame, but he did everything right. It looks like he finally was able to make the draw, and just when he's knocking on the door, one last pitfall to avoid. He had to move the knight either to g4 or to d5, and he maintains a drawn position. He took the pawn. And with 40 minutes on the clock, allowing a one-move fork. Robert, rook f7. Maybe he hallucinated that it's the wrong color pawn, but it's the right color pawn because you've got a dark squared bishop and the promotion square is h8. Oh my godness.
It's okay to lose games like this when you get outplayed. Like if he lost bishop and 2 versus knight, bishop rook and 2 versus knight rook and 1, you can forgive yourself most of the time. But to walk into a one-move fork that ends the game here, I mean, I don't even see a single option for black. Maybe he thought king f8 would survive, but then there's, I think, multiple winning avenues in the live board. Bishop d6 comes to mind. You can even just play rook e6 because after rook goes e6, everything is defended. So for Dejac here, look at him. I mean, he is going to score this victory for Romania.
Wait a sec. King f8, if we can put this on, I mean, again, Duda is coming to terms with things after g4, but if we bring up the analysis board, knight f4, actually here, white has a key move, which is not g takes f5. This is a draw because black rounds up the pawn, but instead the intermediate check on d6, paving the way for the rook to evacuate to safety, and then you win the rook. But no, definitely this is not what Duda missed. I think he just had a absolutely insane moment of hallucination. This puts Jordan Van Foresblunder to shame. This is on a completely different level, Robert. There are literally like 4 pieces left on the board. The Polish team captain is going to have a sleepless night over this, whether the team wins or loses.
And for Romania, sometimes we look at these matchups, we talk about the blunders and the higher rated player, but Romania has been a determined squad because they lost Richard Rapport back to Hungary, who is the host of this Olympiad, but they have talent across their 4 boards. They've experience with Parligra. They have Nisipianu, who at one point was a top 15, 20 player in the world, still very strong in his own right. Dejac is young and has crossed 2,700. You have Kirill Shevchenko playing for them. So this is a dangerous Romania team. But when we look at this specific game, I mean, this was a gimme. I think Dejac was pressing him, so we should give him credit for being up a pawn to begin with. But to lose the game like this, I feel like that, you see it on his face. It's unacceptable for Jan Krzysztof Duda.
And 2 in a row, Robert, because yesterday he was winning against Valentin Dragnev and allowed that brilliant tactic to secure the draw. Jan Krzysztof simply cannot believe what is happening to him. He might resign in this position because the tragedy of this is that you just cannot get to this last pawn, whether or not you trade rooks. If you go rook after rook h3, the white rook just picks up the g pawn. That's it. It's game, set, match, folks. Well, not match, but just game.
Well, speaking of games and potentially a set match, let's tune in to Team USA against Greece because the Greeks, they have had a good Olympiad. They are a balanced squad led by Nicholas Theodorou, but you see the look on his face right now and his opponent in Fabiano Caruana. You see the evaluation bar on the left-hand side of our screen. Caruana is on fire in this Olympiad. He did draw against Dejac. He was held to a draw, but he is just rebounding from a team tie, which was disappointing. For an individual win, it would look like on the top board. And Dominguez, look at board 3 in red, Danya. That bar is as low as it can go, and this is not a game of limbo.
Man, I don't think any of them attended the Bermuda party. They were in the gym because America is just destroying Greece. They all came to play. Caruana is winning. Dominguez is crushing. Wesley So has an advantage. And Levon Aronian is knocking on the door of victory as well, greasing the wheels of potential comeback after that loss to Ukraine. Maybe even a 4-0 victory is in the cards. If we could look at that Aronian game for just a second, just as a specimen of the kind of power that the U.S. has demonstrated today, this one might end first, Robert, just given Black's time situation and the fact that Levon is actually up a piece. He's been used to being down a piece. This time he's up a piece.
I don't even know what is happening right now, but it both impressed and scared me. No, this is not Team China, but this is a team that could give China a lot to handle in the near future. USA is on their way to a resounding, a remarkable victory. Levon Aronian here with the white pieces. It seems like the advantage is all the way up. And Daniel, I see your arrow, queen to e2. But the position itself, at first it looks unclear. And then I did a quick count. Isn't white up a minor piece?
Yeah, that's kind of a major advantage. Just don't go rook e2. But Levon with 30 minutes on the clock. I like queen e2 because it forces the queen trade. Queen c1 check, you can block with the rook, counterattacking the queen. And the hero is the bishop on g3, Robert, because it eliminates any potential Arabian checkmates on h2. Levon has many roads that lead to Budapest here. And Andreas Kaliris, talented Greek GM, today was not his day. He got crushed in this game.
That's really good news for USA fans. Levon Aronian did not do well in the 2022 Olympiad. He also got sick during the competition, but he seems to be healthy and he seems to be hitting on all cylinders right now for Team USA. They need to win all their matches remaining if they have any hopes of winning this Olympiad gold. Settling for silver, not the worst thing in the world if that were to happen, but even for that, they need to keep up the wins, and winning by a huge margin, Donna, that helps the tiebreaks, it helps the confidence, and I think Team USA, this lineup here is so dangerous going forward as the highest rated squad in the competition.
That's the thing. It's just such an experienced team, a high rated team, and right now they are showing their power. Lenier Dominguez, that game might actually be the first to finish. Not a good sign for your team when you're trying to figure out which of your grandmasters is going to be the first to resign. Lenier is going to round up a minor piece as well. If he finds e5, he's going to find e5, Robert. And he just found e5.
It looked like a slightly different move from Lenier, but his position is... What was it?
As I said, he did not... Oh, he found a different way to win a piece.
Okay, because there's a queen b6 check with e5 at the end of that sequence as well. So actually, this is cute, and we should show it for the audience. It looks like white is saved by a back rank checkmate, but when the black queen takes on c6, knight c6, bishop f2, king takes, queen b6 check. If you drop back with your knight, e5 wins, and if you don't drop back with your knight, yes, you get a check on d8 there, Danya, after queen takes knight on c6.
Mate.
But no mate for you. The e8 square is covered. That is good vision, good full board awareness from Lenier Dominguez.
Yeah, this is easy clap, as the youngins say, and I think we're going to catch the handshake here as one of the strongest Greek GMs, Dimitrios Mastervasilis, his brother Athanasios, also GM. But Lenier Dominguez, this guy is not just a class act off the board, but he is just so classy in his approach to chess. So professional, and demonstrating that here, rebounding from a painful loss earlier and winning the game. We're going to get a handshake here momentarily.
Well, I think it'll take more than a few moments. It looks like the camera is a bit behind, but spoiler alert, not much to be spoiled in black's position. Lenier Dominguez wins. So I think we can, now that the result is known, we can step away from Lenier, because these moves, I guess they're just the finishing touch. But for Team USA, I mean, what a powerful punch they've landed.
Look at Wesley and his opponent just looking at this game concluding. Sorry, Robert, to cut you off. It's just a funny scene. They don't care about their own game.
Yeah, no, they don't, because they know this game is over. Queen b6 check, and that's all that needs to happen here. White is going to resign.
And Team US with 2 wins now in the bag. All they need is a draw. They're probably going to get at least a 1.5 in the last 2 games. And there it is. We got the handshake. Big day for Team US, and I think a good sign for us to move on. Arjun Aragaisi has signed the peace agreement finally with Bouchangi as expected. And we got the handshake there as well. It's our lucky day.
Wow. Okay, so 1-1 in the matchup between India and China. And I want to give another shout out to a player whose game has finished recently. Peter Leko won with the white pieces against Paulius Pultavicius. So that's good for Team Hungary. But right now it's not looking so good for the team from China. They were looking actually promising on boards 1 and 4. At least it looked like there would be a great fight on those 2, but it's a one-way fight at the moment, Danya. And I think that Gukesh, he has the upper hand, but maybe that Wang Yue game, that one, if it continues on, they need to look at that one as a place to hold first and foremost, because Wang Yue has 5 minutes remaining.
But some good news for Wang Yue, and let's start with that game. I think he's making progress. Maybe not so much on the clock, but definitely on the board. He's found a really robust defensive setup, maybe a slightly impulsive decision by Pentala to try to crash through on the queen side, that ain't going anywhere. And I actually think a draw is the likeliest result on this board as well, as a queen trade now potentially in the cards. Robert, I'm going to rewind for a second to this commanding position that Pentala had. It looks like he should have... Wow, rook to d3 apparently was the best move. This is sick. Knight to b3 also strong. He put the knight on d3, so right square wrong piece. Then he got his queen to b6, but somehow he wasn't able to find the breakthrough. He plays b4, but it's just a paper tiger. Queen to c3, and I think white is solid here. White is holding.
That bishop on e4 is quite a nuisance for black to deal with. If we see a queen trade, that actually alleviates pretty much all the pressure in white's position. The bishop on a7, the knight on d3, they are staring at the f2 pawn, but that pawn is well defended. And if the queens come off, the a file is open. You'll see rook slide back over there. That c4 pawn, it can be tender, it can be a target. So I think that this is a position where e5 is loose, c4 possibly loose, the a file is open. There's a lot to play for. It's not one-way traffic anymore. So Wang Yue, he is hanging in tough. He is justifying China's decision to put him in the lineup and to rely on him on this fourth board.
The veteran coming through, and more good news for China on the top board. Let's move over to Gukesh, who I just jinxed. I have a way of doing that. I called for him to find rook f2. I got excited. There is a rook on f2, but it landed there a move too late. Gukesh did succumb to the temptation to capture on f4. Nobody can blame him for that, and although it keeps an advantage, it gives Wei Yi a very clear roadmap. He does triple on the b file, putting maximum pressure on this pawn. Gukesh deploys his rook to d1. Robert, rook takes b2 triggers a mass exchange and a very unbalanced endgame, but one that I think Wei Yi can hold. Let's take a look at this.
Endgame, Danya, where, let's just force everything off the board over there on b2, and then d6 drops. I think that black would be well advised to keep the a pawn. I would have kept it maybe with a5, because what I was going to say, if this isn't too ludicrous, is can black somehow say that maybe there's some winning chances as well? The bishops are very strong here. That rook on b2 is active, can slide one square back to b3 and try to win those queenside pawns, but maybe the loose positioning of the black king means that if you're playing to win, you might also be playing to lose.
No, absolutely I would be scared to play with either side here, because you lose the a pawn and the red carpet is rolled out for black's passer. The knights, they look nice, but where are they going? What are the entry points? These bishops are keeping everything sealed tight. It's like a security blanket. It's a literal blanket for the black king. It's feeling nice and warm, maybe a little bit too warm if a knight lands on f7, but black will have plenty of time when necessary to move one of the bishops out of the way, maybe capturing a pawn along the way. And Wei Yi, I think, is making some strides here. But look at the clock for both sides, Robert. We haven't even made move 30. We're going to get a barn burner of an endgame here, most likely.
And these two have experience going at each other in both classical chess and in the quicker time controls. In Vaikanze, it was Gukesh who got the better of Wei Yi, but Gukesh had the black pieces in that game. I believe it was the third round. It was very early in Tao Steel. And then in the tiebreaks, it was two players left standing, Gukesh versus Wei Yi, and Wei Yi came out on top. So as we look at this board, it looking like there's not enough material remaining, Danya. After rook takes b2, all of the pieces coming off here, it's hard to see Wei Yi being too nervous of his chances to hold that game.
What's he thinking about? I mean, it almost tells me there might have been a draw for, because he's been thinking for 7 minutes. No, he was just verifying that this endgame is the best approach. I didn't see an alternative for black, and every second is golden. There they go. The pieces come flying off the board. And I just love watching grandmasters capture pieces. It's like comedians in cars getting caught. Grandmasters capturing pieces at the Olympiad.
Well, there won't be any Jerry Seinfeld antics here, but it looks like these players, they know that with queens off the board, now a pair of rooks gone, d6 dropping, there's not so much remaining here. Black's pawn structure is still compromised on the king side. Black's king, not the safest, because there can be a swarm of white pieces heading in that direction, but with bishops on the board, a5 becomes increasingly tempting because bishops are long-range pieces. But for Wei Yi, I don't think, at the moment at least, he's considering how to win this game. He's just thinking, let me stabilize completely. If we make a draw, that's what I was set out to do with the black pieces. And let's remind everybody that there's still a game going on board 4, and both players will have to keep their attention fully on their game and then stare, pick your head up and crane your neck and look what's happening between Wang Yue and Pantalahar Krishna, because that will help determine how they proceed here.
And I'm just a little bit worried, as machine-like as Wei Yi is, with 5 minutes on the clock, knights create tactics, knights create chaos in their wake. And let me tell you, there will be some mate threats, there will be some random, tactical ideas involving a knight jump maybe to g6. And as Wei Yi falls below 5 minutes, he has to keep an eagle eye on the safety of his king, and to make sure that he doesn't walk into a fork. We've seen blunders with 40 minutes on the clock. He's got under 5. This is such a tough decision, Robert. How do you decide between bishop takes c3 and a5? I'm with you. I think a5 should be preferred.
Yeah, I think it just gives some counter chances to black, whereas if you bishop takes c3, rook takes a6, you know that you're just groveling for a draw at that point, hoping that your bishops are good enough to stop it past a pawn and the knights that are going to try to pick up those weak black pawns on the king side. So a5 is the choice I would make. We will come back here. Of course, this is our marquee matchup of the day between India and China. Gukesh trying to lead his team to match victory, but China is just very strong across their lineup. Meanwhile, we did see Dominguez win. Levon Aronian also won his game, so USA is taking down Greece up 2-0 at the moment. But let's go to maybe not the top-rated team in the competition, as Wei Yi plays a5, keeps more pawns alive, but the top-rated player in the competition. Magnus Carlsen for Team Norway. He's playing to try to lead them to medals, and as we try to pull up the Magnus game, we see a lot of attention. I believe that's Alexander Donchenko looking at this board, but right now for Magnus Carlsen, he does have the upper hand, Danya. He has turned this game around in his favor.
Unbelievable how he does it. He makes these 2550, 2600 GMs. And Valentin Dragunov, not just anybody, he drew young Krzysztof Duda with a brilliant tactic. Somehow, Magnus took an inferior Philidor and turned it into this, whatever this is.
This looks like a position where black has a passed c-pawn. It's all the way on the left, the board in brown, and a bishop pair and an open board, and a white king that could be vulnerable. But if we look across, Danya, Johann Sebastian Christensen, what did we say earlier? His position looked bad, but now it looks great. And then you look at board 4, Frode Erkedal looking fantastic there. And I see a black queen. I don't see a white queen. So there is a material imbalance on board 4 where 3 minor pieces completely outclass an enemy queen.
Incredible news for Norway and Johann Sebastian Christensen. Now, of course, his pieces look more harmonious than a Bach symphony. Nothing remains of what could have been a decisive attack for the Austrian Grandmaster, but Magnus, he is laying down the wood in his game. He sacrificed an exchange, and he is very close to just taking this game because of how far advanced that c-pawn is. It might end up on c2. Bishop f4 is coming in as well. White's queen is in the way of the a-pawn. It's a messy position, no question about it. Magnus now under 10 minutes as well. But I don't buy it. I think he's going to take this one.
I don't really see any threats from the white side. I know you want to get your a-pawn rolling, but as you noted, c2 here for black. You can push your pawn to the second rank, the 7th, from black's perspective, 1 square away from promotion. So that would be very tempting to me. Later, if the white queen stops being a pest, black can play queen e5 as well to go for the king side, a checkmate over there. So I do think that Magnus, he has a number of choices that'll leave him with a healthy plus. And you could see Dragunov, he survived against Duda. Magnus, though, doesn't look like a player who wants to relinquish a half point.
Especially after he relinquished half a point against Parham Maksudlu. And what seemed like it could have been an opening knockout, but Parham, he held his ground. I don't know if Valentin has another miracle save in him. Now, queen e5 is always very tempting, and an instructive point for newer players is not to get too enthralled with the prospect of a check on h2. If you play queen e5, you drop the bishop on d7, And what often happens is that the king evacuates through the center. So this series of checks is a lot less lethal than it appears. Magnus is taking his sweet time, and c2 is on the board. That pawn rumbles forward.
The easy move to play, right? Your pawn is one square away from getting a new queen. Bishop f4 in the future. It's not just about checkmate. The bishop can help protect the queening square. So I do think that Magnus, he has this one in his complete control because there's just not much in the way of counter chances for white here. So looks like this one remains interesting. The rest of Norway, they're cruising in this match. I guess board 3, that one, there's some tension remaining, but Johan Sebastian Christensen and Frode Erkedal doing well. And Norway needs a rebound because they lost to Iran. And speaking of Iran, it looks like there could be a victory for that team on the 4th board, Danya.
Yeah, we obviously praised the young FIDE master, who was off to a great start against Puya Idani, but ultimately experience and skill seems to have reigned supreme. The under-18 world champion Puya Idani, he's going to take this game, and he turned this around in stunning fashion. He says, I'm the boss on the king side. That game is on the right side of your screen. On the left side, we have the marquee matchup between Maksudlu and Lim, which features a different material imbalance. My eyes are just darting from side to side. I don't know where to go.
Well, board 4 looks, I think, relatively easy for black at this stage, unless there's some tactic I'm overlooking. The black king feels much safer than the white king, though some fun attempts from Bond to try and survive here. But I'm looking at the left-hand board as well because we have a 2 rooks versus queen imbalance, but that game looks like it will last a while longer. So, Daniel, why don't we dive into what Idani has going for him?
Idania would have probably messed this up, but Idani is not. He is running away with this game. He's just played rook takes e5. My reaction was to a different winning move. Robert, in this position, of course, white's point is that the rook on h5 is x-rayed, but g3, I think, was the swiftest path to victory. This is a sexy move. You allow the rook to be captured. You give one check, force the queen back, another check, checkmate to His Majesty. This would have sealed the deal, but rook takes e5 is honestly just as powerful. White's position crumbles like a house of cards.
The rook on h5 now defended by this e5 rook. The queen is loose. So if the queen moves, g takes h3 is in fact a free rook for black. This game is over. It started off well for Vietnam on this board, but Iran, the stronger player, is now flexing. He has been able to break free and deliver what could be a critical blow to Vietnam's chances, not just in this match, but for the gold medal overall. And there's a resignation. Idani gets it done for Iran. They now lead this match against Vietnam. That puts those top 2 boards in some trouble.
And that was Alexander Grishuk shaking the hand of Puya Idani. What a win. If you're the young FM for Vietnam, you take it in stride. You lost to a strong 2600 GM. That's okay. You learn and move on. But for Iran, they now lead 1-0. And this brings even more heat to Parham Maksudlu, who is playing for a win, I think, with queen against 2 rooks, but to no avail. I think this one is going to end in peace. Like Kwong, such a strong endgame player. He ain't going to relinquish half a point here.
No, Liam Lei, he can target the g2 point, the b3 point, and for black, your king is relatively safe. The one thing you have to worry about is if white does get like an h4, h5 in, or the white king can somehow go across those dark squares into the heart of the black king side and try to deliver a checkmate. But you're going to see that coming. You're not going to allow it. And that's bad news for Vietnam, good news for Iran. So the big question is, how's Min Lei doing? And it's not just because we know and love wonderful time on chess.com. Vietnam needs Min Lei to score a victory from the black side here. And, well, it looks pleasant for white if I'm looking at this correctly, because where is black going to create a breakthrough?
Yeah, Bardia Daneshvar using those light squares and using his pony and improving it and improving it. And these pawns, right, on b3 and d3 that just prevent any potential queenside breakthroughs. That is the order of the day. Currently, I think black is up a pawn, but that could not be less significant because h5 will likely fall. These pawns are kind of sitting ducks. And I think white is playing for 2 results. Min probably will hold a draw here, but that might not be good enough.
And I'm wondering now, after king g6 was played, if white can try to force a draw. Would that be a smart team strategy? Iran already has the lead. Knight h4 check kicks that king away from the h5 pawn. Once the king moves, knight back to g2. And if Parham continues in the way he has, then that might be the best team decision. Alternatively, if we're in a Swiss event and playing for yourself, Danya, you can go knight e3, knight c4, sort of freeze black, try to bring your rook back to b1, double on the h-file. It's a long story, but maybe white, in fact, does have that kind of time.
Yeah, but, the Parham game is not a dead draw. There's still some hurdles for black to jump through, and Bardia's facial expression there, he's kind of looking off to the side. The temptation to play knight h4 is tremendous, right? You make the draw. You won't get blamed if something goes wrong. You can go home and, watch your 2750 seal the deal. But tough decision. I think both options make sense. And Alexander Grishuk probably looking nervously on. I wonder what he would have done here. He probably would go knight e3 and just win this endgame.
You can play safely for a win, but you do not want to take too many risks if you are Dineshvar. He's a team player, and you can see that Minlay looking anxiously at the top board, hoping that his board won. Lemley can score victory, but that game is long to go. A game that may not have that much longer to go, Danya. I'm going to flip a matchup in for us here. The host country, Hungary, they're relying on Richard Rapport, Peter Leko's win earlier today, but they're also looking at this game between Benjamin Gladura and Tomas Larousas. And you see Gladura, he kind of shook his head here, and pieces are getting traded off. There's a big attack looming against the black king, but black has just enough forces to hold here, and we see that the last move played, Danya, rook just slid over from e5 to h5. The position opens up some more, but white is down material, but black's king is open.
Holy Gladura, and something tells me that Gladura was confident in victory just a couple of moves earlier. I looked at the position briefly. It looked like he had a mating attack. Obviously, I'm not totally sure of that, but if we can bring up an analysis board and just rewind a little bit, I'm seeing a move highlighted in dark red just a couple moves earlier. Can you blame me for thinking that Benjamin Gladura would drive this one home? It looks great, but Larousas brought all of his beef to the king side. Knight to g5. Sacrificial attempt by the Hungarian GM. Coolly rebuffed. First he takes the pawn. He's like, I got time to grab the center pawn before I go to h5. Trading off the rooks, and white just might not have enough firepower to keep the fire burning on the king side.
You need some checks, but how are you going to get any checks against that black king? The knight on d5 covers f6. The diagonals are closed up for now. That knight on h7 looks menacing, but it's also under attack by currently 2 black pieces. And if we get queen e7, Danya, that knight not really escaping, is it?
And white's time advantage is dwindling. Only 90 seconds for Larousas, but he's got a pretty clear roadmap of consolidation. So if he can take this game to equalize the score, this makes this match a lot more intriguing. Speaking of intrigue, I'm keeping a side eye on the China-India match. I have a feeling we might see draws on all 4 boards because Wang Yue and Pantala Harikrishna have continued to trade pieces. They are in a double rook endgame that looks pretty lifeless.
Okay, so this matchup, Hungary scored a win from Leko. Right now, Larousas trying to help out for Team Lithuania. But as you were just mentioning, on our top boards of the Olympiad, Wei Yi, he is holding on. We saw him in an endgame where he had a pair of bishops. His opponent, Gukesh, had those knights, but white was up a pawn, at least temporarily. We'll see what path we've gone down here, because if Wei Yi can hold and Wang Yue can do the same, no longer will we have an absolute perfect score at the top. India will give away, hand a half point, 1 match point away, but there still will be at least in a tie for first place, likely with Iran.
This was not on my bingo card. 2 knights against a rook. is the upshot here, and this does look like a draw. We'll get to that in a second. How did this happen? Well, after all the pieces were traded, rook to d8, as we predicted. Gukesh trying some shenanigans, but they didn't go very far. Rook to d1, pinning the knight. White takes one bishop, takes the other bishop, but even though White is technically ahead in material, Robert, I think the rook has the capability to hold all of these isolated pawns. It feels like Gukesh is the one pressing, though, right? Knight b5, then he can link up the knights. I would be a little bit nervous here, actually.
The presence of the A pawn is what's scary for black, and I think that we need to remind ourselves that if black can remove all 3 white pawns, even if it costs you all your material, your rook and your remaining 3 pawns yourself, that is a theoretical draw. So black's one goal here is to get rid of all of white's pawns. That's easier said than done, and these players, they're nearing the time control. Looks like rook c5 was moved 30, rook c1, excuse me, was moved 35, and I said rook c5 because that could be the response after knight to b5, but either way, it looks like Wei Yi is holding on, and well, this gives us a quick moment here because the next few moves should be played quite quickly. We see a rook move, a check from Wei Yi. Yep. Let's go to one of the hometown heroes, somebody who won his game today and was quite happy about it. Mike Klein with Peter Lecko.
Thanks, guys. We're here with Grandmaster Peter Lecko of Hungary, the legend. First thing I want to ask you, what's it like to play an Olympiad in your home country?
Yeah, very special, of course. I'm getting so much love and so much support from the fans. But I also try to isolate myself completely so that I'm trying to save up all my energy for the games.
You got Richard Rapport back, which is a huge boost to the team. And I don't like to ask Judith this anymore, but did you at least make one offer for Judith to play?
No, I don't think so. I guess she was also not signaling, yeah? And it was already kind of adventurous enough that I returned. But yes, it was very important that Richie also comes back and we have the best lineup possible. And we want to fight, and I think we have a very good chemistry. Everybody's fighting for everyone, so this is very important.
And today you beat Lithuanian Grandmaster, the youngster, Pultinavičius. You're up 1-0 at the time of this interview. You guys are locked into board 2 as per the rule of the event, but you've earned board 2. Do you feel like Hungary's playing a little bit above your personal expectations, or is this where you expected to be?
No, we have no expectations. The only expectation is that we want to fight against any team. So, of course, yeah, losing to India was kind of... well, one could say expected, but the match wasn't so easy. So if you look at the score, it's 3-1. I played a good game against Prague, but I still missed a bit of confidence to maybe hope for more. And okay, India is just way too strong. I mean, they are just very strong and very young, very determined, brilliantly prepared. They have also fantastic chemistry. So it's a very tough team for anyone to beat.
Absolutely. All right, well, there you go. Nobody's beaten India in the Open or the Women's, but today, in a little bit of a battle of generations, I'm kind of glad my generation won. Thanks, Petter, for your time.
Thanks a lot.
Back to you guys.
We hear from Peter Lecko, the star commentator, but don't forget, he is an amazing player. He played for the World Chess Championship, lost in the final game, and thus did not become the new world champion against Vladimir Kramnik, and now he represents his nation, Hungary, on home turf. So Hungary looking to win this match. They're trying to keep chase. I mean, India, China, they're doing very well, but if China is in fact going to tie this match and Hungary can secure victory in theirs, those teams will be tied in terms of match points. So Danya, it's easy to sort of see a team lose and then forget about them, but Hungary is right back in this thing and it's a wide open field.
That's the thing, right? We're going to see likely a lot of draws at the very top, and this paves the way for some of these dark horse teams to, maybe not fight for gold, maybe fight for bronze. But Peter Lecko, what a legend, and what a big win. His compatriot Ferenc Berkes is very close to delivering another win for Hungary and likely sealing the deal. The deal might be sealed on our top matchup here. I think Wei Yi with 55 seconds should be able to hold the draw. I mean, he doesn't have to do anything here with black, just push f4 and sit. White's knights just aren't able to attack anything. And board 4 is similarly, I think, heading for a draw. Should we take a look at that one?
Sure. Why don't we go into the game with Wang Yue, who's down also under 40 seconds, it looks like, or just about to hit that time. And we see that white, temporarily at least, is a pawn ahead. So, Daniel, we talk about equal positions. We talk about games where you just assume there's going to be a specific result. Move 40 has just been reached by white. King comes out to f3, and is Wang Yi low-key playing for a win?
Yeah, now wait a second, says Wei Yi. Wait a second. Well, wait 30 minutes, because that's the additional time that he's just gotten. How is this reached? Well, the queens are traded. Then he took e5. He's up a pawn. Hare Krishna initiating another trade, getting his rook to c2. So black is doing everything right, but no question that white is in the driver's seat. And Robert, here's a very important detail. This pawn on f5, right? One of black's typical defensive ideas here would normally be to activate the second rook, even at the cost of a pawn. But here, I don't think this is effective because, first of all, you're dealing with a potential mating net. Second of all, white's going to save the b-pawn and tuck the king away, potentially to h5, and you might get checkmated in the process. Hare Krishna needs to be very careful. He's got 5 minutes, and he might spend all of them just to make sure that this doesn't get out of control. This is how Ding Liren lost in China's previous match.
It's similar, right? Where Ding Liren, it seemed like he just had an even game, and then it wasn't so even after one little slip. So Hari's looking at the clock, he's looking at the board. It's his 40th turn. He has a few minutes to make it. He has enough time, and now he has made, it looks like a pawn push. Was that g6? I couldn't see very clearly there. The move will come in soon, but if he touched his g-pawn, and it does appear that g6 was played, Daniel, that's a surprising move to my eyes because white has a doubled pawn over there on the f-file, but the evaluation doesn't change that much. So the players, they do get more time, but are you at all surprised by this?
Yeah, Hari, I mean, he feels very confident that he knows the right approach here. You know, more power to him, and I think g6 gets the job done. He wants to open up the f-file. He wants the activity to come to the d8 rook rather than vice versa. If that rook can deliver a check on f8 with 30 additional minutes on his clock, I think Hari will hold this position. His body language doesn't seem to reveal any kind of anxiety. You never know, of course, Robert. That is the nature of high-level chess. But no, I'm not envisioning any crazy miracles here.
And Wang Yi is one of the finest endgame technicians you could ask for, but this board doesn't have that much material remaining. So while the players, they get some more time to think, we're going to bring John back in here. John, I know you've been scouting the action. There has been so much going on. We see this India-China match looking like it's heading to a 2-2 tie. But what else can you tell us about what's going on around this Olympiad?
So at the moment, on a lot of the top boards, you of course have been doing a stellar job of going through some of the key games. China and India, never say never, but they appear to be on course to tie the match. That feels like the most likely outcome, although we have to wait, of course, until the pieces are reset to know that for sure. Hungary being able to clinch their match. We saw that interview with Peter Leko. It looks like they should be able to take home the points there. Very interesting between Iran and Vietnam right now. It's currently 2-1, so there's an awful lot of weight of Minlei's shoulders, and he's very, very comfortable, I would say, with that sort of pressure compared to so many other GMs. But let's be honest, pressure is pressure at the end of the day. And then I suspect we're going to be here a little while because Armenia are 2-1 up against England with the last game to play. You guessed it, David Howell. So a must-win situation for England to draw that game. That's going to be an awful lot of fun as well. There's plenty of action to go, and there's a lot of pressure starting to be ramped up on individual players in this playing hall now as the results begin to slowly tip in favor of one team or another. Folks, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back from said break, the conclusion of some of these matches, and we start taking a look at the endgame.
Chess with friends is fun, and Discord is your place to talk with friends. This month only, Discord is joining forces with Chess.com. Win a game against Wumpus, Nelly, or Clyde, and you'll win a free month of Discord Nitro. And watch out for a super secret opponent later in the month. Play them all only on Chess.com.
Let's explore game review.
FIDE master Andre Mendez met his legendary opponent, Levon Aronian Sicilian, with 3 bishop to b5. While not normally a fearsome line, this choice led to a nice advantage for Mendez when Aronian blundered with queen to c7. The advanced g4 was a great move that won Aronian's knight, since retreat would have allowed the winning knight lead, knight to d6 check. Still, even up a piece against a monster like Aronian, you can never count your chickens before they hatch. Aronian set a devilish trap and induced a blunder in return when knight to f1 allowed b5. The incredible point was that queen a5 would be met by the brilliant shot bishop to b4, trapping the queen, since queen takes b4 runs into c5, threatening both checkmate and the white queen. Aronian equalized and took the game into a double rook endgame. There, his advancing g and h pawns and active rook increased the pressure, and he began to build up a clear advantage. In the end, the great moves, h4 check and h3 check, were decisive, as Aronian ended by preparing devastating checkmating ideas on the h-file. This game is a great example of why you should never give up. Resources lurk in every position. Run game review on your own games to see what you might be missing.
The first Olympiad, I was just 12 years old, back in 1988. It was a very special event for me and my sisters as well, as we were not playing in women competitions. This was an exception. And the Hungarian team was very, very young. We were an average of age 16. And I remember very well when we were getting closer to Thessaloniki on the plane, and we were giggling and talking and discussing with Ildiko, who played already in Olympiads before, that, well, we should win the gold medal. She said, well, it would be already so nice to get a medal. So she was not so optimistic, but we were like, let's do it. It was a huge challenge. In that time, it was 14 rounds. And of course, it was very impressive to see so many countries, so many cultures together in one hall. And then we started the tournament. We had one match after another. And in those times, it was not about match point, but it was board point. So it did matter whether we won 3-0, and we did quite a few matches. And of course, the biggest rivals were the Soviets, who had won the event, the Olympiad, for 30 years. So by the time it was the middle of the event, it was very clear that I'm in incredible form. I was playing on board 2, and in that time it was only 3 boards, the women team, so I was playing on board 2 between my other 2 sisters, or Ildiko and one of my sisters. So they got used to it by the middle of the tournament, that I was scoring full point in every round. So they said, okay, it's a good start that we have a full point already. And I had the tournament of my life in that stage, because I won 13 rounds, and I made, no, actually 13 games I played. I 12-1 win and 1 draw. So by this performance, I became the best performer of the Olympiad. And so it was very, very special to become Olympic gold champion together with my sister and the best player in the board. So I won 3 gold medals, actually. And it was the first time that I met Garry Kasparov, and that was also very inspirational. In 1994, I was not even 18 years old when I represented Hungary in the open section. So that was something very special, not only for me, but generally for the big public. So people were talking about it. This was Moscow. And it was very special because I was board 1 ahead the legend like Lajos Portis. But I was not the youngest in the team. Actually, Peter Leko is 3 years younger than I am, so he was really a teenager. I remember it was very special because I was very focused. My sisters were actually playing in the women's section. I had some interesting games, huge fights, and that was the point when my road continued in the open section, and it was very clear that I will never play again in the women's section anymore. And later on, I was playing practically in all boards. It was a very special moment to represent my country in the open section.
Welcome back to the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. We are properly in the thick of the action, around about halfway, I would say, just past in round 7 of the competition. The big matchups, China, India, of course, absolutely raging at the moment, but it looks like the two sides will potentially battle to a very, very tense draw. And I think tense is the correct word to use when we look around the playing hall and we see what is up on so many of these boards. I'm John Sargent. Joining me are Grandmasters Robert Hess and Daniel Naroditsky. And gents, it's been an absolute pleasure to watch some of these positions unfold. Dania, I've absolutely loved watching the crazy lines you've been able to show us. I would call them computer lines, but you're spotting some of these before the engine does as well. It's been an absolute delight to watch. How do you feel the games have gone today so far? Do you think this is a little bit crazier, a little bit deeper and wackier than you were anticipating originally?
Well, it's the day after the party, John, and thank you for the kind words. The players are doing all of the hard work. I have the easy job of just picking out, this all-you-can-eat buffet of tactical fireworks and, mutual blunders and incredible moves. By and large, the quality of chess has been incredibly high. We've had such a diversity of openings and material imbalances. Obviously, I'm thinking Sarana Van Forest. We'll get to that one. And our top matchup between India and China, just so classy on all of the boards. And I think a draw is a very justified result if, in fact, the last two remaining games end peacefully.
And Robert, we've had almost a theme, I suppose, in so many of our days so far. We had opposite side castling day. We had peace sacrifices day out of the opening. Today, I feel like it's not prevalent enough to call it a theme, but the number of really, really tense draws with loads of activity still left in the game has got me thinking, like, today really is the most tense day we've seen so far. Are we expecting to see more of that from now until the end of the tournament? Is this just going to be the norm now?
It should be the norm because there's little that separates these teams. We see it right now with the results. 1-1, no separation between India and China, two of the best squads in the entire Olympiad. And there will be the occasional blowout. And in fact, we see that Serbia has officially won their match against Netherlands, currently 2.5 to half. Team USA as well. But yeah, there's a lot going on here.
Well, let's go ahead.
Diving into the Marianas Trench.
Both of you have mentioned Van Forest, right? So maybe we should go ahead and take a look at that matchup between Serbia and the Netherlands in a bit. Here are the results that we've had so far. Dania, sorry about that. We just saw a handshake on screen. Are there anything in particular that you've been surprised about results-wise today?
What? Wait, what is the result of this game?
We can start there. Hang on just a second.
Oh, I'm hanging on. I'm speechless.
I'm trying to scroll through. Yeah, we need it. We need it to load up for us.
Was it a draw? It was either a draw, a win for one player, or the win for another player. I'm not trying to spoil anything.
I mean, we've got a square on the board, highlighted in red, with some big question marks on it. So I'm wondering if we've just seen something really dramatic.
Looks like a draw. Sarana accompanied his blunder on the 41st move of the draw for. Now, John, the fact that Van Forest actually came all the way back is crazy in itself. He went down a rook, recovered to create massive counterplay, and it looks like he's winning in the final position.
This is a bit mad. This is almost like I'm almost watching a JSC game on repeat here. This is amazing. In the final position, it looks like a knight onto e5 is a mistake that allows white to break through and win, but g5 apparently is the breakthrough here that lets white not just continue, but go on to win the game as well. This game has already been wild, right, for the last couple of hours, but there's absolutely no shortage of tactics anywhere.
What a ridiculous position, because couldn't black have just taken on f6? What was the difference in that variation? Knight takes e5. It seems to be the same. You're going to take on e5, take on f6, get rid of those white pawns, but I guess this g5 inclusion, which is just a shot that neither player likely saw, but the point is to go rook takes e5, I guess, with the tempo down here. I mean, this is such a ridiculous position.
Okay, so let me unpack. I think knight takes e5, yeah, it was played, and the reason Alexei played it, right, he could have died by his own sword. He wanted to set an additional trap, because fg in this position loses to the move rook f2, forking the queen in the checkmate, and you don't care about promotion, right? You're just going to sweep all that away. And Van Forest assumed that he has to play bishop takes e5. As a matter of fact, you can play bishop f6 or even rook f6, and I think this is why the draw was agreed. The players saw the opposite colored bishop endgame coming, but g5 deflects the queen. Now you can safely take the bishop because there is no longer rook f2, and black can resign. He can throw in a meaningless check. That'll be covered. Black has to take and drop the knight, and white is completely winning. Holy freaking smokes, John.
Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop another bombshell into this conversation as I bow out, and we bring up the four-board view, because with that game concluding, we're in a position now where Serbia have an unassailable lead in the match, 2.5 to 1/2 versus the Netherlands, who end up at the same end of another match defeat. Absolutely huge team result. Folks, I'll leave you to discuss what happens next.
Wow, I mean, you see that it was even 2.5 before that game concluded, so that's probably why Jordan Van Forest didn't want any more of that game, because the team, you see Max Vormanem lost, we see that Velimir Ivic won against Erwin Lamy, so Injic and Ivic on the bottom two boards. Anish Giri against Predke was a draw. So, Danya, probably that explains why Sarana and Van Forest, I mean, they were just throwing their hands in the air because the match was not in doubt at that stage.
The match was not in doubt, but when Jordan comes home, fires up his laptop, or his team captain tells him that G5 won the game, he will have a difficult night ahead, because let's not forget, rating is at stake. Not only is this a team event, but for each and every player, this is also a full-fledged tournament. What an insane roller coaster, and what a win for Serbia. Just dispatching the Netherlands. Pretke holds Giri to a draw, and the bottom boards deliver. Okay, Robert, just so many impressive performances today by these dark horse teams.
Well, I want to comment about Serbia a little bit more, because before the rest day, they beat Chile 4-0. So this is a Serbia squad that has found its form, and that is a dangerous team to face, because you underestimate them a little bit. You look at their lineup, you got Predke on board 1. That was an intentional decision. Serrano, the higher rated player between those two, but they thought Serrano would be more dangerous on the second board. Predke more solid at the top. And you have Injic and Ivic on the bottom two boards there, and they have been very strong for Team Serbia. So do not look past them. You may get them in a future round if you're one of the top teams, but they will not go gently into that good night.
I mean, listen, Velimir Ivic, he's got the most epic chess player name, because there was a Yugoslavian legend, Dragoljub Velimirovic, that was his entire last name. This guy is just Velimir Ivic. It's like his parents knew that he was destined for greatness on the board. On the camera, we have Gledura against Laurusas, where the Lithuanian player seemed to have the upper hand things have now turned around, but Robert, amazingly, this might not help Hungary. Wait, it might help Hungary because Ferenc Berkish is defeating Valery Kazakovsky. This might be huge.
Well, Hungary, they're already looking like they were going to win the match, and now it looks like Glador is going to win on this board. I mean, White's king is safe, right?
Sorry,
and
bad
Black's
math
king is
major, no.
wide open. Yeah, I think you might have reversed the flags or something like that. But either way, I mean, look at Glador. Before he was really upset when Laroussez played Rook H5. Now he's thrilled to be in his position, and Hungary should be thrilled because Peter Leko got the winning started. They may win on their remaining boards, and that would be a 3.5-half. Just I don't even know what to say about it. I don't have the words because Lithuania is a tough team.
Yeah, no, it's some strong GMs, and shout out to Ferenc Berkish, who is probably a name that's less familiar to people, but he's another one of those guys. 2605. The guy was over 2,700 for a long time. He almost never loses. He has the reputation of one of the most solid GMs, period. I think there was a stretch where he didn't lose a game with White in like over 150 games. Here he has the black pieces, and he is just cruising to victory over a 2,600 GM. So just a big spotlight to Ferenc Berkish. Hungary is hungry for more wins, and they're on a roll. They are absolutely on a roll.
They are indeed the hometown heroes. They are making their country proud just by showing up, but they say that's not enough for us. We don't want any consolation prizes. We don't want a pat on the back. We want some medals. So the team from Hungary, look how many pawns Black is up in this particular game. So they're doing really well thus far, and we will see more of them in the rounds to come. But why don't we take a step away from this match? It looks like the win for Hungary is in little doubt. If something changes, we'll keep everyone updated. But we haven't taken a look at a matchup between Latvia and Spain. Spain is a dangerous squad. They have 4 grandmasters of quite similar ratings, in fact. And they have Vallejo on board 3. That should tell you all you need to know. But in this matchup against Latvia, right now Spain is up 1-0. But we have Nexans against Shirov. Danya, that's a funny pairing because Shirov, his native Latvia, they might miss him in the match competition. But right now, Nexans is up a pawn and saying, hey, I'm going to come right for you here.
Yeah, for the members of Team Latvia, it is a little painful, or shall I say Spainful, to watch their hometown hero now sitting across the board from them. Shirov has had an up and down Olympiad, and I think he's going to hold the draw here. He's the pawn down. Artur's last move does make sense, but I don't think his king will be able to escape the perpetual.
Yeah, and Artur's Nexans, known as the coach of Gotham Chess. Many people watching will have seen him commentate Levy's games when he's playing in those Norm tournaments. And you mentioned that White seems to have enough to hold, and I think it's because, the game might even be over. It seems like there's somebody, an arbiter coming in. Maybe we've actually had this position repeat, but objectively speaking, Black isn't even winning.
No, the king is too weak, and White's queen just continues to pursue it. It can attack the g6 pawn. The pawn is way too far away from the promotion square, and player of Alexei Shirov's caliber clearly had no trouble holding this position. Where does that leave us in regards to the other boards?
It seems that Spain happily with the lead because they did win on board 4. And Nexans, he had an extra pawn. He wanted to push this, but this is the 3rd time the position will repeat. So, I mean, it's interesting to see Alexei leave the board, and you see that another arbiter steps in. So this game likely will conclude as a draw. And you asked the question, Danya, you look at the other 2 boards. On board 2, Latvia with the white pieces. That looks to me like a position with equal material, although Black is the one that is trying to be as offensive and get after White's pawns. And then on board 3, Latvia has the black pieces, and that is an extra pawn for Spain, but opposite color bishops.
Yeah, it doesn't look too good because Normans Mizis, the veteran Latvian GM, lost with the white pieces to Jaime Santos Latasa. What an asset on board 4 to have Jaime Santos Latasa as your board 4 weapon. So Artur's obviously, in light of that, wants to push this extra pawn, try his best for an endgame miracle, but some commotion around the board. It does look like a 3-time repetition will be established here. And Alexei Shirov will get away with a draw.
Okay, so Spain, they should win this matchup. It will be relatively close, but that first Finnish game should be the deciding factor. And I just want to talk about a few other results that I'm seeing here. Turkey up 3-0 on Chile, so they've already won their match. Israel takes down Iceland, currently 2.5 in favor of Israel. We saw that Norway, led by Magnus Carlsen, up 3-0 on Austria. The USA, 2.5 over Greece, with 1 game still to go. And, well, it looks like there have already been many matches concluding, but still fight going on in a number of others.
And, by the way, Team Iran seems to be knocking on the door. Parham drew Lim Lee, and Bardia Daneshvar declined their repetition, but is in full control against Min Lee. So, wonderful time, not having a very wonderful time, and neither were his teammates. So Iran seems to have it in the bag. Looking over at our top board, China and India, those 2 games still going, but still no changes in evaluation, Robert. I'm still fully expecting a draw.
Okay, so why don't we look at what's happening with France against Georgia, because Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, we saw his game earlier in the round. He was doing very well for Team France, and he, in fact, converted his advantage into a win. So France is currently up 1.5 over Georgia. 2 games remain, Danya, and one of them in particular is looking awfully friendly towards Georgia. They need a victory on one of these 2 remaining boards. I would say Maritzi against Jabawa. Here we see that in that match is about equal, but this game, Danya, Bakro, he is trying to hold on to a draw here with the black pieces. The evaluation bar suggests, of course, white is better. But to my eyes, when the bar is where it is, not completely in white's favor, that might mean that this could be a draw for black with best play.
Yeah, the bar is fence-sitting, but of course never wants us to realize that it doesn't know the evaluation. There's only one question, and it's not who is the best chess commentator, because we know it's Robert Hess. It's can black trade the h2 pawn? And after he trades it, then you get tortured for 50 moves. But right now, Etienne Bacrot would want nothing more than to hold rook versus rook and bishop. And he has to find the right arrangement, right? Do you go king g4? I guess you can't go king h4. It's also very significant, Robert, that, again, h8 is a dark square. So you cannot bank on the rook trade under any circumstances. I think Paichadze should take this one just because of how long this game has lasted and the element of fatigue. I'm going to give this like 70-30 to the Georgian Grandmaster.
I think you are right, and we also have Maritzi against Jabawa, as you see on the cameras. Those 2 are on the next board over. They were trying to see who can outlast the other in what has been an equal position. But our current game with Bacrot, he is in some trouble here. Okay, we've switched the boards here just to show you what's happening in that one. But white is actually a pawn ahead with an active king, but black has the best pawn on the board. So Danya, when you look at a position like this, I see that black is coming closer, trying to get towards the white rook on b1 so you can spring that pawn free. But if you go all in on that side, white will just go f4, f5, f6, and the king is perfectly situated for white.
I hate these endgames for both sides. I just never know. It feels like if I'm black, I always make a run for the rook, allow promotion. If I'm white, I somehow find a way to find the least effective way to push my passed pawns. These endgames they're radioactive, and they're usually drawn. Badur Jabava, he's done a great job here because he was much worse, maybe even borderline lost earlier in the endgame. And if he can save this game and Paichadze can convert that extra piece against Bacrot, it's honestly a shocking draw for Team Georgia, but there's a long road ahead. And right now there's a long road that separates black's king and the c2 square. Do you make a run for it and play king c4 if you're Bahadur? It's hard to say. And it's hard to say how this match is going to end.
I think we can see on the camera that Bahadur actually brought his king back to c6. So he recognizes that the 2 white pawns are going to be dangerous. He wants to sit his king in front of them. But that could be getting a little bit passive, and that could give Maurizi, the former world junior champion, some chances to score a much-needed victory at this stage for the French team.
Yeah, this is... I don't want anything to do with this endgame after 4 hours of commentating. I want to let the players do the moving and do the talking. But Maurizi's knowledge of Dvoretsky's endgame manual will be tested because you know Badur Jabava, he's a product of the Soviet school. He knows what he's doing in these Rook endgames.
Okay, so Jabava, he is going to continue to hold. That's the attempt. And as we go across to a bit of a higher board between Iran and Vietnam, we know that Iran had a 2-1 lead. Maksudlu versus Namleh on the top was a draw. We also had a draw on board 2 between Trong Sun and Tabatabai. And board 4, Idani wins against his young, talented opponent, a FIDE master from Vietnam. Unfortunately, Ban could not survive against Idani. So that is the current separator here in this match. And we see Minlay, wonderful time, doing that thing where he twirls his hair. He looks very upset, Danya. It seems like something has gone especially wrong, not just for his team, but for him specifically.
Yeah, I mean, again, of course, you're playing for your team. That is your primary allegiance, but your rating's also on the line, and Min has been having a phenomenal Olympiad. Unfortunately, his position is incredibly bleak. Of course, if Dineshwar believes that he can continue to press with no risk, he's not just going to give away a draw just because it wins the match. I mean, this guy's 2600 GM. I think he's making progress here on the king side. That's the red board. No, this is very grim for Min Lee.
And why should he give away a half point if it's a position with no risk? This is also important for tie breaks. If you can beat a team as strong as Vietnam 3-1, this is a Vietnamese team that tied China 2-2. So you just look at those head-to-heads, and that would favor Iran because they had a better score against a similar opponent. So Iran wants to maximize their scoring, and G4 for the score. James Canty reference here, and I think, Danya, that the Black King, even though queens are not on the board, could be in trouble.
Yeah, these pawns are starting to fall, and we pointed this out, 40 moves ago, right? The pawn structure is going to be a defining feature of this game. This is an excellent move by Bardia Dineshwar using the lateral power of the rook on h5. So I think Min Lee is going to take on g4. Maybe he can try rook f8. If he takes on g4, white will simply recapture, and black can try to plant a knight on f5, Robert. And maybe the last remaining glimmer of hope is to swing this knight over to d4, but white is just too active, and black could very well get checkmated here as well, right? If you go for d4, the rook suddenly swings over and attacks a much juicier target, and it doesn't take much here to walk into a mating net one way or the other. Bardia with 30-plus minutes on his clock. This is just miserable time. Definitely not a wonderful time.
No, and Min's had a great Olympiad to this point, 5 out of 6, gaining quite a bit of rating. He's proven himself in Budapest, but right now it seems like Bardia Dineshwar is trying to buffer that score. He's trying to boost to 3-1. That would be a huge result for Team Iran. I said it in the last few rounds, Danya. Team Iran, it feels like they're being slept on. They go under the radar, but they are taking down one of the biggest surprises of the Olympiad in Vietnam, and I think it's going to be 3-1. I'm looking at this. Min is down so much time. He doesn't have control over key squares, and Dineshwar, the 18-year-old from Iran, he is a promising junior who is not going to slow down for anyone.
The old wisdom that, everybody on your team has to be 2,700 plus, out the window ever since Uzbekistan won. A young team that believes in themselves, like Iran, with a good coach, like Alexander Grishuk, who Bardia Dineshwar actually defeated in a hectic match at the World Cup. Those teams can be the scariest. They've got good chemistry and good confidence. Okay, we'll leave Bardia Dineshwar to convert his overwhelming advantage. Perhaps a good time to swing by our top board and see how those games are progressing. Still no results, Robert. They are draining this cup to the bitter dregs, but I still think it's going to be a draw.
Well, we look at the boards over there. On the far right, we see that Hari, he is winning a pawn back, so he may restore material equality, but that B pawn can get very close to the other side, and there's a rook on b7 cutting the black king off. It still objectively should be a split point, so that game should be a draw, but shoulda, coulda, woulda, that sort of thing, when you expect a result, it can't be set in stone until the final move is played. So Danya, between these two games, both are equal. Which do you see a result being more likely in?
I think that it's so hard to say because the Gukesh game could just end in repetition any second. Gukesh is pushing and Hari Krishna is pushing. So, Wang Yue is pushing. Wang Yue could sign the peace agreement right now if he drops his king back to c2 and protects his h-pawn. He could choose to give away both of his kingside pawns and send the b-pawn up the board. And in that case, this game actually might heat up a little bit, even though the evaluation won't change. Can we take a very quick look at the Gukesh game just to see if the world champion contender maybe has made a tiny bit of progress? No, I don't see it happening. I just don't see Wei Yi losing this game.
Yeah, because the rook is very active and those knights don't coordinate very well. You could put one on d4 and one on b5, but that a pawn is tender and a black rook can always slide behind it. So, yeah, Donnie, this looks pretty level. I'm struggling to come up with a concrete plan.
I guess black just needs to be very careful where he puts his rook. Like, how could this go wrong? For black, I actually think there is a way to mess it up. If there is a way, I'll find it. So a move like rook to c4. Maybe this is a tiny bit inaccurate because white drives the king up to e3 and starts to deprive this rook of oxygen, right? If the rook parks itself on a4, suddenly you're getting a little bit uncomfortable. You don't have the c4 square anymore. So you need to be very discerning about where you park your rook. This is why Wei Yi is actually spending a lot of time on every move. Perhaps rook a1 is the most accurate. And as soon as white's king inches forward, black's king does the same to keep it boxed in. And if white gets too cavalier, actually it might be black who goes after this g2 pawn. So one way or the other, Robert, these players are too strong to let crazy things happen in an endgame that is this equal.
And it goes to show that if you go for it and think that I'm just going to play for a win, you may find yourself in trouble. I like that f4 pawn push you just showed. The g2 pawn could be tender and black could go after it. So it's true. I see that feature chat. If white's king gets active, yeah, that's a big if. Black's not just going to allow white to do whatever he wants. There's always rook f1, rook f2 ideas, as Danya just showed. So, okay, still looking like a tied match is the likely result here between India and China. India entered round 7 as the team in the sole lead in both the open, but also in the women. So Wei Yi is trying to help China, but in the women's section, it does seem like Team India is in great shape, not just because they entered the round with the lead, but the games that are on right now, Danya. Look at board 4, Vantika. She is, what is she up? Oh, I thought she was up a rook for a second because I didn't even see that white rook on h4 on the right-hand side of our screen here. But the white king is getting checkmated in a couple moves. And then also Vaishali with the black pieces. Danya, everything going right in these remaining games for India.
Well, everything's going right. We are going right to the rightmost board. You called it several hours ago. Vantika handling time pressure beautifully. It's as though she's played 20 Olympiads. And she is now completely winning. It's move 46. She's up in exchange, and she's going to round up the pawn on g3. This is completely hopeless. Bela Katenishvili might resign any second now. What a win for the 21-year-old, whose first Olympiad is going to be a memorable one. And Vaishali, similarly, cruising to victory. Wow, just domination.
Vantika actually drew in the first round. I remember commentating the match against Jamaica, and that was a huge upset by the rating differential. But since then, she's gone on an absolute tear. She's winning all of her games and playing marvelous chess. So Vantika, she stepped in. Tanya Sachdev, who, of course, we commentate with so regularly, she gets the day off. But all of these players from the India women's squad, they can rise to the occasion, and they've barely dropped points. In fact, Harika's the one who struggled a bit on the top board, but not in this match. Seems like that's equal, and this game is anything but equal. Black is much better with that passed c-pawn, but I would say that this game isn't completely over because white has activity and a bishop. Bishops are very useful in defending while attacking.
Yeah, I mean, somehow, because the top board is a dead draw, and Vantika will win, Lela Javahishvili needs to find a way to win this game. The only way that I see that happening is, first of all, she wins the pawn on a6 and somehow wins the pawn race. Is that feasible? No, because if she grabs the pawn on a6 in this position, Robert, I think what she's most worried about is a knight check on e2. And then you close your eyes and just send the c-pawn down the board. My mouse just ran out of battery, so it'll just take me a second to plug it in. But king f3, c3 is game over.
I listened to you. I closed my eyes, and I saw in my mind how that c-pawn would no longer be a pawn and would become a queen. So, yeah, this seems like a straightforward approach there for black. Knight e2 check is just a nuisance for white to have to deal with, and that means that Vaishali here is going to make her team very proud as she continues to shine on the Olympiad stage. So I think the result here is in little doubt in terms of the match. India is cruising to victory against their closest rival, both on the score table, but also in terms of overall rating. The boards have been drawn with the white pieces for India. They're winning with black, going against the common motto. So India, they are in peak form. They seem to be the team to beat. I think that most other teams are going to be scared of them because of the firepower on each and every board. And we see Vantika, Vaishali, the youngsters getting it done for Team India. So why don't we head away from here? We can entrust the result to the Indian players. But let's look at Team USA versus Team Armenia. And there we see a handshake, actually. As soon as we cut away, it looks like Vantika does get that win, a big one for India.
Also, I'm proud to announce I launched an expedition under my desk for a mouse charger and have successfully fished it out without destroying my entire setup. That's it.
I'm very proud of you. Very, very proud of you.
Okay, let's look at Team USA. It appears that Carissa Yip, she won her game, so currently leading 1-0. Gulruk Begim Tohurjonova is crushing it on her board. Is this going to be... Oh, Irina Krush, though. She might be losing her game. So what do you make of this, Robert?
Well, Irina has a very strange position where white has a queen and black has a bishop and 4 pawns. But it does look like all the pawns are about to be picked off one by one in the light squares. Then the white king will dance around and help deliver a checkmate. So I'm not worried about Alina Danielyan's conversion ability here. But I'm looking at the other games, and those are good for Team Armenia on board 1, right? Gurchan is doing very well. But then on board 4, it's Alice Lee for Team USA. So maybe we should start with Alice's position just because it's got the fewest pieces remaining.
Yes, and I apologize. I had it backwards. Begim is actually losing her game, but we'll get to that in a second. Alice needs no introduction. This position needs no explication because it's actually a really cute idea, Robert, because black can stop the c-pawn, but it's trousers, as the Russian chess players say, 2 passed pawns on either side of the board, and you cannot take. It's a force field because the rook will always drop back to f4 and force the rooks off the board. Black is busted. This one is just a couple moves away from ending. If black takes the other pawn, how does white win here?
I think you can still push in some of these positions, no? Because the black king can't get back. So you push, rook c4, king e2, and you can't play king g4 again because of rook f4 check. And white's next moves will be king d3. And there's even e4. You're showing it before I can say it. And the pawn on d5 is overloaded. The rook on c4 is overloaded. And white is just pressing forward.
Beautiful. Beautiful win for Alice Lee. But it might not be enough to send USA over the edge. What happened? I thought Irina had a good position. She's losing for sure. Shall we look at Begim's game against the Litmakerchan?
Let's do it. Let's look at the board 1 matchup.
Oh my God. What?
How many pieces are on the board here? It looks like white's up like 6 different pawns.
This is giving off like McDonald Labourdonnais vibes.
Except in that one, there were fewer pieces for the side facing the pawns. Here you have the pawns and the pieces. This is just...
What in the world?
It's actually
okay,
4 extra
take
pawns,
me away from here. I cannot look at this position. Wait, but 28 seconds for Lilith.
I was about to say the same thing. It looks completely winning for white, but this is how games are spoiled when you don't have enough time to calculate. And does black actually have a threat, Danya? That's the first question. Is rook c1 coming, going after the white king?
Yeah, but try figuring it out in 10 seconds that Lilith Mukrichan has. Oftentimes, the biggest threat is the ones that you spin up yourself. You start to fear ghosts, and Lilith trying to get the queens off the board. That would end the game immediately. Big M is going to go queen d2. As long as your opponent's in time pressure, there is always hope. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
This is... How do you even reach a position like this? I don't want to know.
Through wild play, but white does have 5 extra pawns from the D to the H file. Black just has one teeny extra one on B7, so way too much extra material for Team Armenia, and this, it seems, would allow them to tie the match up because Irina Krush is losing for Team USA against Alina Danilyan, and this is a ridiculous looking position, but Donnie, you take the D5 pawn, you use your king on the light squares, and the queen and king for white just inch closer until they start picking off all the material.
Was this always so bad? I mean, I had a feeling Irina was better. I guess Irina was always worse. Yeah, she got outplayed by the experienced Armenian Grandmaster who broke through with c5. This was the clutch move, just using the power of the rook and then sending that c-pawn. Oh, look at this. e5, intercepting the bishop and promoting to a queen. That's how we got this bizarre material imbalance. But white's the one with the material. And it looks like a 2-2 result is likeliest.
And this is an even matchup on paper. You look at the ratings of the players, they're actually all very close to one another. So 2-2, a fighting draw is the likely outcome here. No draws in the individual games. A tied match overall, 2-2 is what we are expecting. So for Team USA, I think there will be some disappointment given that Carissa Yip was the first one on the scoreboard for Team USA. But Chris and Alice, the youngsters for Team USA. Carissa no longer a teenager. I believe she's in college now. But Alice, I mean, she has so many Olympiads ahead of her. And in her first Olympiad, Danya, she started 4.5 out of 5, performance rating of about 2550. If she adds this win to her scorecard, her performance is through the roof. And what Team USA has been doing is giving her the white pieces. That's why, in no small part, she's down in the lower boards. They can put her up to board 3 if that gets her white, or back on 4 if she can keep the first move advantage.
Feed the beast. And why is my spidey sense tingling? I feel like that big game is not as over as it appears. I just have that voice in my head saying, white is under a minute. You know, I've seen crazier things happen. I actually don't know if I've seen crazier things happen, but this might be one of the craziest things if Big M can turn this game around. But D5, E5, and F5, those pawns have something to say about that. If something crazy happens, we'll update you straight away. In the meantime, Robert, I think 2-2 is indeed the likeliest outcome.
For sure. We'll keep an eye on it. Let everybody know if something does in fact change. And in the women's section, if we are continuing here, I see that Poland is up 2-1 over Ukraine. But in the one remaining board, Ukraine is relying on Natalia Buksa to score victory with the white pieces. And we're in an endgame, Danya, where only white can win. So it's a position that Ukraine is banking all of their hopes on. But as we look at these players struggling, as Kielbasa for Poland, who's had a nice event thus far, 4.5 out of 5, she's facing an in-form Buksa in this game. Donna, the big question is, can black hold this, or will white's space advantage allow her to secure a full point?
Yeah, I mean, Kielbasa trying to slice up black's king side like a sausage and wade her way through the through the light squares. You know, without calculating any variations, this looks pretty grim for black, just because of the dominant post that white's knight is on. G5 was a heads-up move. No, but Natalia Buksa has the white pieces. So
and she needs to win.
I think... because Osmak lost to Kashlinska. Got it. But she's got good chances.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this is that white is trying to get that king more active. And by playing g5, if black takes on g5, it's the white king that wants to go up there. If we can just show a very quick variation, let's say king g4, knight f6 check, king takes g5, knight takes e4, pawn takes e4. This, to many people, say, king and 4 pawns against king and 4 pawns, this is just a draw.
King and 4 pawns against king and 4 pawns, this is just a draw, Robert.
Well, look where the kings are, and this is why kings are used as a weapon in the endgame. If the black king steps forward, the white king does the same. If the black king steps to the side, the white king also steps to the side. And no matter where you look, white is winning a pawn thanks to the more active king that is approaching the opponent's pawn. So this would be an easy win for white. And that's what's scary, Danya, is trading at this point, it seems like the thing to do because black is restricted for the time being, but trading actually does not help in many of these variations.
And Robert, that was beautifully explained. H takes g5 is a losing move. Apparently, the cleanest path to a draw is to set up the pieces for the next game, knight b8. Are you kidding me? And to go for like queenside Armageddon, which is actually a very important defensive resource. You go knight c6. You say, listen, you can take both of my pawns. I'll take one of yours. But white starts to run out of firepower, right? If white is only left with one pawn, black is going to give up her knight for it. So something like this is probably black's best bet for a draw, but I think that Natalia Buksa has at least a 50% chance of converting this advantage. And boy, what a hero she will be if she can save this match for Ukraine. High octane action in this night endgame. Everything on the line, Robert. This is Olympiad action at its finest.
And oftentimes, you're not even looking at objective evaluations when you're thinking about how do players this closely match, how can you win? You have to put your opponent in uncomfortable territory. Anyone would be uncomfortable with black. King just stepped to the side to f7. But we're going to step aside from this game because, Danya, I want to take us to the Netherlands versus Peru. On the second board, much like Jordan van Forest against Alexei Sarana. Look at the move that we just see on the board in the blue here. Knight takes f7, given a brilliancy, much like Jordan's decision. And my first question, Danya, is how is this move 44? This looks like we're on move 20.
Wait, yeah, this is move 44? What? How did they manage to make 44 moves? This looks almost like it is the early middle game. I totally agree. Oh, they just shuffled pieces for like, they went into a holding pattern for like 30 moves.
They did indeed, and then black took a d4 pawn in the center, and now is paying the price for that because the dark square bishop is wide open, and knight takes f7, given those 2 exclamation points. If king takes, I think we should show how straightforward this will be. Rook takes f6 check, giving up an exchange there to rip open the king. G takes, queen h7 check, and after king f8, the bishop can join the party. And unfortunately for black, I think the only way to stave off checkmate in one is to give one rook, and then white can take the second on a8. So both rooks are falling.
Oh, that's sick. Shall we say that is picturesque? Machu picturesque? Okay.
That's a pity laugh for you.
My pun pen ran out of Inca.
Oh my goodness. Black is running out of time. That's, I think,
I'm going to be doing solo commentary, am I not, by the last round? I'm going to drive you and John out of the commentators' chairs.
Well, we're happy to be here with you, Danya. And as we look, black did get a move off, but with 43 seconds left on her clock, I think that, unfortunately, Aliaga here, she is just going to suffer defeat. The attack is too straightforward for a player as strong as Zhao Peng. So maybe we can move away from this match just because so much is happening across the playing hall. We've been in the Women's Olympiad, where Team India is about to secure another match victory, this time against Georgia. We saw the Ukraine fighting desperately to tie Poland. Team USA currently up 2-0. Alice Lee got the victory, but Armenia is going to strike on the other 2 boards. Let's go back to the open section if we can, because we do have much to look at. Notably, that Hungary game, Gukesh, we thought that he was just in cruise control. Things have gone completely wrong.
Of course, I jinxed him as well. Nobody is spared. I cannot believe that this position comes from the same game. And Ferenc Berkish is must count his lucky stars that he's not losing here. He is suddenly hanging by a thread and down in exchange when he was just up 4 pawns, and all because of an absolutely insane blunder. Let me rewind to move 46. Now, in this position, black needs to be careful because the rook and the queen are both hanging, but the simple queen h5 wins the game. If not, simply queen c7, even simpler. Gukesh tried to be fancy with c5, and he forgot that after knight e5 cb, knight takes g6, it's not just a fork. He forgot that one rook is captured with check. Oh my goodness. And Kazakovsky has winning chances here.
This is not what you want to see if you are part of Team Hungary or one of their many fans. Because Daniel, if you go back to that moment there with the queen, the fancy queen trade because of c5, after knight takes g6, like you're looking at this position and you're kind of like, all right, I take on f3, but you just might miss from a distance that taking on e7 is with check. I guess, is that what you think that black missed? Because this is a quite forcing variation.
No, we're just not used to an experienced GM, even in the most acute time pressure. Even in a Title Tuesday game, I would raise my eyebrows if a GM missed a tactic like this. I raise eyebrows at my own blunders plenty of times, but this is catastrophic. And what bearing does this have on the result of the match? If Kazakovsky is able to pull off the unimaginable and win this game, then it's all in Tomas Laurusas' hands. If he can save his game against Gladura, we might be talking about a 2-2 result. Shall we take a look at that other game?
Well, unfortunately for Laurusas, as we see here on screen to our right, White has 3 pawns and a bishop for a rook. White also has the safer king for the time being. So Laurusas, to win this position, I think you have to go back in time before White suddenly stole all Black's pieces and the Black king got in trouble.
Oh my gosh, Robert, this is such a missed opportunity for Lithuania, because in this position, all Laurusas needed to do to avoid losing is take on h7, liquidating up a piece. And what he must have missed in time pressure is that after queen e8, king g7, he is threatening a back rank mate on b1, and White has to waste a tempo making Luft. The white queen is driven away, and Laurusas would have won this game. Lithuania might have actually won the match in this situation. Instead, he missed the chance that allowed Gladura to evacuate his knight and rebuild his attack. As a result of which, Laurusas had another. Oh my gosh, Laurusas could have won with bishop g4, queen h8, bishop f3.
What move number is that, Danya?
Oh, it's so cruel. Move 40. If this was one move later, he would have found it.
Of course. Bishop g4, bishop f3, rook g2, winning the queen in the corner. That is some stellar stuff. But when it's move 40 and you're on your waning seconds, you often do not have time to sufficiently calculate these kind of tactics. So what we saw in the game, Danya, White just stole all the pawns. The bishop is protected by the h4 pawn, is also protecting it. And we see that White should have no risk whatsoever. The best Black should be able to do is make a draw if things go his way, but White might just win this game.
Oh my gosh, we need to get Peter Lecko to simul all of the boards. This match has been insane. This is not an elementary conversion at all, because White's king, not that safe. Black's rook is quite active. If you lose the a5 pawn, it gets double-edged again. I'm going to avoid making any predictions at all, because I cannot believe what I'm seeing on some of these boards.
No, there's just chaos and pandemonium no matter where you turn. But one squad that didn't have to sweat too much was the team from Uzbekistan, because Abdusattorov beat Volokhin. We watched the opening play out. Then we saw him win with rook a5, pinning the black pieces while Volokhin had no time. But Ruslan Ponomarev also lost to Javakir Sindarov. So this new generation, Abdusattorov, Sindarov, Yakubayev is better against Ivanchuk. But Uzbekistan has already clinched the match against Ukraine 2.5 to half. They're trying to score even more because they do want to repeat as Olympiad champions.
And speaking of clinching matches, we were talking earlier about France's trials and tribulations against Georgia. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave winning his game, but Etienne Bacrot getting into trouble. Looks like Marc-André Maurizi, the youngster, might be close to pulling off a victory in that crazy rook endgame against Badur Jabava, and that would instantly seal the deal for France. Unreal, the twists and turns of hour 5 of the Olympiad, Robert.
And for Maurizi, what a big win for this youngster. And this goes to show, we say this often, it's not just about the material count. There's a rook and 1 pawn against a rook and 1 pawn. And that evaluation is incorrect at the moment. There it goes up. White has only 1 move to win this game, Danya. That's what table bases are for. And the move is king to g6. So that's actually a difficult move to play because you're going away from the enemy king. You often think that you need to cut your opponent's king off with a move like rook to d2. But king g6, it allows your f pawn to run. It also puts the h5 pawn in your line of sight.
And there's actually a very specific reason why king g5 draws, but king g6 wins. And Maurizi has only 1 minute to figure this out. King g7, also very natural, also draws. The reason, I'll show this very quickly, is
he found it. He found king g6.
He found it, he played it. And here's the rub. After king to g6, you want to go f6 and f7, right? But if instead you had dropped back to g5 and only now played f6, black's king would be able to save the day with king d7, f7, king e7, and the king reaches the blockading square in time. Compare that to the same position with the king on g6. Black's king is not in time, because here, f7 is actually, I think, okay, it's also winning, but rook d2 check is the most clinical. Slicing off the king, or in the event of king e8 f7, this is the move made possible by the placement of white's king. You drive the king away, or checkmate the king once it's reached the target square. Maurizi, I think he's going to do it. I think a minute is enough, Robert, because now the path is very, very clear, literally and figuratively.
And he looked up at Jabala. I'm not sure if that was with confidence or with some nerves because he does not have much time remaining. Mistakes can still happen. There are not many pieces remaining on the board. That's the good news for Maurizi. He just played the accurate choice, the only winning move with king to g6. And I'm wondering if there's anything Badur can do to, shake things up here. Can he come up with a square for his rook that makes white's life more challenging? I don't think so, because white is going to ignore the h5 pawn and just play f6 and f7 and try to get a new queen. So Maurizi is doing what France needs to get for them to win the match. What a win from the jaws of a draw.
Incredible. The youngster, I think, from the island of Corsica, if I'm not mistaken. But Maurizi, he has the last laugh. I think he has this under control, and someone who might not have the process under control is board 1 for China, Wei Yi. We finally have a result on board 4. It is a draw as Hari Krishna and Wang Yue draw their game. 3 draws. It's all down to this. How iconic, Robert, how picturesque that it all comes down to the top board, to the world champion challenger, who somehow has found a way to keep this game going. And let me tell you, has some chances.
He definitely has chances because he not only has more time on the clock, he has 2 knights compared to a rook, and knights can coordinate at times very nicely together. For example, if you just draw an arrow from the knight on c3 to the knight to the e2 square, those knights defend each other. The g3 pawn is defended as well. The king now is free to go king c4, king b5, and chase that lonely a5 pawn that black has. So Gukesh is staring at this position, and he wants a win out of it. So how does Wei Yi survive? He can check the king, of course, off of the c-file, but the king can sit on b3, and eventually that king needs to step forward for white in order to have serious winning chances.
Well, to understand why I'm worried for Wei Yi, we need to look at the last 10 moves really, really quickly, because that'll help you see the progress that Gukesh has made thus far. Right? Now, this was the position where we left it last, and Wei Yi committed a series of very small inaccuracies. He played rook b1, he played rook b3, and Gukesh cemented his pawn in a4. King e5 is still fine. Rook b6, okay, this is where things start to go a little bit wrong. Gukesh gets his king into the center. Gukesh just sort of biding his time, looks like a repetition is on the cards. And knight g1, this is the move that sent Wei Yi into a bit of a tailspin. I think the correct approach here was either f4 or maybe rook d4 check and rook c4, just active defense. Instead, he dropped his rook back, all the way back, allowing his king to get pushed away and allowing Gukesh to centralize his knight. Guess what? Those knight forks coming in handy. And Robert, Wei Yi is down to his last line of defense here. Like, king c4, rook c8 is a very tenuous way of keeping the a5 pawn protected.
And there are all sorts of ways for white to go after that a5 pawn, with a knight coming up to c6 or back to b3. And black does not want to be tied down passively to defend. So if you go back a couple turns for that f4 move that you mentioned, I do get why Wei Yi refrained from that pawn push. Because had he pushed to f4, he probably saw a future where white gets a pass pawn on the king side. And with the knight on g1, f4, like knight f3 check, pawn to g4, pawn to h4, you're going to quickly see a pass pawn get there on the king side for white, and white has a bit of a blockade going. So I do understand the cool setup that, I don't want to say like calm setup for black, but this could be trouble. I see moves are being made. And Danya, do you think that Wei Yi is going to be able to hold this position together?
10 moves ago, I would say this was 90-10. And now I think it's closer to 60-40, maybe 70-30. I still think Wei Yi will hold. He's got 7 minutes. That's a lot of time. And I don't think that the objective evaluation has changed that much. If he plays accurately, if he avoids blundering the a5 pawn, he should hold the draw. He has to find the right moment to bring his king back to e5. Like, his defensive strategy is to constantly needle the white knights, to create these mini threats and prevent Gukesh from regrouping his pieces in an ideal formation to attack a5. It's a tall order, though, and his teammates, let me tell you, they might not even be able to watch because of what is riding on this one endgame.
It's a big moment here for the overall Olympiad, India versus China. And we see that Gukesh, it seems like he has his eyes closed. He's trying to calculate in his head. There we see him staring intently at this board here. And he's got some viewers behind him. And we see that people, of course, will want to watch the #1 overall board in the Olympiad. But Danya, he's trying to figure out a way to win. And oftentimes it's not even about the objective evaluation so much as creating discomfort for your opponent. Where is that discomfort going to come from?
And you said it. It's the trend of the game, right? Yeah, it's still equal. It's still a draw. But compare this to what we had 10 moves ago. Compare this position to what we had 30 moves ago. Wei Yi was better at some point in this game. Now it's a 2-result game. And, of course, Gukesh can't get ahead of himself. You can lose any position. He has to keep an eagle eye on the g3 pawn, which is still a weakness. If he doesn't find anything, he will repeat moves, right? He's down to 8.5 minutes, but he's looking. He's looking, and he will leave no stone unturned. This is pretty good practice for the World Championship match in terms of the pressure. Good sneak preview, even though his opponent is not Ding Liren.
Well, this could be one of his opponents behind the scenes, because Wei Yi, he may turn up as a second for Ding Liren. They are longtime teammates, compatriots, friends, and we see that Gukesh, he's not a friendly face at the moment, very much so off the board, but right now he is staring. How do I get at that a5 pawn? From Wei Yi's perspective, Danya, is there a moment where you push h6 to h5, or does that make that pawn easier to attack? These are not simple decisions, and with the pressure of their team's hopes on their shoulders, down to their remaining 7 minutes and change in this Olympiad, 7th round, if China wins somehow, that would just turn the Olympiad on its head. And I know that seems impossible, but remember, Gukesh against Abdusatara from the 2022 Olympiad, this is a different Gukesh. However, he was undefeated, team was cruising, and then he lost that game.
Could you imagine that Ferenc Berkish would be down in exchange against Kazakovsky right now? Could you imagine that Jordan Van Forest would blunder an entire rook and then be winning in the final position when he took a draw? Can you imagine anything that happens in the Olympiad? I think for Gukesh, he should try to get this c3 knight around to f4, but not now, right? He should put the king back on d3 because of the threat of rook c4 and get this knight around to f4. If he puts his knight on f4, it'll threaten to jump to d5, and in a very roundabout manner, I think the ultimate target square, Robert, is c4. If he can get his knight to c4 and d4, he gets himself a serious chance of rounding up the a5 pawn. But I'm sitting here in my warm office telling Gukesh where to put his knights, where to put these knights. Easier said than done.
Is there some kind of knight d5 check, knight takes f5? I've been wondering about that. So there's a tactic involved where there's a fork on e7, and you do pick off one of black's kingside pawns, but I wasn't sure if that actually is going to get white into some danger or if it is really a pawn that can be captured.
This might be what he's calculating, and it's definitely worth pointing out. Let's bring up our workhorse of an analysis board. Someone's been doing his puzzle rush. Wow, look at this construction, Robert. You take one knight, the other delivers a fork. I think the problem might be the move rook to c4, though. And white is just not able to save the knights and the a-pawn at the same time. I mean, I don't think white's really risking here, but you are going to lose the pawn because knight b6 runs into rook b4, and now the knights are disjointed, and one of them will be lost.
And you know what's so frustrating, Danya, is that the h6 pawn and some of these lines could be captured, but knights are so slow in terms of how they can get back and stop a rook pawn. So in the game, it looks like a move has been played. Rook back to c8, and did we not just see Gukesh make a move? He did. King to d3. We're just repeating moves now.
Okay, this is the moment of truth. Gukesh is now down on time, and he might say, you know what? I'm not seeing it. I don't want to risk it. We're leading the Olympiad. Let's be mature about this. But he also might go knight e2. This is the moment of truth.
Okay, so we have a tense moment here. India versus China, and these two can make a draw if they repeat the moves. It seems like Gukesh, no, he is pressing for more. So we see the knight retreats to e2. He puts Wei Yi back on the clock. We are going to take a short break if we can. But first, John, you've been watching everything unfold here. What have you made of everything that's transpired?
The tension just keeps ratcheting up. I can't describe how I like to think I have decent posture, but I'm feeling it in my shoulders right now just from watching the positions and the games unfold. The amount of pressure these folks are under and the absolute importance of taking those 2 match points into the next round is going to be huge. Look, any team that wins the Olympiad, there's like a really tiny chance that those teams don't have to go through China and India, right? This matchup is important. Whoever they face next, how they do here is going to be very important for that follow-up as well. It is non-stop, and I have a feeling it's all coming to a head in just a couple of moments. We're going to keep the game on during the break for you folks so that you can watch the action as it comes in. And if it does finish, we'll go to some post-mortem. If it doesn't finish, then we still have a very tense, wild ride to the finish. Folks, catch you in a few minutes. All right, we are back and the action is still ongoing in India, China. We have to be focusing on that board here because frankly, guys, this match will set the tone not just for these two teams, but potentially the chasing pack as well, heading into the rest of the Olympiad. I'm joined by Grandmasters Robert Hess and Daniel Naroditsky. Robert, let's start with you. To what extent are the other teams in the playing hall already taking notes on this game, let alone this match, and using it as part of their preparations for the latter half of the tournament? Is it too early to be talking about stuff like that still?
Well, I guess the teams don't know who they're going to play next. Iran can probably count on one of these two as being their opposition. But in terms of what's happening in the X's and O's of this board, it's so late into the game. In an endgame, you will see if a player makes a mistake, and then we could say, okay, that person struggles in certain endgame imbalances, but it's hard to force your opponent there nonetheless.
Okay. And Danya, in this particular game, do you take heart from this as the Vietnams, as the Irans in the playing hall, where you're thinking, oh, actually, there's like a little bit of a dent in the armor, or at the very least, oh, maybe these teams aren't infallible after all, and they can crack under pressure? Is there anything that other teams can be looking at this going, yeah, that's great? Otherwise, are we looking at them going, I'm terrified because both of these teams are in tip-top shape and we're going to struggle?
I think they're all just holding their breath, and they're just watching this endgame unfold. And, you know, it's just like everyone's sitting on their couch, in their hotel room, and just watching chess history being made. This is such a fascinating endgame, and I think all the conclusions can be drawn afterward, John. But Gukesh, the way that he's been able to keep this game going and now set up serious problems for Wei Yi as he himself falls under 4 minutes on the clock. We could not have asked for a better finale. You couldn't script this better in Hollywood.
And there's still just a couple of minutes left to go on the clocks, of course. There's 30 seconds per move, so this game could last another 30 seconds. It could last another hour. We're not 100% sure. Either way, what we do know is that there's going to be a fair bit more action. Before we head to the other boards, let's remind you what the position on the board actually looks like so you can see it for yourself at home. There's still plenty of games going on elsewhere as well. So, folks, I will leave you with that. Robert, Danya, this might not finish in the next couple of minutes, but there's a lot of intricate maneuvering here. I'll let you folks take it away with the analysis.
Okay, thanks, John. We always love having you in here. We'll see you soon. But what we won't see soon, if Gukesh can help it, Danya, is a done game here. I think that Gukesh wants it to go the distance because he would love to get at that A5 pawn and try to create a passer of his own. But I have to say I like what Wei Yi has done thus far, bringing his rook behind the tender H pawn, and he wants to go after the white king side.
Yeah, so far Wei Yi has been defending this something fierce. He's kept himself with 5 minutes on the. He's 2 minutes up on the clock because, you know, finding ways to keep the game going is more time consuming than finding only moves. And Wei Yi has not only avoided blundering, he's kept his pieces on perfect squares. Now he has to find the proper retreating square for the king. One of the hardest things in chess, right? Where do you go with the king? Which rook do you put on the square? Now, my inclination, Robert, would be to stay in the center with king to d6 because king f6 might allow the knight to jump around to f4. But then I realized, wait a second, if the knight moves to f4, black's rook can trampoline to the other side of the board and pick up the a4 pawn. So there's a lot more than meets the eye in this endgame as Wei Yi. He's now spent a minute and a half on this crucial decision.
There's a ton going on here, and what it boils down to, which is perfectly illustrated by your last point, is that knights are slow-moving pieces. That knight can get to f4, but then it leaves the other side of the board more vulnerable because the a4 pawn will then be loose. So I like how you framed it. It's a trampoline. Jumping from one side to the other is this black rook. And I think that he's held himself very well in this endgame. He doesn't really look nervous, and if you look at the clock, he actually is slightly ahead there. That should help in his chances trying to make a draw.
Speaking of chances to make a draw, the absolutely unimaginable continues to happen. Every time we think, okay, this is the blunder of the day. No, something else takes its place. Marc-Andrea Maurizi, he messed it up He messed up one move away from victory against Badur Jabava, an unimaginable error that gave away half a point. And now, on the last remaining board, it does appear that Paichadze is very close to converting against Bakro. I'm going to very quickly show how disaster struck for the young Frenchman. He did everything right, Robert, with 1 minute on the clock up until the decisive moment, which was here. All he had to do was just put the rook on e2, and the game is over. Either he plays rook e8, or in the event of h3, king g7, king f6, king e7, the game is over. This is automatic. He could play this while skydiving, but he played the inexplicable rook before wasting a tempo, moving the rook to the most undesirable possible square, which provides no shelter for the white king. Now he can no longer make progress. Badur Jabava holds the draw with simultaneous promotion, and Luka Paichadze can now save the match for Georgia in sanity as we go back to Gukesh versus Wei Yi.
He must have forgotten how far advanced the black pawn would be, and that trading rooks would not help him queen without his opponent queening as well. So that's a missed opportunity for France, and it looks like Etienne Bacrot is in some danger, and some serious danger of losing, and that would mean a 2-2 tie against Georgia. But here, we've been looking at a 2-2 tie as the likely result. India versus China. H4 now played by Gukesh. That means that the pawns are well defended on the king side there down here. Rook h3 looks like an awkward move to play from black.
Whoa.
And I see what happened. You're shouting about something.
Tactics. I'm looking at some tactics here for Wei Yi. Sorry to cut you off, Robert. Rook h3 sets up the idea of f4. And you could play that move even in the face of knight e2.
That's where I was looking, and I wasn't sure if it would work out, but exactly what I was thinking.
Oh my gosh, this might just force the draw right off the bat. Can we put this on the board real fast as Wei Yi looks off to the side, Beth Harmon style? I think I can sense the rook h3 wheels turning in his brain. He's played it.
He has indeed. An f4. Don, it's one of those moves that is so easy to overlook. You call them invisible moves because white has that square completely under his control, but no matter how you capture, you worsen something in your position.
Wait a second. White needs to be careful here because if you play knight takes f4, it's what we talk about. Mr. Pawn on a4, I haven't forgotten about you, little one, says the black king. And now it's white fighting for the draw because he's going to lose the a-pawn. So Gukesh, if f4 is played, has to find knight f back to g1, evicting the rook from the h3 square. But now black plays rook h2, and Robert, again and again, it's the same theme. The rook comes around and picks up the a4 pawn. How many times does this happen? You press so hard that eventually you end up having to hold the draw yourself. Has Gukesh overpressed here after rook h3?
I don't quite think we're at that territory yet, but it's good to keep in mind that black can steal a rook pawn and then try to create a passer that white will struggle to deal with. And the worst thing would be, as you call them, trousers, right? One on each side of the board. If you win the h pawn and then go ahead and go for the a pawn, that could be scary. So we saw Gukesh, he had to retreat his knight to e2, and f4 here. That's the big chance for Wei Yi to make his life as easy as possible, because Donna, if he doesn't go pawn f4 and he goes rook h1, then that knight on e2 steps back to g1 and the rook is trapped in there.
I don't think Wei Yi is missing f4. And let me put it this way. I don't want to overstate the case. It's a draw objectively. 2 minutes on the clock for Gukesh. He should hold this, but it's entirely possible that after f4, Wei Yi would consider declining a draw, especially if in a time scramble he can win the a-pawn and have the only pass pawn on the board. I mean, knights, they're magical, they're great, but they also suck. And right now they're in their suck phase. And Wei Yi, I think we're going to see a pawn land on f4 momentarily here. And it has.
Yes, he played f4, and if you said that knight f to g1 is the only move that sort of keeps the ease of the balance, that is a hard move to play at this stage. And he does bring the knight back, so Gukesh still determined.
He should try to play for the World Championship. This guy's kind of good. Now, Gukesh, it's funny. He can either allow a pass to h-pawn or allow a pass to a-pawn, and probably the lesser evil is the former rather than the latter. I think he should go gf because the h-pawn is just a little bit easier to contain. Maybe it's a good time for a draw for after all.
Well, a draw offer, will it be accepted? Will it be offered in the first place? Those are the big questions right now. But rook takes h4. That seems to be played on the board there. And so we see that it should be a draw. And I want to remind everyone just once more, Danya, that 2 knights and a king versus a lone king, that is a draw. But if black somehow is left with a pawn, we have seen those games turn into a win for the side with the knight. So it's not like black is incapable of losing this game.
Oh, totally. And we thank Grandmaster Bordnik for the big raid. Welcome everybody to the closing moments of this decisive 7th round of the Olympiad. 3 draws in our top board matchup between China and India. It's all down to this. Now, Robert, a lot of tactics from the perspective of the rook involve sacking the rook for 1 pawn and then grabbing the other with a king. But let's not forget, the presence of additional pawns can actually hurt black. And we saw this in the SCC. We had 2 knights versus 1 pawn. The presence of a pawn can prevent you from setting up important stalemate tricks. So Wei Yi should not give up this rook unless it's for a very, very good reason.
And we actually saw it in the first round of the Olympiad. I don't remember the players, but there was a 2 knights versus pawn that ended in checkmate because even though once I was able to promote, it was too late. The knights had caught the king in the corner. So we see Gukesh bringing his knight back out to f3, hitting the rook. The rook slides all the way down to h1. And it's a position, Danya, where if you allow that h-pawn to run as fast as it can, that could be some danger. If you allow the rook to slide on over to a1, the a4 pawn could drop if you're not careful. So white also needs to look out at this game and think, there are losing chances for me. It's a position where a draw is the very likely result, but all 3 results are on the table.
And by the way, I've also been keeping an eye on Luka Paichadze versus Bakro. Paichadze is about to win. Paichadze is about to save the match in the most improbable fashion, as Georgia will hold France 2-2, barring a last-second miracle. Maurizi, man, that is a bitter pill to swallow. That will sting for a while, but all eyes on this game as the pawn inches forward. Robert, one way or the other, this is going to liquidate, I think. Rook a1, knight c3.
Should liquidate. We just saw Bakro on screen. The good news for French fans is not going to be in the open, but the French women are about to take down Spain. I see Pauline Guichard doing damage against Anna Matnadze. So French women, they will score victory. French in the open, this seems like they're only going to tie 2-2. But right now, we are looking at India versus China. 1.5, 1.5. India entered the round with the clear lead. If they're held to a tie by China, Iran will join Team India in first place, and China will have to settle for just 1 match point behind with many other teams. So Danya, f5 push, why not move your passed pawn? I think black should be fine, but is there anything you need to be careful about?
Oh, there most certainly is. And by the way, the Dineshvar Minli game is still going. Minli might hold the draw, but it's a moot point because even in the event of a draw, Iran takes the match, and it's still a 2-result game. As for risk factors here, you know, if white arranges his knights properly, this f-pawn, it's fast, right? It moves forward at a furious pace. So I keep switching between who I think is playing for a win. Now I think it's Gukesh once again, and I can't see like a clear path to a draw. It feels like it should be a dead draw. It feels like it should liquidate, but I just can't quite find that sequence. And right now, where does Wei Yi put his rook?
Let's see. Where does that rook go? A1 feels like a square you want to be on, but knight can go over to c3, protecting, while also getting ready to jump forward with the check and see the f-pawn start rolling. So Wei Yi, he is doing fine. He's played a very good game thus far, but this is where the nerves start hitting you, Danya. It's so late into the round where you know you just need to secure the half point, play a few more moves accurately, but you're getting tired.
You're tired. It's been hour after hour of strenuous defense. Wei Yi has been on the defensive ever since move 40 was reached. It's move 67. He's now under 2 minutes. He's trying to find the right spot for his rook. This pawn is terrifying, Robert. Knight to c3 is coming. Then knight e4 check. Then you're ready to play f6. And letting this pawn slip through the cracks so easy as Wei Yi leans in. And is he advancing his own passer?
He is. We saw h5, knight c3 was the immediate response from Gukesh, who is now, his head is now over the board. You see him. He is very locked in on his chances. He wants to get knight e4 check, pawn to f6. If all these moves come with check, then suddenly black could be in trouble.
And it's one of the very few situations, Robert, where black is advancing his passed pawn in some situations to give it away so that you don't have the burden of an extra pawn once you eliminate white's 2 pawns. So it's like this game of chicken where, yes, black's pawn is an asset, but it could immediately turn into a huge burden if you get into a situation where black can eliminate white's last 2 pawns at the cost of a rook. There's so much meta strategy here. But is Gukesh pre-moving knight e4 check? And what does Wei Yi do against that?
Knight e4 check looks incredibly useful for Wei Yi right now. I think he should be pushing that h-pawn. At the very least, it can serve as a decoy, and we see it go forward. Danya, when you have a passed pawn, you're often told to push it.
This is scary. This is scary for Wei Yi. He's under a minute. And push it, I think he does. Navigating it so well. Knight e4 check, I think, is coming. And what sort of pandemonium awaits us in the final stage of this game, Robert? God only knows.
We do see a check on e4. The white knight, it swoops in there, trying to kick the black king back. And done after knight e4, I think the king would be advised maybe not to go to e7. That allows f6 with check. And king d7, as you showed an arrow, the knight goes from f3 to e5 with check. It's starting to look scary because you see how quickly the knights hop in, the pawns go forward, and he's grabbing his king. Big moment right now.
Only move. King d7 is the only move to maintain a draw.
Is that, I can't tell.
He hesitated. Did he go to c7? No way.
I don't think it's c7, but it is d7, so he finds the right square. Really hard to see on the camera there, but it caused us a moment of pure just concern for Team China.
Oh my gosh, I think he hesitated there. It was an only move to hold the draw, and it's not an easy move to make because you're walking into another knight check, but the point is that this knight check on e5 opens up the lateral path. Black can play rook f1 and stop the pawn from behind. What does Gukesh do to maximize his practical chances? In a bullet game, my choice would be f6.
f6 looks really good to me.
f6.
f6 between f7 and 6. But yeah, that looks like a very good choice because then you have knight e5 to follow and then f7 coming soon. So you have to be careful here. If you are Wei Yi, we see that now it's Gukesh about to hit a minute on the clock. Will he squeeze victory out of the thinnest fabric of chess? I saw you feature chat there. That doesn't seem to be the likely outcome, but it's certainly possible right now as he glanced over at his clock.
Man, he's got fire in his eyes. We're playing bullet. This is what I was waiting for, right? The first 5.5 hours, we played some classical chess. This is where stories are written. 40 seconds for Gukesh. The evaluation is still a draw with best play, but who would have thought that this endgame would heat up as much as it did? Robert, let me say once again, white also needs to be careful. Black's pawn, by the way, in case anybody forgot, is now 3 steps away from promotion. And corner pawns have a way of slipping through the cracks.
And you see Gukesh, he's finally making his move, knight e5 with check. So that king needs to find the proper square to go to. Wei Yi, he is on the clock, and where is he going to go? Because after knight e5, I think you want to stay near the pawn. He goes, I think, back to d8, if I'm seeing this correctly. He does not allow that pawn to step forward with check. The pawn can still step forward here. And we see the players, the board right between them, and there goes that pawn down. This is scary territory for Wei Yi.
And we should be getting the moves in momentarily here, so we can see them on the board. I can make them manually, but this is now down to only move territory for Wei Yi. Gukesh's knights, the acrobatics that they've performed. I will make the moves here, knight e5, king d8, Robert, f6, and Wei Yi with his back against the wall. With time ticking down, he might lose this game. Rook f1 apparently loses. He has to find rook d1 check.
And it looks like we're zooming in and out. The F6 pawn coming.
Oh my gosh.
One step closer. Rook D1, you're saying, is the only move?
It's the Robert. If he goes Rook F1, we're gonna get two queens on the board.
He pushed H3, Danya.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna get two queens on the board.
So what's gonna happen here? F7 will be played by White. Can you put the move H3 on the board? It's been played. Oh my gosh.
F7, Rook F1. White's gonna route the knight back to F3 to slice off the connection between the black rook and the F pawn. Black will promote, but White will promote with check and very likely a mating attack on the black king. Oh my frickin' lands.
And what's so crazy is F7 has been played, so we can see that on the board, is that the knight will go to G5 with tempo against the H-pawn. It will slide back to F3 with tempo against the H-pawn, and that's the critical difference, is that black does not have time to step the king out to E7, because then the H-pawn will drop.
King E7 loses on the spot. Rook F1 is forced. Robert, you're right. This is incredible. Knight G5, as you said, hits the H-pawn, and guess what? It's the presence of the silent pawns on A4 and A5. That is what disallows black from giving up his rook for White's F-pawn. Otherwise, just throw that rook away. But because of the A-pawns, that defensive resource is taken away. This is unimaginable. Wei Yi has made a move, and I think it's Rook F1.
It is, in fact, Rook F1. And the one thing that is, as my commentator brain is trying to stay on here, is the bar isn't through the roof. And because it's where it is, that to my eyes looks like a +2, +3 territory, is there a way for black to, say, track down the A-pawn and then sacrifice the rook for the F7 pawn? Is there enough time for that?
Well, there's a will, there's a Wei Yi, and Knight G5 has to be found by Gukesh. As you said, threatening Knight F3, hitting the pawn. Wei has to push his pawns. White will promote with a check. I said there might be a mating attack, but there might not be. If the black king dodges and zigzags its way out of the immediate danger zone, Gukesh, he's got only seconds on his clock. He might not find the narrow path to victory, which might not even be there. Let's strap ourselves in.
Knight G5 played.
Knight G5? Yes.
Yeah, he did. We just saw it on camera there. The knight hops forward, hitting the H-pawn. It also reinforces the F7 pawn, so the other knight is free to go. So you're not dropping that H-pawn, are you, Danya? It's going to land on H2. We may see both sides queening, but white lands a check with a queen.
This is unbelievable. What are the odds that we're going to get a fresh pair of queens on the board? This round has just defied belief as Wei Yi, 30 seconds on his clock. He has to push. As you said, Robert, if you give up the H3 pawn, you lose immediately.
Unless you could grab that A4 pawn and get back around to get F7. I don't think it's happening. H2 is on the board, and that means one of the white knights. But which is the better knight? It's hard to choose between them. Knight G or Knight E? He chooses the G knight, Danya. Is that the correct knight?
I think both knights were suitable, and the reason he chose that knight is because, of course, the other knight is now in the center, and he hopes that it will combine with the queen and hunt the black king down, but apparently there is no mate. Wei Yi, did he promote? No, he played king E7. That so loses.
He gives up the H2 pawn, but doesn't this allow white just bring the knight right back, and F7 is defended by the knight on E5?
Oh, wait. Knight takes H2. Wei Yi wants to go after the A pawn, and he thinks that the black king can hold F7 at bay long enough, but there must be a win there.
Well, knight takes H2 is on the board. I mean, I think he's going to go rook A1. What are the choices he have? But that knight's getting back in.
And it's getting up to F6. It's going to set up a force field where black's rook will not be able to move to F4 because of a fork on D5. Gukesh is going to win this game.
That is an incredible move. You know, rook A1, knight G4, rook takes A4, knight F6, so the rook can't get back around. But that must be what Wei Yi was relying on. From a distance, it looks like the rook gets back in time, but no, it doesn't. Not true, not here. There is a fork on D5.
This knight is like the Terminator. It's taken the pawn. It's performed one set of heroics. Now it moves to its journey. On G4, the blue arrow has appeared. It is the only winning move. There is only one path. Knight G4, and I believe the target square is F6. Robert, this is my brain, not the engine brain. Look at Gukesh taking the time that he has, the patience, the maturity. He's not rushing a single one of these moves. And maybe Wei Yi can throw in a check on A3. to make White's task maximally difficult.
Yeah, it can be confusing. It may seem like it doesn't matter where the white king goes in the second rank, but sometimes there are differences, like if the black rook can slide around to the f-file. Knight g4 play, continued accuracy here for Gukesh. Oh, he was the most accurate player of the candidates. It earned him a shot at the World Championship, and right now he is trying to earn India the clear lead, a continued lead in this Olympiad. There was a check given on a3. Nope, Daniel stopped one square short there. Check on a3 here, and Gukesh checking to make sure he finds the right square for his king.
King d2, only winning move. If he goes up to e4, I think he allows the black rook to give itself up for one of the knights, and then the a pawn is going to force White's other knight away from its protection of f7. Gukesh now has to avoid stepping on a landmine. I have no idea why king e2 is not winning. And
King d2.
He found
the only move. Of course he did. He may be young, but his age belies his experience, his strength. He is phenomenal, and he finds the only move. And look at Wei Yi. He looks to the side because Danya, I think he recognizes rook a4, knight f6.
Oh, knight h6.
No rook.
Knight h6 just wins on the spot.
Oh, because no rook f4, because knight g6 check.
The knights will end the game on h6 and g6. Remember, they were on f5 and f4 when this endgame began. They started together. They'll end it together. Wei Yi cannot believe his eyes.
Oh, and a huge issue is that if the rook takes the pawn on a4 and gives a check on the d-file, there is no rook d8 because knight c6 will be the fork. These knights will not stop dancing.
Oh my gosh. Tango, 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 and Wei Yi. Hesitation, finally. He realizes the gravity of the situation. He has to grab that pawn. There is no choice. He does, and knight h6 will seal the deal for India. This is straight out of a Troitsky study.
You see him, there it is, knight h6 played, and he slaps the clock, and with it, he may slap down China's chances in this Olympiad. Danya, this is Team India flexing and saying that even in these long endgames, Gukesh, he's young, he's got everything under control. He's playing for a darn world championship this year.
Put some respect on that man's name, says Gukesh. This is an achievement that even Magnus Carlsen would consider among his best. This endgame conversion, it was unfreaking believable. Look at the domination of the knights. Rook f4, you get forked one way. You go to d8, the knights tango to the west. Otherwise, knight g6 will lead to promotion. All Wei Yi can do is deliver a series of spite checks. All the white king has to do is prevent the black rook from stopping the pawn from behind. The rest is easy. Check.
That's right. It doesn't matter where the king goes, right? At this point, as we see a little instant replay there, the king goes to e3. Just don't allow the rook to the f2 square. That seems simple enough. So the king can go anywhere as long as it doesn't allow the rook to the f-file.
And there's yet another fork. If you walk the king up to e4, then you can allow the black rook to stop the pawn from behind because, again, knight g6 is going to fork the rook and win the game. I don't think you could script this better in a chess composition. The knights on e5 and h6 are going to be in my dreams tonight. They're going to be in Wei Yi's nightmares, literally.
I was waiting for that pun. I'm glad you delivered. And we see Photo Chess back there taking some of the final shots of this game. Always got her photographer hat on, making sure that the action is fully covered. But Danya, this is going to be heartbreaking for Team China. They put Wei Yi in on the top board. I still believe it was the correct decision. But Gukesh, it doesn't matter who he faces. It seems like he always comes with that determination that leads him, in this case, to victory.
And listen, for Wei Yi, as Gukesh takes one more side, he realizes that he is moments away from a momentous victory. For Wei Yi, take off your hat and you say you defended like a hero. He just walked over hot coals. He defended 20, 30 moves. He came oh so close. But sometimes it's not so much that you lose, but your opponent wins. And in this endgame, Gukesh won more than Wei Yi lost. Move 80. And the king is up to e4.
And there it
Wei Yi
is. The
stops the clock.
clocks are stopping. Look at Gukesh breathing and a head nod. You can see the confidence on that young man. You could see a smile. That's the first time I think I've ever seen him smile, because at the board, he is a stone cold killer. And he may have just killed China's chances while lifting India's, because India is in the clear lead at this Olympiad. And that was a momentous occasion, a monster victory for Gukesh, and Wei Yi just analyzing the game with him, but that was so close, Danya.
And this final position is going to be inscribed in the hearts and minds of so many chess fans for the next few days. The knight on h6, to be joined, barring resignation, by its compatriot on g6. It's all about the knights. And Gukesh and Wei Yi, they're chess players, right? 7-hour game. Who cares? Restaurants closing in Budapest. Nope. We got to talk about the defining moments of the game. Robert, this is an unforgettable experience. I'm just so grateful that I was here. You know, it's like I want to etch my proverbial graffiti into the wall. What a display.
Really, I mean, these two players, you can see Wei Yi, he is probably just heartbroken because he gave it his all for Team China, and he knows how close it was. He knows that he had a draw, was hanging in the balance, and Danya, I think, as you said, full credit to Gukesh. It wasn't that Wei Yi lost the game, it's that Gukesh won it.
Wei Yi's resistance, I think, would have saved this game against 99.99% of players. Maybe Magnus could pull this off on a good day. And for Wei Yi, if you're his teammates, you shake the man's hand. You say, you did everything you could. It just wasn't meant to be today. He came oh so close, but in the end, the knights prevailed. Gukesh, he wins the game. The other 3 draw, and India stays perfect. 8 wins out of 8 matches. And right now, they seem just about unstoppable.
They do indeed, and while Gukesh, he is the hero for India, he also has entered the world top 5. His rating has crossed 2780, and India, they are thrilled because they remain in the sole lead. I know I see you there, John. You're back with us. You know, Iran was hoping for a different story. They wanted to be tied with Team India, but it looks like at this point in time, after 7 rounds of action, India, can they actually be stopped? That's the big question that everyone's asking.
It's difficult to argue against that at the moment, folks. I mean, they are on top of the table with a perfect score in the open section. They are on top of the table with the perfect score in the women's section. They want to try and build an unassailable lead here. And that was such a huge statement on both sides of the playing hall. Incredible that you guys were able to see and bring us that endgame. Danya, that was incredible the way that was converted. Specifically how... I think you guys put it so beautifully that Wei Yi didn't lose that. Gukesh won it, and it was like massaging the position until the victory was within sight. That was incredible to watch.
John, it was a journey of 1,000 miles, and it did begin with a single step, a step of the night. You know, I'm trying to remember, like, what was the moment at which the seeds of doubt in the result of this game entered my mind? Because it was a draw, it was a foregone conclusion, and sometime around move 45, when Gukesh was able to keep his A-pawn intact, we thought, well, maybe, just maybe, there's the tiniest inkling of hope. Wei Yi, he found so many resources. He found F4. It seemed like it was a done deal. It seemed like maybe Gukesh was going to go on the defensive. No deal. He turns it back around, and he wins in study-like fashion. What can you say?
Robert, I want to say something exciting, hyped up, and inspirational about how if you're leading the pack, you have a target on your back, maybe just like Uzbekistan did before the start of round 1, for example. But the reality is, even if India have a target on their back, to what extent are the other teams looking at that going, yeah, they're too far ahead, we can't actually touch that?
Well, even the teams that are close, excuse me, I'm just so still catching up to what just happened. But for the teams that are close, they may have to rely on others. Remember that this is an 11-round Olympiad. And if, say, Team USA keeps winning, perhaps that pairing becomes inevitable. Team India versus Team USA, the top 2 teams on paper by rating entering the competition. And if you are, say, Iran, or you're, say, a team like Hungary, who already lost to India, you are going to rely on somebody else to do your bidding. But the way India has been playing, it doesn't seem to matter who's in their path. And Wei Yi and team trying to give all the resistance in the world, and yet Gukesh in India, they overcame it.
Let's take a look at what else the rest of the playing hall was able to overcome today as we bring you the results now from the open section of the tournament. Here we go. India able to defeat China there and maintain their perfect start. Hungary continuing to show us some fantastic wins. They beat Lithuania by the same margin, and Iran beats Vietnam 2.5, 1.5. Dania, to you first, specifically on that board number 3. We've been talking about Iran and Vietnam as some of the teams that you should never count out. This head-to-head encounter feels pretty pivotal for them.
Indeed, and John, it'll take me I think I'll sit 45 minutes in silence, just process all of the twists and turns from today's round. But Iran had honestly one of the smoothest victories. They did it professionally. Yeah, Vietnam has a bit of a hole on the 4th board. They put their 15-year-old FIDE master, who performed very well. He got a good position, but ultimately got outplayed by Idani Puya. Bardia Daneshvar was controlling the game the whole time. Credit to Min Lee for holding the draw. And of course, big credit to the top board for Vietnam, Lai Quang Lim, who defeated Ding Liren the day before yesterday and holds Parham Maksudlu. Vietnam goes down, but to a very valiant opponent indeed.
And Robert, I know our heads are full of Gukesh Wei Yi at the moment. It's hard not to be, right, after such an absolutely epic game. But a word on the other results as well. Serbia able to win their match, and the Georgia match ending in a draw. There are a couple of upsets we're going to have to talk about at the start of the day tomorrow in case we see a really big latter half of the tournament run from these teams.
Well, I think the big news outside of India winning that match is Uzbekistan. They are here to play. They're here to compete. And as Danya said, team chemistry is really important. They have the same exact lineup as they did 2 years ago in Chennai when they were the surprise gold medal winners. So Uzbekistan is finding their form at the right moment. They got off to the shakiest of shaky starts. Even in the first matchup against Trinidad and Tobago, they had a draw on one board. They were in trouble on another. So Uzbekistan seems to be gearing into shape, and that's bad news for the rest of the competition and very good news for Kramnik's squad.
So we will see how they are able to finish off the tournament. I remember Trinidad and Tobago leaving our hearts as winners of round number 1. It was an incredible showing that they had and so much fighting spirit in the very first round of the Olympiad. Let's take a look at the results over in the women's section now. Don't forget, 181 teams fighting for the top 3 spots here, and India have cemented themselves as the team to beat. We sort of knew that before. We absolutely do now as they defeat Georgia 3-1. That is huge. Hungary, Austria, that is not a typo. They are 2-1 at the moment. One board is still ongoing, but to save you guys the analysis, it is Rook and Bishop versus Rook. So that one is likely to be a drawn-out draw. No pun intended. I leave those to Danya. Ukraine and Poland are drawn 2-2, as are Armenia and the USA. Mongolia, who were doing so well before, also held to a draw by Germany. Robert, I'll come back to you for this one. There's actually a very, very close chasing pack behind India here, and it doesn't look like it's too clear when any result is going to be.
Well, India just took down their closest competitor, not just on the score table, but by average team rating. So India in the women, they should be thrilled at the moment as well. But as you said, there is a chasing pack. Note that Kazakhstan and India have already played. So we already are at that point in the tournament where India may have to play down the cross table at other teams that may actually not be in striking distance because they're beating all of their nearest competitors.
And Danya, when we reach that sort of stage in the latter stages of a tournament, it's easy to be dismissive and say, oh, if you've played all your nearest challengers, you're playing quote unquote the easier teams, right? But we've seen several times already in this Olympiad that thinking like that can get you thrown off balance, and you can drop match points if you're not careful.
Yeah, nobody likes the guy who wrote the headline, Dewey defeats Truman, in 1948. And let's remember that, let's say India faces a team like the US or Armenia who might not have as many gold medal chances. Well, guess what? They can still immortalize themselves by playing spoiler. And trust me, in the open section, Uzbekistan, the US, they would like nothing more than to add some intrigue to the final standings by delivering a victory. So they're going to be trying extra hard. The Indian women's team, the Indian Open team, this is far from a done deal. Their work in many ways is only just beginning as we enter the home stretch. It's not even the home stretch yet. This is going to be the longest week of their lives.
So we are looking forward to what will now be the final 4 rounds of the Olympiad. I'm going to leave the last word on the competitors to you, Robert. Are there any specific teams going into the final 4 rounds where you're thinking, actually, we need to call them out, similar to how we originally looked at Vietnam as, I guess some people would call dark horses? They're trailing by so few rating points, I don't know, but they had some fantastic results over the board. Who should we be shifting our attention to?
Well, I think in the women's, Poland, they're a very dangerous team, led at the top by Alina Kaszlinska, who had a very important win. Ukraine was able to tie it up, so there still is 2 match points between India and Poland, but if Poland beats India head-to-head, now it's a whole different Olympiad. And in the Open, John, that's a difficult question because it's all about India thus far. But what about Armenia? We talk about a team with chemistry, a team with experience, a team with gold medal winners on their roster. So Armenia has snuck up towards the top. They beat England today, and that's a very good England team. So India, of course, is the odds-on favorite. They play against Iran next. That seems like an inevitable pairing. But Armenia, Serbia, they should not be looked over for teams like Norway and the US.
All right, folks. Well, that concludes today's broadcast. We will be back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time. We will be here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon Central European Summertime. 7 rounds of the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad are now in the history books as we go into the final stretch. India, the powerhouse. We always knew they would be among the favorites, but they are sole leaders in both sections of the competition. Will they be able to carry that momentum through to a gold medal winning position? Join us tomorrow and find out what the next chapter holds. Have a fantastic evening wherever you might be, and we'll see you then. Good night.